Hello, everyone. This is your faithful Amanda Splatts out here with the Amanda Splatts Project. Rolling once again with the one and only Choco.
Choco Nichiwa, bitches.
Konnichiwa. I fucking love that. That's awesome.
Yeah, I saw that from Chappelle's show. It was the racial draft, or the Wu Tang Clan became Japanese, and and it was ended with Konnichiwa, bitches.
And it's that guy's such a brilliant man, I swear. Like even past the Rick James
Timeless
stuff.
jokes.
Yeah, guys like him and Carlin and just. I used to listen to stand-up comedy a lot when I was growing up to kind of get the cadence and kind of get some relatable humor with the people I was working with at the time. It was a good fucking
Same.
time.
I spent so much. I I probably single-handedly funded Comedy Central for like 10 years, just watching nothing but their stand-up.
You ever watch Gallagher? The guy with the watermelons?
Yes, but yes, I did.
Yeah, he was great until he
I
wasn't.
wasn't I wasn't a fan of prop comedy at the time, so I kind of dismissed him. But
I
I
get
think
you.
if I watch him again, I'll like it.
Well, we are here today talking about SNK. City of the Wolves just came out. Mob fucking potato can't run it. We got me as Rugal. We got Choco as Terry. We're representing the FlaVR outfit. And we're going to talk about some absolute bullshit that we fucking love, which is SNK difficult bosses. Now, before we go ahead and spoil anything, have you seen the final boss of City yet?
The real final boss?
Either of them.
Yeah, I have.
It looks like after Otoma Raga was such a boring, stupid boss in 15, KOF 15, like with the bosses from City, looks like they're actually finally bringing back real challenge, real ass kickers. Because I know there was a complaint for a while. Like, who's the drum lady in the new Samurai Showdown? She was relatively easy to beat, also.
I don't remember, and I guess that should say. I guess that says enough, doesn't it?
It was more like a weird puzzle boss where you had to attack a stationary target for a long time, then hit a combo when the weak. It was some fucking thing. But the complaint was back in the day, man. Back in the day, you had the boss. You had a fucking boss. Because back in the day, it wasn't about selling cards. It wasn't selling about. It was about making you buy more or plunk more quarters,
It was
or
about selling time.
yep, or if you're really sleazy, more tokens. Because kid had to put the fucking dollar in the machine, get tokens. Now, if you have them left over, you can't use them anywhere else. You're screwed. So
So yeah, and the funniest and one of the things about SNK is that I think I'll have to double check this. I don't know for sure, but they definitely were the ones that made it more popular to have continue services where you can buff yourself or give the AI a debuff to
right.
make clearing the arcade mode easier. Most other games just had that boss just be difficult, and if you can't beat it, fuck you, put another coin in.
Well, it didn't always help like a lot, but for some people, it was kind of the
No,
edge
but
that
the
they
option
needed.
was always there.
Right.
Right.
Go ahead and turn on the game. Make sure it's not too loud. There we go. Classic going. We're talking about we got. I'll show the tier list. So we had to put some rules, or we'd be here all fucking night. Going for bosses from the Neo Geo era, the actual MVS, AVS, etc. And the definition of what a boss is, what a final boss is, kind of a little fluid. Because there are some characters, the bosses, that you're guaranteed to fight at the end, and there are some special bosses
Yeah,
that like
final boss and extra boss.
yeah, where you've got to have actual. So my reasoning was, if it's got to be someone that after you beat them, the credits roll. So whether it's a normal final boss or a special final boss, if you beat them and then you're done and you can go home. Because one of my earliest memories was after I'd beaten Fatal Fury 1 at home. I watched these.
I need a link to the tier maker.
I don't have a link. Like, if you're making it in the middle, like, there's not a link. I thought you'd just go and watch my stream. I've got it at low minimum lag.
Okay, that's fine. I'll just...
Because I'm looking at the URL right now, and it just says tier makers / single user tier list / presentation mode false. Like, we can't actually work together on one. But I'll be narrating the whole thing.
Well, okay, I'll just, Alright, I'll go on and continue.
Yeah, there'll be, like, minimal lag, too. Like, I always set it to minimum, because, like, it's not we're playing a game or anything. But the rule is, so, like, sub-bosses like Saishu or Orochi, CYS, etc. But, so, even though I went ahead and I may have missed one or two, I'm sure you'll be able to fill in the gaps. I counted 31. Although a few of these, looking at it, we'll be able to talk about them in pairs. So I figured you're all decked out in Fatal Fury best. Let's go ahead and start with the characters from Fatal Fury. We're going to go by series just to make it easier. And if we start with Fatal Fury, since that's the one everyone loves right now, that's all popular all over again, starring, of course, everyone's favorite fighting game character, beloved around the world, Salvatore Ganacci. But the main villain,
I've come to like Ganacci.
Yeah, Max even put out a video about this. Like, the whole fighting game community has done a total 180 on the guy.
I would say my opinion is around 90. Not a full 180, but I like him more than I thought I would.
You know who's actually a huge fan of him? Sensoka, the guy who does all the metalworking and the coins and the stuff. He loves that guy even before Fatal Fury.
I still gotta buy my Pip coin.
Okay. Oh, good. There's a loot box.
He has any left.
Because we're talking about Fatal Fury, man. We gotta talk about the legend himself, Geese Howard. The fucking man.
Yeah.
You know, when it was weird, you might as well go ahead and spoil it out because the game's out right now. All the advertisements for Fatal Fury City of the Wolves the last few days had Geese, even though he's supposed to be dead. And I think technically he is.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is Geese Howard. His hobbies include skydiving without a parachute, base jumping without a rope, and pretending he's a Russian oligarch. Dude flies off of buildings. But he's actually... I believe he's the... It was something really ironic. He's the police commissioner, wasn't he?
Yes.
The police commissioner of Southtown, and... He's the guy who kicked off a whole lot of evil shit. Evil kingpin and everything. And he made the mistake, among other things, of killing a Mr. Jeff Bogard. And when you this is not solicited advice. The Amanda Splatts Project does not suggest you kill anyone. But maybe check to see if they had kids first. Because then...
I mean, technically, they weren't his kids. He adopted them.
Oh. I wonder if that's going to be covered in City of the Wolves. But yeah, but they loved him like a father. And Terry Bogard, Andy Bogard, Joe Bogard, all went down to Southtown to fight Geese Howard, throw him off a fucking building, which was fun. But usually when you throw a guy off a fucking building, that's the end of the story. Not here. You remember how he survived the first time?
Yes. It's never explicitly stated, but heavily implied due to Geese's moveset in Fatal Fury 2 Special, which Geese returned as a playable character because it's technically a non-canon game, which is why he was allowed to be in the game. He got a new move called the Shipuken, which is air fireball. And if you pay attention to when he does it, the force of the wind of the fireball pushes him back upwards and reverses his momentum.
Yeah, he's got air fireball, so you already know he's a cheap bastard.
Yeah, and so the implication was that right before Geese died, before he splatted on the fucking pavement, he used the Shippuken to soften his fall and live.
Well, that's weird because like you hear him the splat at the end of. Oh,
Yeah, you hear the splat, and the ending text cross says he died in a hospital bed hours later.
Yeah, but wasn't there
you know,
something about the sacred scrolls too?
That was in the later games. The Sacred Scrolls were never mentioned in the first game because Fatal Fury was never supposed to have a sequel. But oh, it's popular. Fuck, we need to make a sequel.
Yeah, so he barely survived, and so he's up to his old tricks, all his old bullshit again, just to climb up back to the tower, say, "Hey, let's do this again, real about Fatal Fury." Terry fucking throws him off again, eats the guy. Oh, he tries to save him this fucking time. So, 1 out of 2 ain't bad, Terry. Thanks for trying. But Geese is like, no, fuck you. And then, he
I would
swats
rather
his hand
die
away.
than be dishonored like this.
There you go. And then he goes sailing through the air with the greatest of ease. And
sailing the Tekken.
And that's not even the end of the fucking story. That's how badass this guy is. It's like his ghost. Is it his ghost? Nightmare Geese?
Okay, so we don't know. From what I can tell, it's not literally his ghost. Maybe. Question mark. But it's more of like the remnants of Geese's evil and his influence are haunting the other characters.
Oh. It's like the traces of the old gods in Fear and Hunger. It's not Geese, it's the traces of Geese.
Except it might actually be Geese, because according to Fatal Fury 3 with the Jin Scrolls, which is where you fight the Jin twins, which we'll talk about later, the secret of immortality is in scrolls, but the secret of immortality is actually possession. So there is an implication that maybe perhaps Geese's spirit is somewhere inside of Southtown still and stirring shit up from beyond the grave.
Well, I went ahead and looked forward and looked into Terry's story in the Elements of Southtown, City of the Wolves. I'm not going to spoil anything right now because it's a new game, but I will tell you, they kind of do almost definitively say what it is. And I'll tell. Would you want me to tell you in the Discord, or you want to go ahead and find it out for yourself?
I've been playing it off stream. I'll go through it myself.
All right.
I finished Rock Story the other day,
well,
and then unlocked New Game Plus. So now I'm going through that, having a good time.
Yeah, I'm really happy with what they did with the story mode for City, where it's like
really nice.
It sounds really good for streaming, like a little 3 or 4 hour RPG.
Yeah, it's basically the Weapon Master mode from Soul Calibur.
Right. Except like with a ton of cameos. Now about the man himself, Geese Howard. This guy is a fucking weeb, and we love it. He's obviously wearing Japanese clothes.
He got his ass kicked. He got his ass kicked so hard he became a
weeb. Yeah. And he just and I believe he was even like before. Art of Fighting is supposed to take place like a couple decades before Fatal Fury, and he was sticking his fingers in all the pies back then too. In this lovely...
Yeah, that was back when he was a police commissioner.
In this
that's when Mr. Big was the... It's very nice. I don't like the long hair.
I think they're trying to imply that, I don't know, maybe he's Andy's dad or something.
That was a theory for a long time, that because Terry and Andy are not blood related, they're... Yeah, it took me out too. There was a idea going around that Andy is actually Geese's son, or one of his kids, but that was shot down. That's not canon at all.
He is the father of Rock Howard, though. I wonder if Rock will be able to be a final boss someday. But as far as
that would be ridiculous.
Yeah. Following in his legacy.
You can't have the protagonist be the final boss.
Yeah, that never happened in King of Fighters 13. But
it didn't happen in King of Fighters 99.
Didn't happen in Aggressors of Dark Combat. if we're stretching here. Didn't happen in Street
I
Fighter.
don't remember
5.
if Fuma was Fuma the final boss of ADK?
There's no set
I know
final
he was
boss
in
in ADK. It's the fucking thing they did in Samurai Showdown 4, where it's your rival. There's
Oh,
not
the
one
rival
set-
fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That dumb shit.
I like rival.
But as far as
But I get it. There's an allure to having a big final boss and not having to be that. That is kind of disappointing. But I generally like rival fights more because there are personal stakes in that fight. Whereas for a final boss, there's normally only like a handful of characters that actually care about the final boss,
right.
and it's mostly just kind of there to be. Right?
Kind of like
It's
you
the
look
Street
at,
Fighter 2 problem, right?
with Guile. Well, how Guile is actually supposed to be the real final boss. In the game.
Yeah, Guile and Chun-Li are the only characters that actually want revenge against Bison. Everyone else is just there because it's a tournament.
I know, technically you could make a case that Sagat wants him because, like, he's moving his installation into Thailand and blocking his lovely view of the temple. He's gonna kick his ass for that. I don't know.
Sagat was still a villain at that time. So, I think it was after Street Fighter 2, because he really only joined up with Shadow... If I remember correctly, he only joined up with Shadow Law. I refuse to call it Shadow Law. Shadow Law, it's so much cooler. He joined up with Shadow Law because he wanted a rematch against Ryu. And Bison was already hunting for Ryu anyway. So they just had common interest there. But after that, Sagat's like, yo, this shit's stupid, I'm out of here.
Yeah, Shadow Lu, Shadow Law. I still call it Bisonopolis.
What is it, an amusement park now? What is he, a Hachi all of a sudden?
Street Fighter the movie reference. But yeah, speaking of Bison, Geese and Bison have teamed up here and there with the, you know, they got the CVS 2
The
compilation
BNG
coming
Alliance.
because the absolute
Yeah.
the two big douchebags of both universes. Geese and
Wait, did they team up in CVS? I know they teamed up in the Pocket Color games.
Yeah,
Like it was an official team.
I still gotta stream the Pocket Color. Like I tried streaming one of the Pocket Color games, but I got pissed off that it was essentially a kind of a slow running ROM. Had to buy separately, not as part of the 10-pack collection. Because they were selling a couple of 10-packs of Neo Geo ROMs, but then they made you buy Match of the Millennium alone.
Yeah, not even 1 and 2. Just one at a time.
And they could have done it because in the second compilation, there were like 3 games that weren't even translated. So, one of them was Battle to Paradise, the board game one.
Never played it.
Yeah, here's Geese Howard. He died doing what he loved, falling off of a fucking building. And he's about as iconic as it gets, man. So
He is the iconic SNK villain, which says a lot because SNK has a good rogues gallery of villains, but
Yeah.
it all goes back to Geese. Even Rugal is not as popular as Geese. Like, I say a lot that you never get it right the first time, but Geese is like the one exception. His look, his theme, his moveset, they got it right the first time.
I mean, they invited him to Tekken, and not a lot of people get invited, except Akuma. But Akuma is fucking everywhere. We will get to that.
Yeah, Akuma is kind of like the Capcom guest character because he goes around just looking for people to fight. And to think, if it wasn't for some cheeky programmer working on Children of the Atom, it might never have happened.
Yeah. I was wondering, it was so weird trying to use Akuma in COTA, because like he looks and feels so different, like proportions and everything, and his image is like a black box.
His look is, yeah, because he was the super secret character. Like, oh, who's this guy? What? Because I don't even remember what they were, but I remember that the conditions to fight him were insane, and you had to. I don't remember if you had to beat Magneto too. Because Magneto was also, oh, you want to talk about final bosses? Ugh, Magneto and Coda. That's Marvel 2 Magneto shudders in fear at Coda. Magneto.
The automatic invincibility whenever he wants, flying in the air, being just achievement bastards.
He's lore accurate.
There you go. So I got the tier list up. Figured it's simple 5 tiers. You got S tier, fucking iconic one. A1, A tier is really good, great. B, okay, it's fine, does its job. C, not that good, kind of flawed. D, bullshit. I think we
Bullshit
gotta,
in the good way or the bad way?
the bad way. S is bullshit in the good way.
Ah.
And I think we gotta put Geese in the S tier. If I can get this site to fucking work.
No complaints here.
Absolutely.
I mean, some of his incarnations as Final Boss are truly fucked up, right? Wild Ambition deserves a special mention because I should have recorded this, but I didn't because I'm not very smart. Geese in Wild Ambition, his CPU can do Raging Storm break.
Oh,
so in some games where Geese has Raging Storm, it is actually more beneficial to end the combo early because you can link after it instead of doing the whole thing. And the CPU Final Boss version of Geese actually knows how to do that. That's crazy. Also, he's super fucked up. In general.
I'm still really waiting for them to finally do the fucking Hyper Neo Geo 64 emulation and go ahead and release those games so that a broader audience can check out that Fatal Fury, can check out the 2 Samurai Showdowns on there, and can check out Ariki 1, yeah. Shout out to Guile Windquote for getting that shit working.
Hell yeah, man.
But yeah, that's the SNK way, though. Only 7 games came out for the Hyper Neo Geo 64, and 4 of them were fighting games.
Well, because the idea behind the Hyper Neo Geo 64 is that there would be different, I forget the specific terms for it, but the idea is that there would be like generalized hardware for genres, and like there would be one specific model for fighting games, one for racing games, one for like action games or shooters or whatever, and the gamble just didn't pay off.
Yeah, I think weren't down arcades like SNK's business overall kind of a downturn at the time. Hey Darren, thanks for stopping by, man.
At the time, I don't remember, but it definitely was the beginning of the bad times for SNK.
Oh yeah, heading up into like 2000, 2001, and all of them.
SVC Chaos art is so good.
Yeah, it's actually have you been what's his Kisakai or something? That artist who did the CVS2 portraits.
CVS2. So the CVS2 portraits are designed or modeled after the art styles of Shinkiro and Kino Nishimura. But not all of the art was done by those two. If you look closely, you can see several differences in how, shading or how the faces are drawn. And I don't have it on me, but there was a Twitter thread that was going on like, oh yeah, even though this looks like, Shinkiro, this was actually done by, Nona or another SNK artist or stuff like that.
Just absolutely picking and piecing apart. Just critical, analytical eye the internet has. Alright. Oh, shit. Sorry. I only got 3 windows going, and one of them is the fucking live stream, and I accidentally clicked that right off the bat. We're like 26 minutes. I'm already fucking up. That's going great. Now moving on. Geese S tier, obviously. We move on.
And if you would like to play as the boss version of Geese Howard, might I suggest you try SVC Chaos, in which that version of Geese is quite possibly the best he has ever been as a playable character. Either that or 11, but 11, yeah, SNK, when's KO of 11, huh?
Oh, Jesus, yeah. So, see, it's a little hard to find than I thought it'd be. Oh, here it is. We'll use the Spectrum one. Moving on from Geese to his slightly lesser known, what's his cousin, half brother,
half-brother,
？ Half brother. ？ Half brother. ？
Which, by the way, was a a bit of lore that was introduced in the OVA that was later made canon.
Ooh.
Originally, they were not related at all.
Masami Abari above the fucking curve right now is making it canon. Man
I
himself.
don't remember who actually wrote the script to the OVAs though.
Wolfgang Krauser.
Wolfgang Krauser,
Yeah.
what a good
Big,
goddamn name.
gigantic fucking German dude. I love this guy. Personal bias. I think you were there when I was playing King of Fighters 98, trying to beat Omega Ruble.
I was there, I saw it.
And I finally beat him just by spamming the light leg tomahawk, just jumping over. all
Leg
his
tomahawk!
shit. Yeah. He's got the Sagat fire. Oh, that's creepy as shit. Oh. I'm gonna make someone put that
Yeah,
on their wallpaper.
young Krauser, yeah.
But yeah, he's.
I don't like that. Krauser was born as a 30-year-old man. Get that shit off of my screen.
He didn't have the facial hair in the movie, I guess. Did he?
He did not. He also had like didn't he have blue hair?
Looks purple.
No.
To me.
I remember some weird hair colors in the OVA. Andy had silver hair, which was then later also made canon by Shadow Andy and Real Bout.
Wow.
Yeah. EX characters.
I didn't know the EX characters are canonical. Oh, here's a better look at him.
Well, no, not like lore canon, but like SNK officially recognized that this thing exists, so we can put it in the game.
Oh, there you go. It's always cool when a video game company listens to their fans. So we got Krauser now. Big, jacked wrestler guy, nobleman. If I remember right, the story of Fatal Fury 2 is nice and simple. Like, Geese is dead. Krauser's just holding a tournament to see who the baddest motherfucker is. Because he's sure it's him. And then Terry proves it wrong.
Yeah, it's like, nah, fuck you. I should have been the one to beat Geese.
Yeah.
I'm gonna beat up everybody from the first tournament to draw out the guy that beat Geese so I can beat him. Because that makes me better than Geese. By proxy.
Yeah, they just
by default.
There's just cutscenes of him kicking the shit out of like Duck and
Quajai, Duck King.
Billy survived somehow though. Billy, his love for Geese allowed him to survive.
Billy's a tough bastard. I will
that.
say about Krauser, I love his armor, and I'm always sad that he never actually gets to fight in it. He never gets to have like the round 1, round 2. If I have the armor, then I take it off when I get serious.
I don't
really
know.
like the
I
armor
wonder if
before.
that might be a little bit cheap though, because like you're not just beating up a guy, you're beating up a guy covered in metal. Like without the armor, it's just, oh, I'm just a tall guy, I'm gonna kick the shit out of you and throw 2 different flavors of balls in your face.
Yeah, but like I think the armor really works for his whole aristocratic vibe.
Yeah,
You know,
because he's
beating
not
your ass in his mansion with his
a full orchestra
with his orchestra
playing Dies Irae.
Dicey Ray. Yeah, Dicey Ray.
All right, the camera starts up at the fucking ceiling, just so you get a view
the
of how
chandelier
tall it is. Like,
Hands
and he's
down.
like, "Oh, chisel your gravestone. Sleep well.
Sleep well.
Oh yeah. Ain't nobody fucking sleeping tonight. Oh shit! I forgot to loop the song. That's gonna happen many times.
Yeah. BJ Love, good guy.
There you fucking go. As a playable character, I do fucking.
I don't
love
know what
Krauser.
his real name is, but I don't care. He's always going to be known as BJ Love to me.
Who's that?
The guy that voiced Krauser, and a good chunk of the native English speakers of SNK at the time. It was Krauser, Franco Bash, King Lion, Axel Hawk. I think he was also Michael Max from the first Fatal Fury game.
Michael
Like,
Max,
if there was
I
a native
forgot.
English speaker, it was generally probably BJ Love doing his voice.
Yeah, I feel so bad.
And you can tell because he does the same voice every single time. But it's like, oh, it's that guy. Oh, nice. I'm hype.
It's like Steve Buscemi. Like when he's got an acting role, you know what he's gonna do. He's gonna be fucking creepy. Oh, there it is, the
that's what you're
Kaiser
doing.
Wave.
The
The massive fucking screen-filling projectile. I thought there's no way to dodge this. There's no way to play. And then I was like, oh, that jumping between lane shit that I fucking hate. That you didn't have to do for the Billy, Axel, or Blood fights. No, you just do that in your you're golden.
I like the line system. I think it's cool.
It just kind of felt.
I'm so happy Save the Wolves has it, dude. I'm so happy.
Well, don't they have it on just like one stage?
It's only on one stage, and to be fair, it's also not as fluid as it is in like some of the later games, like Real Bout, or well, any of the Real Bout games. But the fact that it's there at all is so nice to me. And during the Evo Japan showcase, there's an interview, and they talked that they are going to bring a few more like wide stages so that you can have lane battles in more areas.
You know, just completely change the game.
I hope one of them is a beach stage. There is not a single like sandy beach just stage, which to me is the essence of Fatal Fury.
I just don't understand. Like they had a whole freaking commercial with iShow Speed and KSI about these two guys being boxers and having a boxing match, and there was no mention of Michael Mack whatsoever.
The Chuck, I think it's like Chuck Ludwig or something.
I don't know.
I forget the names of the boxers. I wasn't paying attention, but I do know that. No, I think it's like Chuck Ludwig and Chris Eubank Jr. or something. Let me double check because I remember a bit of trivia from the boxers that were chosen. If
I was
somewhat intelligent, if I was somewhat intelligent, please let me be somewhat intelligent. Please let me make it get this right.
It took place on Saturday, April 26, 2025, local time at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in London. So it like just fucking happened.
Oh, okay. Wait.
I think it may have just fucking happened.
Let's see.
Taking
SNK
place
boxing match.
on April 26th.
Chris Eubank Jr. Okay, so bit of lore here. Chris Eubank Sr. is the design inspiration for Dudley in Street Fighter.
Oh.
Yeah, like the dandy man, like the dandy black English boxer.
Yeah, the Let's Fight
that
Like
was Chris
Gentlemen
Eubank.
guy.
Yeah, that's him. Well, his dad.
That's cool.
Yeah, bit of lore here. That's neat.
Yeah, that's why I like doing these kind of streams with you, man, because I'll learn so much. Because you are the preeminent expert here, man.
I wouldn't say I'm that knowledgeable. I'm just, apparently my mind is a sponge, but only for a fighting game trivia. And nothing else, which sucks. I've been trying to learn. I can't learn a second language to save my fucking life. That's like high school Spanish for 4 years. I don't remember a damn thing.
Well, dude, fighting game terminology, it's its own fucking second language. Like, they had to put up a Wikipedia, or, like an encyclopedia or whatever for it online.
Yeah, the infill.glossary.net.
Yeah. Dude,
A very valuable resource
absolutely.
that may or may not become less valuable over time if more memes keep getting added to the glossary.
It's always the fucking meme, dude.
Nothing too egregious, but I do know that White Woman Sweep was one of the big highlights. Which, you know, it is a kind of a fun in-joke, but
is there those like the Mexican typhoon? Or Mexican uppercut?
Mexican uppercut, yeah. I mistimed. I messed up the Shoryuken, so I just got crouching heavy punch instead.
Which is almost as good depending on who you're playing.
Yeah.
Krauser living the fucking good life. So, I don't know. I love Krauser personally. Personally, I'd put him in S tier, but I honestly don't know if he'd be S. I don't know if he has kind of the reach or the power that Geese has. Although he did return for didn't he return for like a couple of the real bouts, like Real Bout 2 and Real
Yeah,
Bout
he's in
2?
Real Bout. He's in some of the KOF games. He doesn't generally have the popularity of Geese Howard because it's really, really hard to top Geese Howard in terms of popular SNK bosses. Literally kept bringing him back because every time Geese wasn't in the game, the fan base was asking, "Where's Geese?" And SK was like, "But he's dead." It's like, I don't care. Put him back. We want Geese.
And then they just made King of Fighters a completely different timeline. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
He can be around.
Here's an excuse to put Geese back in the game. Here's Nightmare Geese as an excuse to put Geese back in the game. And it's really weird to me that Nightmare Geese is part of KOF when he never died in KOF. That was the entire thing of why we keep putting Geese in KOF, because it's a separate timeline where Geese never actually died. He still rules Southtown.
Well, I think wasn't Geese Nightmare Geese only in 02? 02 UM.
He
02 UM and I think 11. What he wasn't. He was never a canonical character. Like they put Gainitz in 02 UM. Cause
the 98 and 2002 are explicitly non-canon.
Right, and I think 12. Yeah, 12 is essentially just a demo version of 13, right?
Yeah, 13 is basically an expansion of 12, but it is technically in the same way that, well, it's just a lesser version of 13, which is also
right. Doesn't even have a final boss though, and usually KOF is defined by the final bosses.
No final boss, too expensive. We didn't have enough time.
Absolute shame, man.
Yeah.
So
I said a million. I've said, I don't know if I'll just say this now. The defining features of KOF are having a large roster, right?
Yeah.
So starting off this project of having the most beautiful sprites you have ever seen in a fighting game, starting with KOF was a bad call. It should have started off with Art of Fighting or Veil of Fury or a game with a smaller roster, and you can then build up your next KOF roster reusing assets from those characters, right?
I'd even suggest
also, I will never forgive KOF 12 for causing Maximum Impact Regulation A2 to be canceled.
Well, hot
Maximum
damn.
Impact is so much fucking fun, dude.
Yeah, I got the first two, but I don't think the Regulation A was released in the States, was it?
No, it was Japan only.
Because you had Blue Mary and that guy from Fighters History Dynamite in it, right?
Blue Mary, yeah, Makoto Mizoguchi from Fighters History.
That he kind of blew the ball, but we love him.
Yeah, he's great. I think he's like 25 years old and he's still in high school because he's so busy saving the world that he never could graduate, so he's been repeating the same year.
Well, Kyo fucking did that for a while, didn't he?
I don't think Kyo ever actually graduated. Did he ever graduate?
Thank you for stopping by, Malone.
Hey, Malone, how you doing?
He got a new jacket. That's all I fucking know.
I remember there was one KOF game where if you beat the game with Kyo, he has a dream about getting his high school diploma. Like he's so happy, like, oh, I finally graduated high school. Oh,
it'd be like Rodney Dangerfield and back to school.
I'll have to double check. I think Kyo dropped out. Just dropped out of school.
Nah, that's fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, who cares about studies when you slain God?
You're literally saving the fucking world. You'll get his GED. That's fine. So, what would you say? Would you put Krauser in A or S tier?
Looking, I would put Krauser at the top of S. He is the gatekeeper at the top of A rank. He is the gatekeeper of the A rank. Of S rank, I mean. Yeah. So
yeah.
Put him at A. Right under
as amazing as
where he belongs.
As amazing as SNK is, and as Krauser is, and how much I actually fucking main him when I can. I don't think he has that much appeal outside of like Fatal Fury, even to the other series, much less the kind of worldwide appeal Geese has.
And that's the most unfortunate thing, because the thing about Krauser is that his biggest flaw is that he was the guy that came after Geese. That's his biggest fault. It's the Andy problem. Like, Andy is really cool, but he always plays second fiddle to Terry.
Yeah, and you got Terry, who's the host, the hero. You got Joe, who's the comic relief.
The guy who's the entire series is named after. And the Hungry Wolf.
And then you got Andy, who's just there because he's scared of commitment with, like, the hottest ninja woman out there.
Oh, no, don't get it twisted. Andy and Mai have done it. If they haven't done it, why would Andy freak out at the fake baby during the intro? Come on now.
He's like, I don't know, man.
Although the fake out of Hokutomaru was fucked up.
Oh,
Early in Mark of the Wolves, there was because of Hokuto was a Shiranui ninja. There was the idea that Hokutomaru, that's Andy and Mai's kid, and then it wasn't.
yeah, that's
And that hurts even more now because in City of the Wolves, Hokutomaru's moveset is more like Andy's. He has the Geki Shokin. He has the Kuhadan break. He has Zenakian. He has Andy's key moves. So like, what the hell is Andy gonna do now?
Yeah, plus there's the question of like, why do we need Andy or like why do we need Joe if we've got Preacher?
Okay, to be fair, Preacher and Joe have different move lists. They are not similar as say what I was of Hokutomaru and Andy or Rock. Even with Rock and Terry had to give up some of his moves so Rock could have them. Like Terry doesn't have a rising tackle anymore, except when he does EX power dunk, which is a very nice reference to Mark of the Wolves 2, because that was a move he was going to have but didn't because the game was canceled.
Right.
And yeah, I truly hope that at least some characters that were going to be in Mark of the Wolves 2 show up in City of the Wolves. I don't want it just to be a huge nostalgia wank for old Fatal Fury games, even if it is well deserved.
Yeah, I think
after getting a new game for 25 years.
I think I'm one of the few guys who's always excited to see who the new characters are. After a while, you don't see any new characters coming out. Like you see the DLC list, and it's all either guest characters or old characters who should have been in there from the beginning.
Yeah. Well, I feel like in a series that had such a long break between games, it would be better to front load the game with new characters, because people will pay for the old favorites back. But if you have all the old favorites up front and like the back half is full with these weird new characters that people are unsure on, that's harder to sell to people.
That makes sense. And like you also get the money out of them to do them later.
I mean,
with the crossover.
Dupe if I like what I paid for.
Of course. Although I do like, don't they have a thing now? Like, they can't just do mystery reveals and stuff anymore. Like, they actually have to show you what the plan is. Like, the whole.
Okay, yeah, the same thing. Okay, no, what happened is, if you're gonna have a season pass, you have to at least say what is in it. You have to say what is in it, and you have to have a presumed release date of the season pass. But like the specifics doesn't, like, it just says, oh, the season pass is going to have 4 characters and 2 stages. It doesn't have to tell me what those characters are, what the stages are, just that this is the content of the season pass.
Well, I do like that, because I don't like the blind box shit. I like to know what I'm buying. And I like to know what the plan is. So I'm very happy that's happening.
Yeah, I'm appreciative of knowing what I'm getting. Even if I'm a sucker and I was going to get it anyway because fighting game.
There you go. So, okay, we got Krauser, we got Geese. Moving on to Fatal Fury 3, and things get a little fucking weird. We're talking about the Jin brothers. Fatal Fury 1, it's where, like, hey, Geese killed my dad. I'm gonna fucking kill him.
I absolutely love how low stakes the plot to Fatal Fury 1 is. It's just a revenge story.
And then
about a guy and an asshole mobster. And that's it.
And Fatal Fury 2 is even lower. It's just, hey, I heard he's dead. I'm gonna hold a tournament, prove I was better than he was. Oh, shit.
Even more than that, it's basically Street Fighter 2. It's like, well, not Street Fighter 2, but like the concept of like, oh yeah, world tournament. Conquer the world. Fight the strongest people all around the world.
Right.
And that's really it. But the whole thing was like, yeah, no, Krauser, I'm gonna hunt down the guy that beat Geese to prove I'm stronger.
Right. And now...
Still low stakes, but yes.
And then 3 gets fucking weird.
Yeah,
because you have
magic.
Yeah, Geese survived the fall from the high rise because he had a magical scroll that brought him back to life, but it broke, or did it? And now there are these 2 small children who are possessed by ancient Chinese ghosts from thousands of years ago. Jin Chan Shu, who technically is the real final boss, and the brother Jin Chan Ray, who you face afterwards. I think if you like get a certain amount of points or you do well enough.
It's been a while. I don't remember.
You go from a traditional fighting game tournament structure, and now it's just two fucking children with ball powers.
Two
What the fuck?
magical children
Possessed by Chinese ghosts. Not gonna lie, I originally thought it was a brother and sister. I thought Jin was a woman initially, or Jianshu.
Yeah, people did think Jianshu was a girl.
The whole thing, like they did that with Xion later on.
I am gonna talk out my ass for a minute here.
All right.
I remember hearing rumors that Chanshu was originally going to be female, but it was changed at some point. I think it was because they didn't have enough time to redraw the whole sprite sheet.
Yeah, I don't fucking know what they were going with these two, then, honestly. Just two
Probably some kind of like Chinese opera or something. I don't know.
magical fucking children. And it's weird that
the
like,
reincarnation.
you only have to fight one of them unless you do good enough. Then you have to fight both of them, and they end up tearing up the scrolls of immortality, and the spirit leaves them, and then they're just Fatal Fury 3 was fucking weird.
Well, that's half correct. So from what I can remember, Geese throughout the whole Fatal Fury timeline was actually collecting the Jin Scrolls because of the Secrets of Immortality. And you're like, oh, because he wants to use the Secret of Immortality for himself. And as it turns out, no, he wants to destroy them so that nobody can use them against him. And he ends up burning them.
That's actually incredibly baller. Holy crap.
Oh yeah, he's the best.
Yeah, Geese is but
he's the fucking best.
Did the Chandrays have any appearances like outside of the like? You're almost guaranteed a shot in one of the Real Bout games if you're in the original trilogy.
They were in Real Bout. They were in Neo Geo. They were both in Neo Geo Battle Coliseum. I believe KOF 11. Wait.
Well, one of the great features about the website we're using today, thefightersgeneration.com, is that they show a list of appearances. Card Fighters, Neo Geo, Card Fighters, Dominated Mind.
Okay, not KOF 11. Okay, so that yeah. So definitely FF3, Real Bout games, and Neo Geo Battle Coliseum, and of course Card Fighters Clash.
By the way, we won't be covering.
That game's great, by the way. Play Card Fighters Clash.
We won't be covering Dominated Mind because we're just doing the Neo Geo games. But I gotta say, White is some absolute fucking bullshit, man.
You don't
just,
like the.
I don't like.
You don't like the instant.
Pulling out a fucking
you don't like him
gun.
Pulling out the gun after the match is over.
No, and just doesn't matter if you've got 2 rounds over him. It's just some dog shit, man.
I mean, look, if I got shot after beating up a guy, I wouldn't get up either. The fight's over after that.
I don't fucking. He's like Kai Heinlein with the fucking bowler hat, the cheap little bastard.
You don't like Clockwork Orange?
Nah, a bit of the old in out, as they say.
Yeah.
But what about these two? Like I think we could probably lump them together in the same tier. I don't.
Yeah,
like
you could put Sean Ray higher because he has the Go Tank's hair, and I like that.
Well, I'll go. I'd say pull John Chu higher because like that's the actual boss you gotta fight. Plus you got the bull hair. But I'd put him in C maybe because like they're not horrible. Like they fit the story. It's just a weird fucking story.
Well, they fit the story of Fatal Fury 3 and no other game before or after.
Yeah.
Although they end up getting because all of their fighting prowess was actually their ancestors and not them themselves, they end up taking Turtlage under Tong Furu. And in some alternate timeline, perhaps in a KOF game, they are probably being trained at the same time as Shune and Meiten-kun, for whatever that's worth.
Oh yeah, the guy with the floating hands. The guy who's supposed to be the new protagonist. Although Elsa is infinitely cooler.
Well, yeah, that's what KOF does. every arc brings out a new protagonist, and then a game later comes the antagonist who is way cooler.
Iori
happened
over
with Kyo
Kyo,
Iori,
Kula over
yeah,
K
Iori,
Prime,
Kula over K
Elizabeth Brandcore over Ash,
yeah,
and now Ilsa over Shuna.
yep.
So what do you say? Put them in the C, or I don't think they'd be quite D tier. Maybe C tier.
C for Chanrei, C for Chonshu.
There you go. Now we were talking about, this is a weird one. I'm not too up on this next one. But if we're going for Fatal Fury, there was a special bonus boss in the Fatal. This one might be a little harder to find, so bear with me. Find the soundtrack.
Are you talking about a certain man? Oh, the other certain man, Alfred Airhawk.
Yeah.
So
okay, who the fuck is the Airplane Man?
Airplane Man is the protagonist of Dominated Mind, and he was put in as a special secret boss in Real Bout 2. One, to advertise Dominated Mind, but also to kind of test the waters for a new protagonist for the series of Fatal Fury, because since Terry got his revenge and Geese killed Geese for real, there isn't really a reason for Terry to be the protagonist of Fatal Fury anymore. His story is over. And they later, came up with Rock, right? But,
right.
The general idea is that, well, Terry doesn't really have to be the protagonist anymore because it's not his story anymore.
So it's
Alfred Airhawk.
So they put him as a secret boss in the primary game to sell the port.
I think what happened was that they already had his assets and just made the story around him because in the arcade he wasn't that popular. So it's like, well, we have the assets, we can just make a little spin-off game over here.
So it's kind of sort of like them making Luke the last DLC character of Street Fighter V.
Yes.
They're just testing the waters with, and since I think this is his only official appearance other than First Contact, which is just portable port, it obviously didn't fucking work. Cause what the fuck is this guy? He's an airplane guy. He's still got the parachute on. Hey,
well, no, that's a long scarf. You can tell he's the protagonist because he has goggles. Because this is the 90s after all.
That's weird. I must have the fucking Mandela effect. I thought it was a parachute. No, it's just the Kamen Rider scarf.
Hey, Kamen Rider scarves are cool. I also like that he has the Neo Geo yellow, blue, and black color scheme.
Holy shit, I never noticed that. Oh my god, you're right. So they were trying to go for like a new mascot with this guy.
Yep.
Got the
Didn't work
slash
out too well.
Yeah. Because I don't think he appeared outside of these games like the Jin Brothers, or at least the Jin Brothers showed up.
As a fighter, no, it's pretty much Reeled Out and Dominated Mind.
You could kind of appreciate what they were doing with him, but Terry Bogard is fucking Terry Bogard, and he's gonna be Terry Bogarting it up for a long fucking time.
Yeah, but when the turnaround of your game is like 9 months, you can afford to do experiments like that to test the waters.
Of course, especially since it was gonna be for like that port-dominated mind. Fuck white.
Well, I mean, if the experiment would have worked, we would have seen a lot more of Alfred.
Right. It's weird. It's weird we didn't even try with it. Like, well, Street Fighter keeps fucking doing that too. Alex with 3,
yep,
he came back, but
okay,
Abel
so here's
with
the thing.
4.
Ryu was the protagonist. Guile was the protagonist of 2. Alex was the protagonist of 3. Abel was the protagonist of 4. Rashid is the protagonist of 5, and Luke is the protagonist of 6.
I thought it was weird that people consider Rashid the protagonist of 5 until I actually watched story mode, and I'm like, yeah, he's like the super hacker with the dead girlfriend or something. That makes sense.
friend that has no name, which makes everything he says very strange in a funny kind of way. I fight for my friend. Who is this friend or she?
Well, with the internet, who here doesn't have friends that they don't know the real name of, right?
Well, to be fair, Street Fighter, at the time period of Street Fighter was, I think, at the time of Street Fighter 5, it was supposed to take place in like the late 90s, where wireless technology was really starting to pop off, which is why he has all these weird gadgets, because it's prototype wireless technology and servers and stuff.
He's like a tech gizmo guru.
Yeah, he's like a tech gizmo in the year 1990 X.
Nah. So, where would we put Alfred as a boss?
I like his design, and that's all I got. I would honestly put him in D.
I'd probably have to put him in C, because, like, he's not totally useless. He's got a couple cool things about him. But they did dig.
Well, are we ranking these as characters or as bosses?
As characters, but leaning towards like, their time as bosses.
Well, that still puts him in D, because he has to compete against Krauser and Geese-Hound.
Yeah. He's had less screen time as a boss, less screen time than the Jins. I can understand that. He's not even really a boss or a bad guy. He's just supposed to like
and again,
secret
he just
protagonist.
randomly shows up. Like, there's no build up to him appearing.
You literally just see a fucking plane flying by if you're score.
Yeah, you see a plane crashing down, and then this guy
that's it.
Comes up, say, "Hey, yo, let's fight." And it's like Terry's like, "Hell yeah, I'm looking for a good fight." You also have to remember, a slight against me personally, this guy shows up as the rival to Terry in the game that introduced Rick Stroud. So, doubly fuck this guy.
Real bout 2.
I mean, I like him. I like Alfred, but also fuck that guy.
And the two original playable characters that they introduced in the game, Li Xiaofeng, or whatever her name is, the dumpling girl, they bring her fucking back all the time.
Li Xiaofeng and Rick Stroud, yes.
Who knows, man? Maybe Rick Stroud for like season 4 or something.
I have thought about this for a while. If I had the choice to choose between Rick Stroud or Jess Young, who is the young boxer who was going to be in Mark of the Wolves 2, that kind of looks like Lauren Kahak from Turn A Gundam, because the character designs for Turn A Gundam were designed by Bengus, who worked at Capcom and made Street Fighter designs. I would rather take Jess Young over Rick Stroud. I can handle not having Rick Stroud if I get Jess Young.
I don't know.
But if I have to choose between Rick Stroud and Vanessa, fuck Vanessa. I want Rick Stroud.
I
know that Vanessa is better and cooler and hotter, but I want Rick Stroud.
I just keep pulling for Michael Max because no one else remembers who he fucking is. If you're gonna put a boxer, bring him back.
You are never getting Michael Max.
Yeah, well,
ever.
Either him
or at the very least,
either him or Temjin.
At the very least, Michael Max gets the cameo in KOF 15. He gets that at least.
Cool. So that
one minor thing about Michael Max that I want to bring up. One of my favorite things is you always fight Michael Max on the beach stage, and one of my favorite things is using stages to characterize your fighters.
Right.
And if you notice, you fight him on a beach, a boxers which are defined by having really steady footing, and the idea that this boxer is so good at his footing, he can fight you in a beach in sand that has no friction and fight just as well normally as anyone else could normally would. It's like that scene in when you Ed's introduction scene in World Tour where he's fighting in a train, and the train's all shaking around, but because he's a boxer, he's got perfectly fine footing anywhere. It's one of those like minor things of like using the stage to help define your character.
You can tell a lot of
effort. Michael Max is neat. I like his yellow hoodie. I like that he's kind of Ali-ish before Mickey Rogers came in Art of Fighting 2 and was also Ali-ish, so whatever.
I don't know why they say Card Fighters Clash in here. Everyone was in fucking Card Fighters Clash. They're just trying to pad his resume, I guess. So that takes care of Fatal Fury, real about Fatal Fury. And then, several years later, we got the original of the Wolves game, Garou Mark of the Wolves. And we got
Well,
this was.
kind of.
What do you mean?
In Japan, the Fatal Fury series in Japan was always called Garo Densetsu, Legend of the Hungry Wolf, which is of course Terry. Because Terry's story is over, and and Rock is a new main character, the name of the series was changed to just Garo. But the
Sense.
title, for some reason, was never changed outside of Japan, and just internationally it's known as Garo, which creates a lot of mild annoyance to me when people are like, "Hey, let's play Garo," and I'm like, "Which one?" And you're like, "Garo, which one?" "Oh, you mean Mark of the Wolves, right?" Because I'm so used to calling it Garo Densetsu, because whenever I try to call it Fatal Fury, I always fuck up and say Final Fight and get the two mixed up every single time. So I just call it Garo Densetsu to avoid the slip up.
That makes sense. But yeah, we got Kane Heinlein.
Even
No relation to artist or author Robert Heinlein. He's something different, like kind of similar to looking to Geese, kind of not, more kind of a. You kind of get
very mob boss.
Yeah, you get the kind of feel between Kane and Krauser and Geese. The fucking bad guys living the high life. You got the friends in high places and everything.
Yep.
But what always kind of threw me is that he
And-
kind of looks like Andy. I
never
keep
thought about that.
I keep trying to figure out who Andy Bogart's father is. It's like fucking Eric Cartman. It's a mystery.
It's a mystery that will never be explained.
Who dumped the Bogart boys on Jeff's doorstep? We need to fucking know.
I feel like at this point it's better to have us not know, because there is no answer that could be satisfactory. So I'd rather have it remain a mystery.
You know, that's fair enough.
Just another pair of orphans in a city full of them.
That makes sense. So we got Kane here, and kind of classy, elegant, but they didn't do a lot with him into Kine. Yeah, it's fucking. I keep fucking it up. It's Kine, isn't it?
Oh, don't worry, it gets even dumber. Because if we remember, his best friend Grant isn't his real name. His real name is Abel. So we have Cain and Abel, but his name is still pronounced Cain, and they make sure of that too, because even in City of the Wolves, with the native English announcer, his name is still pronounced as Cain, and not Cain.
That's fucking weird. But yeah, I believe, like with the home port or whatever port I have on my little Neo Geo Mini, you can play as him. He's got kind of an interesting tool set, like with the vertical, or like the angled fireballs and everything. He's got some cheap. He can be a cheap bastard if necessary.
But every zoner, and he has the guard crush clip.
But if you're going for a cheap bastard to take over where Geese left off, so to speak, you could do worse. I like his style, but he actually has a fucking skin in the game, I guess is the say. He's his sister is Geese's baby mama, right?
Yes.
I mean, there's probably a classier way to put it, but that's what it fucking is.
It really is.
Yeah. So he does actually have a tie to Rock, and at the end of Mark of the Wolves, Rock actually goes off with Kind to see what he could see, to learn the fucking secrets and everything.
Yeah, because Rock somehow, I'll just leave it at somehow, Rock somehow thought his mom died. When he meets up with Kine at the end of Mark of the Wolves, Kine's like, "Hey, Rock, what if I told you your mom was still alive?" And Rock's like, "What, huh?" But the entire reason why I hate Geese so much is because he killed my mom. It's like, well, what if you didn't? What if she's still alive? Not. And would you like to go, go meet her, go catch up? It's like, oh, well, okay, yeah, I'll catch up to you later, Tara. And Tara's like, yeah, sure, man. I'll see you around.
And 26 years later, they actually do catch up.
It's really more like 1 year, but it really felt like 26, huh?
Yeah. So, and it's not a spoiler to say because this is actually in the promotional video Salvador Ganache put out for Terry and Joe. But yeah, Rock's mother is in fact alive. But like I said, it's not spoiling anything. That was in the Salvador Ganache video.
But it's also in the lore, the official SNK lore recap video.
Right. What I find interesting though is that in that video she's being protected by Mr. Big Guy, who's not even going to be a playable character until like next fucking year.
Yeah, I hope that gets explained. Because I know that there was some connection between Mr. Big and Geese, but it was, to my knowledge, it was never really official. There were just a bunch of snippets from a bunch of different things, and the home ports for like the Genesis and SNES ports added extra lore, tying net and Street Smart too, and like Art of Fighting 1, but none of those may not be canon because they were technically ports, and we don't know if they were written by the same guys or whatever. It's a mess.
I still like the idea that Mr. Big just went back to Southtown to piss on Geese's grave, and then like he got swept up in everything.
I mean, well, yeah, because it is well known that as corrupt and as much of an asshole Geese was, he was keeping things together. The death of Geese caused a massive power vacuum in the underground of Southtown, and that's one of the that's partially part of the premise of where Duke comes from in the Maximum Impact games. It's like, oh yeah, he was another underground crime boss. Like, yeah, I'm going to take up this power vacuum that Geese left behind.
Yeah, everyone's just fucking going at it, and Kind's the one who ends up coming out on top.
Yes, sir. And
where would we put him? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
One thing I want to bring up is that the Cain and Abel reference that I made was not made in a vacuum. I don't know if it's there. See if you can find it. There is quite a bit of Christian iconography with Cain. There is one of his wind pose has him with his hands spread out.
There you go. Right
and the fire, no, in animation, has his hands spread out, and the flame that's surrounding him is in the shape of a cross. That is, curiously, not in City of the Wolves, but it's in Mark of the Wolves.
See if we got any here.
I'll tell you how to see it. Next page. Next page.
There it is.
Yep.
There you go.
Yep. And his whole getup kind of makes him look like an evil beast. If you made his colors like black, like the robes, he kind of looks like an evil priest. And I think that's always a good look.
Yeah.
Well, relatively mild mannered, good spoken, evil son of a bitch.
Like he knows what to say, to get you to do his bidding. Like he held on to that tidbit about Rock's mother being alive until Rock was about to pump the absolute shit out of him.
Well, but also his grand ambition is to create poverty in Second South, which is a gentrified version of Southtown after all the crazy shit that went down, because he grew up as an orphan in the slums. Him and Grant. Abel. Him and Grant grew up as orphans in the slums, much like Terry and Andy did. And he's like, these fucking rich assholes who have never known struggle or strife, they can never truly understand what it means to be alive. So I'm going to ungentrify this entire fucking town so that they can understand what fear is.
Oh, that is so complex and so fucking deep, man. I like it.
Right.
I
One minor thing.
I def yeah.
One also minor thing. This is has not. This is not officially canon anyway, but he has black flames,
Yeah.
right? Very dark purple black flames. Can you name another SNK character that has something like that?
Rochi,
That has
Iori.
Yeah.
Mm.
I
And the Jin Brothers
there was
stage wasn't the Jin Brothers stage like multi-headed snakes or something?
I I believe it was a dragon, but I do remember, yeah, there was something on the pillars there. Yeah, there was a rumor going around that because I think this was around the time before we knew Yamazaki was part of the Hakeshu, which is the Orochi cult.
Yeah, that
There
was
was
a weird
an idea
pick.
going around that Kain was actually going to be a member of the Hakeshu because you could see it in the flames and his grand ambition and all that stuff. And I mean, obviously that's not canon anymore, but it was just an interesting thing to point out there, especially when you consider about how Rock and his tainted, how he always talks about his tainted blood when his dad was just a mobster.
Ooh, yeah.
The evil blood of a corrupt police chief, right? He talks as if he's a member of the Yakasani tribe with like the cursed bloodline, but he doesn't. So it's just one of those weird interconnected things going on between KOF and Fatal Fury that never really went anywhere.
And then they just decided to go with the guy with the snake arms who screams a lot.
Yeah, his lore is that he's actually so insane that Orochi has no power over him. He can't control him. He's too much of a wild card.
My head canon is that he was gonna be doing the Hakushi death cult thing, but Geese is able to pay him so much fucking money. He's like, nah, fuck it, I'll take the cash.
I think Yamazaki is only there to collect the scrolls and just kill whoever gets in his way.
Yeah,
because I'm pretty sure that in the intro where Dark Destiny once again outstretches its icy grip, you see Yamazaki in a warehouse with some bodies thrown around him, and I don't remember who those bodies were. Because I remember for the longest time thinking that those were Ripper and Hopper, but I don't know for sure.
So where would we go ahead and put Kai? Like, I'm kind of torn between B level and A level because he has a cool fucking design and it is an interesting plot, but you only really see him in City and Mark.
True. I have a bias for boss characters who are zoners because it's such a very easy way to make the cheapest hateable. Thing. It's such an easy and effective way to make a boss character hateable is making a zoner. Yeah. It's why JP is so effective in Street Fighter 6.
I'd personally put him in as an A. Absolutely.
I would definitely put him in A.
Alright. So I'm and it doesn't matter if we're biased because it's our fucking tier list. Like if you want to,
yeah, true. But I want to at least be somewhat objective.
Of course. If you're interested,
because I'm trying to factor because I'm looking at this, but I'm also looking at all these other characters, and I'm trying to piece this list together in my head.
Right.
Because I don't know if we're gonna have free reign to move these around later, and I feel like that's a coward move. So I want to make sure that my first impression is the correct one for me.
We're just setting up the next song. Alright, so we got ahead and did Fatal Fury. Let's go ahead and go back a couple decades, canonically. I think it's like the 70s, 80s, and take care of Art of Fighting.
Yes, if I remember right, the idea is that Art of Fighting takes place during the 70s. Fatal Fury takes place during... Yeah, Fatal Fury takes place during the 80s. KOF takes place during the 90s until it doesn't anymore. And that's and Bariki 1 is like 99. Very specifically 99.
Now, I was gonna do a little thing telling you, oh, guess who this guy is? No, the fucking page for Mr. Karate redirects to Takuma Sakazaki. So that's blown right now. But Art of Fighting 1, the final boss. Dude with the fucking Tengu mask. He's just... How about... I heard the guy's name was Mr. Karate when I first played this on the Super Nintendo. And I'm like, really? That's it? Your name is just Karate? You're some karate guy?
Not just any karate, but Kyokugen karate.
Mr.
That's
Karate.
absolute karate. And don't forget it, Dweebenheimer.
I can survive anything, even... Oh shit, wait, wrong game. So yeah, you fight Mr. Big, you fight all these wackos to get your sister and or girlfriend back. Not and or, it's your sister or your girlfriend. The two different fucking things. Two different characters. And the last guy you fight looks suspiciously like one of your protagonists wearing a Tengu mask.
Wearing a Tengu mask and a black gi.
And a black gi. This is Mr. Karate.
And you know, it's not my that's Rio.
Oh yeah.
That version of Mr.
Mr.
Karate,
Karate
that's
2. That's from
Maximum.
MI. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Karate 2. He took up the mantle. It's so good. So it's not my place to say this, but can you think of another character from another game who is a dark karate master in a black gi and serves to be the final test of the protagonist, who uses the same style but a stronger, more powerful version of it?
You know, it's kind of in the back of my mind. I can't think of it right now, but I'm sure it'll be a coming to me later.
It's never been officially confirmed, but there is a, Capcom and
the end of SVC Chaos, it is confirmed, essentially. Look who the final boss.
Well, yeah,
he comes back in SVC.
Well, I meant like in the idea that part of the reason why Akuma exists at all is because of Mr. Karate. That's what I was getting at.
So I don't know, like as Takuma Sakazaki, it's kind of interesting to have the dad. It's the dad all along being forced by Geese and Mr. Big to kidnap his own daughter. That whole fucking thing. Yeah. But as kid playing, like, oh no, the final boss is just me with a mask, I felt a little disappointed. And then you beat him, and he's like, oh, this man is our, end the fucking game.
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. It's.
That is some dumb fucking shit.
I mean, again, for a game that was not supposed to have a sequel, that's a pretty good twist.
Well,
it ends on like the biggest cliffhanger.
Yeah, and but it's so. All of these are talking about no Mr. Karate, but it's so goofy
what
that.
If you look up SVC Chaos, Mr. Karate, does that also bring up Takuma?
I believe so, because I got pictures of him here. Here.
Well, because there's two of them. There's the
serious
regular
Mr.
version,
Karate.
final boss version. Okay. Okay, I was under the assumption that serious Mr. Karate was actually a real Tengu.
Well, sometimes they make him different, sometimes they don't. But I believe that.
Well, because things like SVC Chaos actually takes place during the Rapture. I think it takes place in Hell, actually. Like the entire thing.
I have been or Hell. It depends on. No, I don't see serious Mr. Karate listed here.
Alright, that's fair. You can go back to Takuma. So we're ranking this very specifically on Art of Fighting 1, Mr. Karate.
His appearances wherever he's a final boss. So Art of Fighting, and then also lumping SVC Chaos.
Can I cheat and put KOF 13 as part of that too? Considering how overwhelmingly of a character he was in that game.
Yeah, but he's not a final boss though, right? It's
He may as well be though. Let's be real here.
It's Shadow Ash, like Ash Crimson, but covered in ink.
No, it's Psyche. It's Ash's dad.
Oh. Yeah, it's Psyche, but then you fight Evil Ash. Like, isn't he possessing Ash, or?
I thought that was still Psyche. I thought that was like the true form of Psyche or something, or the thing that was controlling.
Psyche. Why am I trying to remember it? We can fucking look it up right now. This lovely website, the FightersGeneration.com, has this massive compendium of all these amazing characters. Here it is, Dark Ass.
Okay.
Final boss of 13, initially referred to as Dark Ass. He's a fusion of the two. Ash attacks him from behind, and Psyche's influence takes it, so he's in his fucking brain. Psyche becomes the brain worms.
More possession, got it.
Yeah. Don't have to do new sprites for the character, a little bit fucking cheap.
Hey, we call that asset reuse. That's smart.
There you go. They do it in RPGs all the time back in the day.
Exactly.
So,
I mean, hell, it's going on in Sea of the Wolves. You've seen those NPCs. You've seen some familiar techniques there.
Oh yeah.
I love the idea. It's not true, but I do love that one of those female ninjas is literally just Leona. It's not, but let's pretend that it is, because that'd be really fun.
Bring my fucking Oshi back someday. You put her in that series. Better do her some fucking respect, man. Because that was the last tier list I did, was me and Malone doing the best of women of KOF. And Leona, Mai, Angel, S tier. Absolutely.
That's a good list.
So, Mr. Karate is a little hard. Like, as far as the story goes, it is important that he is the protagonist's father. And as Takuma, he continues in the story and in the rest of the series, KOF and everything. But as Mr. Karate, it's just Fatal Fury 1, or Art of Fighting 1, and then SVC Chaos. So, I don't know. I feel a little weird on where to put him.
Okay, this is specifically Takuma's version of Mr. Karate, right? We're not counting Mr. Karate 2, Rio?
Right, because Bariki 1, the final boss, was silver.
True, yeah. Well, he's an overwhelmingly difficult fight in both of those games he's in. So that has to count for something. If we're talking SNK bosses, I mean, Mr. Karate goes up there. Even the nerfed playable version of Mr. Karate in KOF 13 was as devastating as a boss fight. So
would you say maybe a B?
Yeah, B is a really good place to put him.
And then next one is kind of interesting. I think this is the only time. Gotta fucking type this up. I should have planned this out beforehand. Live fucking TV, am I right?
Hey, we do it live, man.
Yeah, we fucking go. I write it and we do it live. I think this is the first time I've ever seen a guy who was a sub-boss in the first game actually become technically the final boss of the second game. And that is my man, Mr. Big. If I can find him on the fucking list.
Mr. Big.
Big, bald, beautiful bastard with a little fucking drum into your skull. Just look at that play. He's got the fucking Andrew Anthony Tate handbook down pat, or whatever you fucking call it. One of the original...
Don't ask me, man.
The guy who originally ran Southtown for... Did I get the fucking loop this time? I keep forgetting the loop. There we go, it's loop. Guy who... And then Geese came in, and he was kind of like Geese's henchman for a while, and tried to kill him in 96, because he's just that fucking baller. The main thing I remember about him, like, when he was a sub-boss in Art of Fighting 1, he couldn't jump for some reason. Like, maybe he's...
Yeah, he could not jump. But, you know, you fought him, he doesn't need to.
Yeah, he's so fucking tall. I guess that's why they call him Mr. Big. You come for humor on the Amanda Splatts project. You're coming to the wrong.
Did you ever get a close look at his art in the Obari or his official render? His coat, just the coat.
Oh,
I mean, it's not a fur coat anymore, but the collar just has the word "big" in it, just over and over and over again.
Oh, Masami Abara, he's not fucking subtle. He's not. But it's
He's
very
not, and we love him for it.
Yeah, I watched Voltage Fighter Go, Kaiser. Against everyone.
I did not watch it, but I played the game, and those some Obari fucking designs.
Yeah. Just don't watch the anime, and if you do, like, watch out for the platonic twins. Like, holy shit, that got fucking strange. But yeah, when you think kind of a mob boss or a crime boss, Mr. Big is more what you might think of. Like, kind of traditional, like cigar smoking, bald, big, badass woman hanging around.
Yeah, he is a very stereotypical big boss guy, and I like him more as a design for it, because I don't like that Art of Fighting 2 and King of Fighters Neo Wave are the only games where you get to fight final boss skis in the mobster suit, because that's technically when he's still a corrupt police chief.
Oh yeah, the with the little vest and everything.
Yeah, you don't really get a lot of opportunities to fight as or against mobster geese specifically. So I like sharply dressed suave guys beating ass. A very specific thing. I just think is a really cool visual.
Well, there's something about a nice suit. Yeah, and on foot that kind of has like I was talking
a nice fur coat.
Like, I was talking to Malone about my own created characters for the Mahavra story last night. Out of 5 of my characters, 3 of them are women in suits, so maybe I have a type.
Women in suits is a good type to have.
Here fucking go. Vice and Mature fit that bill. Kind of.
Vice and Mature and Vanessa. Hell yeah, Vanessa.
It's Sea Viper, but you can't win them all. So,
Beatrice from Rumblefish 2.
Oh, yeah. Didn't they recently release the Rumblefish games 1 and 2? Because they were kind of locked on, like, the Neos wave or the Atmos wave or something, right?
The Atomus wave.
Yeah.
Rumblefish 2 did get a Dreamcast. I don't remember if Rumblefish 1... No. Okay, I remember one of the Rumblefish games got a Dreamcast port, and the other one got a PS2. But again, those were, like, locked for a while, and then just out of nowhere they came back. And for Rumblefish 2, you had to, the boss characters were DLC, and then they re-released the game with them in the main game, and I don't remember if the old one was delisted or not.
It was fucking shoulder pads.
She kind of Beatrice here is kind of like the prototype Sea Viper, because Rumblefish was made by Dimps, and Dimps also made Street Fighter 4. And her thing is that Beatrice is fighting with a suit that gives her powers, like Sea Viper does. And because one of the big things about Rumblefish was battle damage, as you fight, the suit breaks. She's wearing like this cool leotard underneath, like Cammy.
That's cool. Well, it's like a prototype. It's like Harry, Ness, and Cool appearing in Fallen Angels before KOF 99.
Yeah.
You see those similarities.
I'm gonna be a bit blasphemous to say that I like Harry and Ness more than Maxima.
I do too. I don't like the whole fucking old Elvis guy, old Elvis robot. Makes no fucking sense. But you got Harry Ness, who's like a military guy who actually has limited use of projectiles because they cost the government money. That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, and then you do his super, and he just unloads all his entire payload. It's so good.
I heard some.
Grabs you by the scruff of your neck and just bam, 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 bam.
I heard a long time ago they were gonna like re-release it with like the 4 incomplete characters, but like nothing fucking came of that.
Never happened out of that.
It's a damn shame.
Nah. Yeah, because the Dark Fallen Angels was never officially completed. And so there was like, oh yeah, I think it was Exa, maybe. They were like, oh yeah, we'll get in touch with Psycho and we'll finish the game. And then that just didn't happen.
That's a fucking shame, man. It had so much promise, too.
It's the game is just really cool. And sometimes that's all you want. I just want a game that looks rad as shit.
Plus, you know, the sub-boss Trigger, he's just the cheapest fucking guy ever. He just keeps shooting you again and again and again. And you think it can't get any cheaper? And then Carlos with that giant fucking sword, reaching across the screen to kick your ass. So, where would we put Mr. Big?
I like Mr. Big quite a lot.
Yeah, me too.
He has one of my favorite themes in all of KOF. Although, like, definitely, I love Dustin from KOF 96.
Oh yeah,
one of my, specifically even the arcade version, not even the arcade version. It's so nice. Like one of my favorite KOF songs.
And even in KOF 1 for the Super Nintendo, he has an exclusive theme that's really fucking good.
In Art of Fighting, I think it's in Art of Fighting 1 for the Super Nintendo. He also gets like a really cool rearrange of his the Blue Moon Factory stage that I think is better than Neo Geo version.
Yeah, it's good. It's fucking great.
Yeah.
I'd personally, just because my own bias, I would put him in A. I think he is cooler than Takuma.
He is cooler than Takuma. I'm hesitating a bit because I kind of want to see what he does in City of the Wolves for a final ranking, but you know, unfortunately, I do not have access to a time machine, so I can't do that.
Yeah, we haven't data mined that particular thing yet.
Yeah. The thing though is that Mr. Big's moveset, like his toolkit, is just kind of lame. He doesn't really do anything spectacular. He's just really cool looking, right? And as a fight, he's even outside Art of Fighting 1, where he's like supposed to be like the boss character, he's not like super. He's not like in the topper echelon of like bullshit bosses. He's just a cool looking guy.
Yeah.
And there is a lot of value in that for me specifically because I like cool looking characters. But he's definitely better than Taken. But would you really put him on the same level as Kain?
That's a good fucking question. I would, just because of the history there, how long he survived, and how he's still relevant after all this time. And being in a completely... He's from Art of Fighting, and he's still relevant in City of the Wolves, Fatal Fury, to this day.
True, yeah. I need to put him in the A for now. I would put him at the top of B, personally.
You'd put him with Takuma? Or Mr. Karate?
I put him over Takuma because I'm trying to think about what other characters we put in B. And
Wyler.
You know, of that list, I'd say...
I'll spoil it. The next one is fucking Wyler. I would put him in D.
I might be able to negotiate the bottom of C, but we'll see. Yeah, when we get there. You can put him at the bottom of A. I mean that. I still don't know if I put him on console, but we'll see how this list fills out.
Right. Because we got other series as well. Okay, so
True, we do.
AOF 3. Now, gotta pull it up. I misspelled it. Cause my eye is fucking going already.
I'll speed this up then.
Yeah. Well, no, we don't got to speed it up, man. I'm off for the next 2 days. I'm good. We can go as long as you want.
Listen, when I said I could talk about this all day, I wasn't joking.
I know. That's why I picked you to do this, man. Exactly why I
You should have picked me to start this earlier than 8 o'clock at night.
I didn't get off of work till like 6, so this is about as early as I could have done it. But yeah,
Fair enough.
Art of Fight, just like Fatal Fury 3 got weird, Art of Fighting 3 got fucking weird. Like, they completely changed things up, and it almost feels like they're trying to do a 2D Tekken with the over luxurious animations and everything.
I can explain this. It's 2D Virtua Fighter.
Ah.
It has like down attacks, everything, counter hits, all cause knockdowns like Virtua Fighter does. It is impossible to properly explain how Virtua Fighter changed not just video games but technology as a whole. Its influence is insurmountable. But to keep things related to Art of Fighting here, technically, this game, Art of Fighting 3, is actually a spin-off. In Japan, it's called Art of Fighting Gaiden, because it's not following the main plot. This is following Robert's story.
Yeah.
So it's technically meant to be like kind of a spin-off. We get to not have a time skip, but just like, oh yeah, what's going on in Robert's neck of the woods here? And we get to have all these characters, all these locations that Rio and his whole thing wouldn't have any real reason to go for. And that's why the roster is almost entirely new.
I almost feel like the only reason people remember 3 these days is because of Kasumi Choco. Like I think she's the only real success story from this game.
I would even argue that Kasumi Toto's popularity eclipses Art of Fighting to the extent that people don't even remember that she's from this game. She's like the more... She's like, Morgan isn't the correct context, considering the archetype of character that she is, but it's like one of those things where like, Morgan is more popular than Darkstalkers. Right?
Right.
More people know Morgan from Marvel versus games than actually her own game Darkstalkers, in which, by the way, she's not even the main character of. Dimitri is the main character of Darkstalkers, because the series in Japan is called Vampire, which, again, Morgan is a succubus, not a vampire. Not that you'll be able to tell with all the bats on her fucking tits, but, you know, whatever.
Well, there you go, man.
So,
there you fucking go.
So, why?
Wow, what the fuck is with this guy? He's just a large man.
Okay, so... it's been a long time since I paid any attention to the plot of Art of Fighting 3.
Well,
but from what I can...
Luckily, Fighter Generation, most of the pages actually have the bios as well. So this guy was working on an Elixir fucking Jekyll and Hyde thing. There's data about it. And his sister Freya sent her old childhood friend Robert Garcia because she's worried about Wyler. Wyler gets the elixir, takes it, turns into a large man, but his brain is a childlike state.
Yes. He reverts when you beat him at the end of the arcade run. The serum wears off, and his mental state regresses back to that of a child. And Freya, who feels bad for Wyler and kind of like this whole thing that happened, decides to take care of him.
Ah, how sweet.
Yeah, and her theme song, which is also what's it, Liberation Hallucination. You know, you can't be any less subtle than that. Is like also her theme song is also the credits song, and it's so good and so sad. But okay, Wyler. I mean, the hulking out part is kind of fun. He is when you play as Wyler, he is hilariously overpowered to the point that even in Japan, there are Wyler only tournaments, and all you do is just jab, just spam A, because on counter hit it knocks down. No, it launches and it combos into itself.
So they weren't even fucking trying to be balanced with this guy. They just big, overpowered, fucking monster of a man.
He is hilarious, dude. Playing him, watching, he is so fucking funny. But yeah, as a character, he, whatever, right? Big. Oh yeah, where's. No, I thought there was one where he takes the potion and hulks out. He has a hurricane upper. That's kind of neat.
Yeah, but a couple people.
That's all I got, man.
I don't know. I don't fucking like this guy for some reason. Like,
well, it's less of an upper and more like a really the ultimate. He just bitch slaps a tornado at you. That's kind of fun.
So you're saying he can slap a tornado when he can dry up a sea?
He can slap a tornado. Yeah.
Oh, I was scared you.
Up a sea,
I was scared you weren't gonna get that reference. That's awesome.
Come on, V1. Come on, man.
You fucking go. Although I really did think a lot of the early Broken Matt Hardy stuff was really fucking cool too. Like during the whole COVID era, it was a really smart.
I was out of wrestling at the time, but everything I heard about it is that was an amazing gimmick. But I was not into wrestling. I was out of wrestling.
But he leaned 100% into the camp and embraced the fucking campiness and schlockiness of it, and because of that, it was fucking beautiful.
Wrestling at its core is carny bullshit that is meant to scam you out of your money.
Hell yeah.
Wrestling should have more dumb shit in it.
One of the reasons I love Bray Wyatt so much is one of my RIP Wyndham Rotunda, one of my big inspirations for even doing this. Because just it's a horror movie, but it's in fucking professional wrestling.
Is he the one that did like the what's it, the Ringu, like the crawling upside down backwards?
Oh yeah, the crab walk. Yeah.
Okay.
And then it was the Fiend and everything, and then the Firefly Funhouse. He was able to reinvent himself a few different times. It was real fucking cool. Yeah, Weiler. Did they ever do anything with him after Fatal Fury 3?
No.
I don't even remember them like mentioning him.
No, as a boss fight, and he's whatever. His theme's pretty cool. Well, but that's a little really. Art of Fighting 3 has a lot of leitmotifs in the soundtrack, so like the three main characters, which are Robert, Rio, and Weiler, all get multiple stages with their own motifs in it. Right. And you fight Weiler in his father's graveyard. There's a lot of cool things surrounding Weiler, but none of that managed to go to him.
Yeah. He's
just funny. Hulking out is funny. The regressing back into a child, that's funny. Playing as him and just spamming jab and doing 40% combos off of a counter hit jab, that's funny. But I
kind of feel like maybe I don't know if D would be just like completely useless. Fucking bad idea. You think there's maybe enough stuff going on around the periphery to him to move him up to a C, or would we like put him in the level of like the Jin brothers?
Well, Weiler's the official reason why Yuri and Robert got together as a couple, so that's maybe, does that count for anything?
Well, I will admit, it kind of convinced me, man. It looked like, as a character, he's kind of bored, but there's enough cool stuff going on around him that, yeah, I think it would at least elevate him above fucking Airplane Alfred, or whatever his fucking name is.
We'll see. I might demote him, but for now, yeah, bottom C is a pretty good place for him.
So now let's try to do what to do. Like, I was gonna leave KOF for last because that's where a lot of the iconic ones are. Let's do. Let's do Savage Rain / Kazuna Encounter. Oh, it keeps playing.
Yeah, Fuin.
Yeah, the Fuin, and then the Fuin Super Tag Battle, or whatever it is. So, I gotta be careful. I picked Leo and not King Lion. It's weird because
King Lion. Okay, King Lion is the normal character. King Leo, who is also you might be able to find him under Shishio, because he also I think in Japan he's known as Shishio.
Oh yeah, Shin Shishio.
Yeah.
It's weird. Like, I think we came up with this error before, where they don't have him listed as King Leo in the directive, but they do have him listed as Shin Shishio. So the blue one, the red one is the
blue
real
one's the normal one.
The King Leo, the boss of Savage Rain, which is another game where you're jumping around foregrounds and backgrounds, but it gets a lot fucking weirder.
Yeah, instead of background and foreground, you're finding like upper and lower elevation.
And you can throw shit at other people also. You're not just
yeah,
jumping
you can
at them.
drop. Yeah, I think in Michael Mack's stage, the wrestler guy, the alternate plane is like the stage lights, and you can kick down the lights and stuff. It's a goofier, more extreme take of what Fatal Fury was doing, and I like it a bit more because of that, even if it doesn't play as good.
But
Also, I love that fucking art. That one in the middle, that's one for Neo Geo Battle Coliseum. I love that art for King Lion.
yeah, where King Lion's a playable character, and then Leo is one of the bosses.
Yeah,
although,
King
like,
Leo is the
him and Neo Dio. You don't the versions you get to play when you unlock them. They're not the actual boss versions. They're like nerfed.
they're nerfed, but still quite good.
Or you could be
I
fucking
love,
Goodman and kick everyone's ass with your flaming monkey.
I could, but why would I want to do that when I could pick King Lion and counter everything with dynamite?
Dynamite Topper! But basically,
yeah,
what is the story though? Like, King Leo is the red one, he's the boss, and King, I believe he's like a shadow clone or something. Oh, he's an imposter.
I honestly don't.
The blue one is an imposter, the red one, King Lion participates in the tournament and uses the name King Lion as an element of intimidation, but it really wants to take the... So, the blue one, King Lion, is a henchman of the red one, King Leo, the legendary fighter who got bored of the fighting circuit and silently disappeared. And then he fucking came back and like, hey baby, why are you running away from me? I just got deloused. And it's like, I feel weird about this one, because like I thought like it was like his like secret identity or like Shin Akuma. No, it's two different
The secret
people.
identity of himself? What?
King Lion is just like King Leo's body double.
Okay.
Regardless,
Look, I just saw big
Jack muscle man with a huge fucking sword. And that sword
armor,
is
sword,
cheap
the
as hell.
gloves, the fucking look at that fucking hair, dude.
This guy is as a character he's fucking badass.
This dude is cash money, dude.
Dude walks up in the club with the fucking sword, cuts your ass in half. And he comes back for the sequel as a sub-boss. Kazuna Encounter is one of my favorite fighting games of all time. I believe it's one of the first games I played on my channel. It's fucking great. Like, it's only got 10 characters, but that's all you really need. So, yeah, big Jack crime boss, huge fucking sword. He's named after a fucking lion. And he's fun to use too, because like he got the big fucking sword, and he got the boxing gloves too. So like even if he doesn't have the sword,
the sword also has fireballs and the biggest overhead known to man with the Earth Shaker.
The Earth Chopper. Oh, Chopper.
Earth Shaker.
And he just fucking throw multiple swords at you, and then it just punch you in the face a few times. It's goofy, but it's goofy to a point where it's like loops around to being completely fucking badass. I love this guy.
And he's got the dynamite count. Dynamite! Oh, he's so much fun.
He's fucking cool. I like him. I like him.
Although I didn't play a lot of Savage right now. My image of him is mostly from Neo Geo Battle Coliseum. Like, he's up there with like Yuki and I as like characters that I wish were in KOF.
Yeah.
Like, fuck this.
And then for some reason they chose Jawser instead to get to him a little bit. But he's almost kind of a icon in SNK too. Like you will see him here and there all around.
Oh yeah, you'll see
Fucking
him
awesome.
all around, all over the screen in KOF 11.
Oh yeah.
We'll get to that later. I am heavily biased. I love King Lion so much.
I
don't
do.
care if he is I don't care if he is a black hole
Shit, that's the wrong one.
in the Paragon, the pantheon of SNK bosses. I don't care.
I think he's a fucking badass.
Non-entity.
Yeah,
I love him so much.
Yeah.
He's so cool.
I'll admit, like he's not on the level of Geese.
If you could compress all of 80s anime into one character, it is King Lion.
It is so over the top. It is so cheesy. That's why it's so fucking cool. I'd say he is definitely a solid A tier. As much as I love him, I don't think I'd put him on the level of like Geese, but he is fucking badass in his own right.
I want to be fair and put him at top of B. Because again, I'm like, okay, would you really put him on the same level as Krauser? I mean, he kind of has the same aesthetic of Krauser. Big guy.
Well, Krauser has had a lot more appearances and everything, and got kind of a similar general motif. Big, burly, badass wrestling.
Yeah, the gold armor, right?
Right.
Voiced by BJ Love.
I keep seeing that name, or hearing that name.
Yeah. As much as I do love Shishio, and as much fun as I find him personally, I would put him at the top of it. I can't, in good conscience, put him on the same level as Kai or Krauser.
Well, you put him in S?
Fuck man, I could put him in S plus if I wanted to. Like in terms of like the characters I just have the most fun playing, like he would be an S plus, but we don't have that ranking, so no, we're not doing that, Splats.
Doing what?
I saw you hovering that upper. No, I'll leave it to you personally. I would put him at the top of.
I would put him in like he doesn't have the kind of like worldwide appeal that Geese has. Geese is a fucking icon, but he is definitely solidly.
Well, the problem is that you can't set Geese as the standard because you have to level your expectations here. You can't have because like if you were comparing all of these characters in their impact or popularity or just general popularity in accordance to Geese, then this tier list wouldn't exist. It would just be the giant picture of Geese and then no one else gets a turn because he's fucking Geese. Maybe Rugal would be next to him, maybe, and that's an if. But like again, I'm trying to not just let my own biases control the tier list. Because again, I am trying to chart out where the rest of these characters go in relation to where we already put other characters. Right?
Well, personally, I think he's a fucking badass. He is at minimum A tier. I just don't know, like, because his main appearances were in Savage Rain and Kazuna Encounter. But he has shown up other places here and there. It just, I don't.
But I would argue that the best version of him is in Neo Geo Battle Class.
Yeah.
But I guess that's me personally. But I also really did enjoy Battle Coliseum. I like it more than Savage Rain.
Yeah, and I fucking love Neo Geo. Like, I bought it for the PS2. But unfortunately, it's not on Neo Geo, so we couldn't put it on the list.
Yeah, that's true.
Otherwise, we could get Neo Dio on here.
Well, Neo Dio is a World Heroes boss, so you could have.
Well, I was going for the Neo Geo, and I don't think they purchased ADK's assets until like years later, or sometime later. Back then, I think ADK was a different company.
Fair enough. Okay. Well, if you decide to put him at bottom of A, I won't blame you.
Well,
I'm just trying to.
What would you think, man? Well, this is one of the reasons why I propose like doing the half tiers, because like if we
No,
like,
half tiers are for cowards. Half tiers are for cowards and bitches. I personally, I will put him at top of B. You want to leave him at bottom of A? That's fine. We can discuss that later. We fill out the list a bit more. But I'm not going to complain too much about him being an A tier. It's the highest tier he'll
put him
ever
in
get.
B.
Top of B. I would have him be the gatekeeper of B.
I could see that because like he is a fucking badass. He is awesome, but outside of Savage Rain, Kazuna Encounter, and the crossover games, he hasn't done a whole lot. Like he's not crucial to like the overall story, but as a character himself, he is fucking
just really cool.
awesome. With the giant fucking sword.
He's just the coolest.
He's got a sword, but he will still just punch the shit out of you. He does not.
Yeah, the sword and the
care.
boxing gloves it's so silly. It's so good.
It's so over
And like
the top.
the fucking like the Rao chest piece, like oh man. Like I like him more than Krauser, honestly.
Oh fuck! I messed this up.
What are y'all doing?
I was loading up the next song. I got it in a second window just in case. So you'd put him above Krauser?
Personally, I like him more than Krauser, but if I have to be objective, I would say top of.
Yeah, definitely.
He's the gatekeeper. You have to get past his dynamite counter if you want to get past him.
There you fucking go. And he did appear in the sequel, Kazuna Encounter, one of my favorites of all time. But he was only the sub-boss in that one. Final boss was Jazu. Fucking bird ninja.
Bird.
I mean, looking at the character design, you could kind of see what they're going for, like with the Gozu and Mezu, the red and blue ninjas. He's like the boss of them.
He combines both of their powers. He's basically Reptile from Mortal Kombat 1.
He's got some of
like
the cheapest shit too.
Oh yeah, he's fucked up in every game he's in, of which there are really two, but he made a good impression for both of them.
And he makes
He's
a good
fucked up
impression in
both
Kazuna
games he
Encounter
uses.
too. Like when he steps up, like you're kicking King Leo's ass, you're thinking the game is over because he was the boss of the first game. All of a sudden, fucking he gets murdered in front of your eyes. There's a crow sitting on there like, I stabbed him in the back, literally. Now you fucking die. And oh, the crow was a ninja. And then he just shoots pillars of fire that murder you.
Yep.
I'll admit, man, I don't know how I feel about Jazu.
I like the headpiece. I like that he combines Gozu and Mezu's movesets into one ultimate thing. But I also like I don't remember if it was Gozu or Mezu. I think one of them has like a Plague Doctor mask that I think is cooler than
yeah, one of them has the Plague Doctor
ornate
mask, one of them has
headpiece
a gas mask.
Yeah, I like that look more than this ornate headpiece that Jazu has.
Looks almost mechanical.
It's kind of unfortunate that I do like his nukes more than him.
Yeah, his
even
moves
then
are
when I
fucking
do play-
insane.
Yeah, the spinning claw, but again, that's like, oh yeah, I've played Sim, so I know I've seen Ganon, I've seen this before, but I don't think his moves are interesting. They're not interesting. They're not all that cool. I mean, the gun is kind of cool, but like again, that's what
I think one of the ninjas
Mezu,
can
I
do
think,
that
does.
though. Yeah, one of like
I say, Jazu's movesets are the combination of Gozu and Mezu because he basically taught them.
you did it. You did it exactly. He's the reptile of Kazuna.
Yeah, and as a using a boss as a storytelling medium, as like, yeah, no, I am the boss of these two guys, so they're weaker versions of me.
Right.
That's a really cool idea as a boss. Like I taught these guys everything they know, but I didn't teach them everything that I knew.
Right.
and I got some other crazy shit that they can't handle because they're bitches, right?
Plus,
That's cool.
They put him over really good by having him literally kill King Leo, kind of.
Yeah, and I like the gold trim. Goes with Mesa have like this, like steel, and he's like, nah, I'm gold. I'm fucking pimped out. Look at this gold mask and my gold claws. But I don't like him all that much.
Yeah, it's like
Conceptually, like he's really cool, and I can acknowledge that. But like in terms of his visual design, in terms of his moveset, it's like, yeah, whatever.
it's kind of a letdown after King Leo. That one, that's the cheap fucking thing I'm talking about. That he does the punch and the kick and the fuck. Like, they give him a whole bunch of shit to murder you. But
the lava's really cool though. It's really cool though.
It's cool, but at the end of the day, like,
it's not cool enough to save him.
Yeah, like the headset thing is just kind of. I don't know. I think the headset looks kind of goofy.
It does look goofy, but well, Savage Rain and Cubes Encounter are goofy games.
Yeah,
they are very goofy games. A lot of SNK games of that time period were very goofy, so that's fine. And I appreciate the charm of this ultimate badass wearing this goofy mask, right? It's like Mr. Karate, right?
Right.
Super badass ultra karate fighter wearing a children's mask. Like there's a inherent comedy to that. Even if he is kicking your ass and down the fucking temple.
And Mr. Right? Karate's doing it because he's hiding his face from his son. It's his own daughter that he kidnapped.
That's true, but again, the inherent comedy of like, it's like, it would be equivalent of like, you know, like, I don't know, oh god, God, my brain is buffering, give me a minute.
Yeah.
It would be the equivalent of like, I don't know, say, in Street Fighter 3, the final boss is, Alex is a palette swap of Alex wearing a clown mask, and it's like Mr. Wrestler.
Yeah.
Right? Like, even if he could be like the most difficult boss you've ever fought, the inherent comedy of that visual just makes it funny. Right?
Yeah.
And it's kind of like that, right?
It's like, but, like he doesn't compare to King Leo.
I mean, Jazu looks like a Ninja Scroll character, honestly.
Yeah, it does.
That's kind of cool, but like, not cool enough to save him.
So he's got a lot of cool stuff, but I wouldn't put him with like King Leo. Would you say maybe he's C tier?
Yeah, I'd put him in C.
So that's Savage Rain, because then we can't take care of. Let's go ahead and knock off. We got a few here from SVC Chaos. Let's go ahead and knock those off. Because we already covered Mr. Karate. And then pull it up again. I should have made a playlist or something. I'm a fucking professional. It was easier with Malone. I just played the whole soundtrack.
Ain't nothing stopping you from doing that here. SNK has great music.
I'm trying to step up the aesthetics.
Yeah, who cares, man?
So, in the final boss of SVC Chaos, kind of post-apocalyptic fucking one, final boss is Akuma. He's fucking everywhere, man. He's in Tekken. He's in X-Men. He's in fucking Metabots, where he's got his own robot.
Yeah, Mech Goki. No, Zero Akuma. Zero Akuma is so fucking cool. He turns around and the jet thrusters on his back form the 10 symbol. It's so good. It's so cool.
And he's actually canon in the Tekken universe. Actually part of the fucking story.
In a way that can easily be retconned if they decide to not make it canon anymore.
Of course.
But yes.
And then there's this, whatever the fuck this is. He does it. So at the end of the game, you either fight serious
Oh,
Mr.
that's- I
Karate
think
or you
that's,
fight him.
I think that's from Capcom Fighting Jam.
Oh.
Because every character had like a comic name. Like
The less said about that one.
Hey, you might be getting more familiar with it if a certain Street Fighter 6 league is accurate.
Oh, fuck.
Hey, look, if this all leads up to Nakayama just shadow dropping emulation of Capcom Fighting All Stars, I'll fucking take it.
Okay, now that would be fucking cool. That would be fucking cool.
I hope something comes out of that. Nakayama's been teasing that for years now.
Yeah, so...
The Mizogi. It's... He teleports above you and just does a lightning strike just crashing down. It's so cool. They gave him that in a... Well, he actually has that in as Street Fighter 6 if he does the power up. But it's also part of his EX, his OD Shoryuken, where he does the downward chop on the way down. Right. Okay, so
I feel weird though. He is on the list. He is the final boss, but I feel weird ranking him on an SNK tier list.
So here's the thing: are we ranking him just as a SVC Chaos boss, or are we ranking all of the different versions of Shin?
Well, well, to be fair to like the other,
even
like,
if we keep it to SVC Chaos, he's got a ton of bullshit.
Yeah, SVC
of
Chaos,
SNK flavored bullshit.
Yeah,
that would put him on this list regardless.
I'd say since this is like SNK, it's just his one appearance in Chaos. But even in that one appearance, that's some cheap shit.
Oh yeah, you like free super moves?
I mean, you look at his counterpart, Mr. Karate, who does the invisible fireball thing that Takuma did in like 99 or 2000 or something. Doesn't even compare to all the cheap shit Shinakuma does.
Okay, let's go down the list. He has the classic double air fireballs, right? The classic Shinakuma strat. He gets free level 1s. His level 1 supers, which is a Shinku Hadouken, the Shinku Shoryuken, and a slightly weaker version of the Shungoku Satsu. He can just do those without spending any meter. Without any restrictions, they still function as super moves, but he can just do them for free.
Right.
Yeah. Which means he can kind of do
oops, fuck,
max mode combos without going into max mode because of he doesn't have to suffer the meter penalty. Light Tatsu is fucking busted. Shoryuken his regular Shoryuken is busted. He eats through fucking everything. I believe his Ashura Senku, the teleport thing, has no recovery. So you can't punish it at all. What else am I missing? I don't know how strong his dive kick is in comparison to the rest of his kit. So I'm gonna leave that as a question mark for now, because Akuma's dive kick can sometimes define him entirely, like in Street Fighter 3 Second Impact, where it has no startup. And also, of course, his Exceed, which is like the super level 2 that you get once a game, is the Mizogi. That is just an instant teleport right above you. It is 0 frames. If you get caught if you move, if you press a button, if you just were not blocking, you get hit by it. It is instant and it wipes half of your life.
That is absolute
Shin Akuma,
shit, man.
Shin Akuma in this game is fucked up. I would argue it is the second most fucked up version of Shin Akuma. Second only to, of course, Super Turbo, and even then, maybe not.
So they definitely do the guy justice in SVC Chaos.
They really do. Also, slight... because SNK is SNK and SNK localizations were shit at the time. Well, at least the funny kind of shit, where they localized the Satsumi no Hado as the murder wave. Which is really funny to me. Which was really funny to me as a preteen. Also, they localized him saying Masatsu as a destroy. So he would just randomly say destroy. when talking to other characters.
He wasn't casually Masatsuing small.
Yes, casual. Didn't even cost him any bar.
There you fucking go.
Just a normal. What was the quote? What was the quote? What was the quote? Defeating you takes less effort than smacking a baby. Pause. Not that I'd ever do that. That is a real win quote.
It's fucking awesome, man. I would say he's definitely at least an A tier for his Imperative and Chaos, because he is something slightly different than what you normally see in an SNK game. And even as just a
I don't know, the way that he fights and the way he was programmed is very much SNK code. He's got all of the usual SNK trappings of the only thing he's missing, honestly, is an instant kill super. But Mizogi is it's like a half kill, so you know.
It's pretty close.
It's pretty close. I don't know, man. They really did him justice, though. Like,
yeah, I'd definitely say he'd be at least an A.
I mean, Shinakuma exists to give you heart palpitations, and I have processed. Oh man, just memories of it is making my blood pressure fucking skyrocket.
Sometimes he's. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say he's not even the end. Like, we still got. If you're, I forget what are the requirements to fight the bosses after Karate and Akuma, Shinakuma.
I don't remember the specifics, but if I had to guess, it would be like, oh yeah, 1cc and just end every match with a super. And you have to do it, and you have to be fast. I think this is the era where SNK games had the arcade ladders had times on them, like Neo Geo Battle Coliseum, where the faster you go up the ladder, the more powerful the boss you fight.
Right. I want to apologize for our listeners. The next two songs are going to be kind of ass. So, now, you do have two quote-unquote super bosses in SVC Chaos. And the first one is...
Oh, wait, did we rank Shinakuma?
I put him in A. Would you agree with that?
Considering how respectful he was towards the original version of Shinakuma, I might put him in this, honestly.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. They definitely did him justice. They definitely welcomed him in with open arms. Absolutely. I would say it's... Yeah. So, they did have two super bosses. One of them... There she is. SNK legend Athena Asamaya. In a bikini with a sword.
Oh, no. You got your Athenas mixed up.
Oh.
The version of Athena in SVC Chaos is very specifically Athena from the 1987 game, who was actually literally the goddess Athena. Athena Asamiya, who is in KOF and Cycle Soldier, is a reincarnation of the goddess Athena, but she is a different character.
Potato fucking potato. But yeah, I remember playing the old 1980s, the old 80s Athena game on Nintendo. I wasn't too impressed with it, but Psycho Soldier was kind of neat. But yeah, they're definitely a different look. She's the. I know this is different, but they're just. I don't think there are just a lot of pictures of her from SVC on this page. But yeah, it just very interesting look, and you do not see that shit coming. When you get sucked up to heaven. And you got fucking angels and this weird fucking music going.
Yeah, the poem of heaven. Well, the thing was, one, the red bikini.
Of course.
It was meant... Well, first of all, it's supposed to be a bit of a joke, because she starts out the game in, like, a full dress, and then she hops into the mirror world and falls down, and the dress flies off, and you're like, oh shit, I have to go find armor now. And you power up with the gold armor that she eventually gets.
Kind of like Ghosts and Goblins, but you take a fucking hit.
Yeah, a little
first.
bit, yeah. Yeah, because SNK games at the time were very like goofy, right? And that's layer one. Layer two was that well th- well Cycle Soldier. If I can remember correctly, I think Cycle Soldier was the very first arcade game with a theme song that had lyrics in it that played during uh, in the arcade,
That was pretty cool too. Yeah.
and it's a good song. Not the English version, except for the Smash except for the Smash.
Yeah.
That was composed, by the way, by Yuzo Koshiro. So,
But as far as like Athena and SVC Chaos, she's a weird fucking character.
yeah, Goddess Athena does a lot of transformations, and she is. So Athena is like is what I'd call a scrub killer. Is that because her moveset is easy to deal with, but her moveset is like a lot of gotchas. So you didn't know I could do this? Gotcha. You know I could do this? Gotcha. But when you figure out, she's really easy. And because her moves are really slow, because they animate like she's gonna do a big super move, but they're not.
Right.
Uh,
A lot of weird supers too with the different hand.
Yeah, a lot of the summoning, a lot of transformations.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry for suddenly. I gotta be right back, BRB.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Right. So like I was saying, I mean, I can explain this later when I get there. I don't chat. So Goddess Athena, I would place as a separate character from Athena Asamiya. And even though I would consider that, even though I said this before, I think that Athena Asamiya is like the most important character that SNK ever made. There is so much about SNK that you can tie back specifically to Athena Asamiya and Cycle Soldier. Playmore, after SNK went bankrupt, the CEO made a company called Playmore. And the reason why it's called Playmore is because during the credit sequence, when you game over in Cycle Soldier, there's the countdown. And during the countdown, you will hear a voice clip of Athena going, "Play more." And that is the reason why the company was called Playmore before I think it was something H. I forget his name. I'm sorry. I'm normally bad about these kinds of things, but it's late and my brain is fried. Oh, I'm hearing myself. Oh, that's weird. Turn that off. Right. So that the reason why the company was called Playmore before SNK, Playmore, shall I say, bought the rights to all their own games back. And became SNK Playmore, and now they're just SNK again, and they became the KOF company, which I don't like. I don't like that KOF is the main export of SNK, even though it's been that way for a long time. But part of the reason why KOF existed is because it was meant to be this big celebration of all of SNK's other things coming together into this one big thing. And when you make KOF the main export, it means that you can't build up all of the other series that you had that made KOF what it is. And it's like, part of that is like, well, and that's part of the reason why
I'm back.
A Neo Geo Battle Coliseum.
Sorry about that, man. There's something going on outside I had to take care of.
Oh, okay.
So you're saying, man?
I was talking a bit about how Athena Asamiya is like the most important character that SK ever made, and I talked about that to go into, I don't like how KOF, it's been this way for a while, but I don't like how KOF is the main export for SNK. Because the entire point of KOF is that it existed as a celebration of all the things that SNK were doing at the same time. And if KOF becomes your only export, you don't get the chance to build up SNK's other properties or make new ones that you can later integrate into KOF.
Yeah, because KOF is like the big crossover, big display of everything else. But then you start getting characters that are created originally for KOF. They become their own original thing. Like Leona.
Yep. Like Leona, Kyo, and all that stuff. And that was even before she was integrated back into Metal Slug. Right? Because she was just meant to be the waifu replacement for Hydra, who was Ikari Warriors character. And you got this weird mix with like, oh yeah, the leader of the Ikari Warriors team, a character that was never in Ikari Warriors.
Right.
It gets weird. It gets into weird things like that.
Yeah, the question is, at what point do you just look at it as a showcase of all the other series especially when SNK gets to a point where they can really only work at one or two series at a time. And what point do you just let it be its own thing?
Well, the normal thing is that, oh yeah, it's harder to do now because games take so much longer. But it was always like, oh yeah, SNK has always has KOF working in the back burner, and the other IP. The thing about KOF is that it was always meant to be the cheaply made thing that makes them money, and they would invest the money that went into KOF into other products, right? That's why that's why Real Bout looks so good. That's why there's a reason why KOF reused the same sprites over and over and over again for damn near 10 years, because it was meant to be like a cheap, a guaranteed thing that will make money,
right?
A kind of cheap side project.
It's like they did with like they do with the yearly sports games too. Just like change a few of the stats and just recycle a lot of stuff.
Well, more than that though, there would be major gameplay changes and moveset changes between characters, but it's mostly just be like, we can use these things to experiment as an experiment, and whatever money we get from this, some of it goes back into KOF, and the other it goes into like other things that we're making at the time. And then over time, KOF became the expensive headline game, which caused all of their other things to kind of just disappear, partially because the failure of the Neo Geo 64, the Hyper Neo Geo 64, just did it.
Right, and then you get to like you still with all those classic games have a wealth of characters you can pull on, you can draw out, add to the roster, or you could try to experiment with new things like fucking NES Cartel.
Yeah, I mean, whatever to say about the NES Saga, I mean, we got K-Dash and Cool out of it, so it was worth it.
We'll get to those rubber-clad bastards later. But where would you put Boss Athena?
I like Goddess Athena because of how important she is to the history of KOF as a company. As a character that I have to fight, she's just really annoying and not in the fun kind of way, because her moves are not good.
So
her moves are actually quite bad.
So she actually kind of makes it a bad experience. I think that's kind of a definition of a D tier.
Yeah, it's bad.
It
and
brings
she
things
takes
down.
up a lot of time.
Yeah. But don't you only get one chance against the Heaven and Hell bosses?
I believe so, but I would not put her. I'd say top of C.
You put her in C?
Yeah, I would put her in C, because I can acknowledge her place in the SNK pantheon. I can acknowledge her importance as a character to not only to SNK as a company, but as a character that I fight. I don't like it at all.
I will give them credit for using Goddess Athena instead of just bringing out modern day Athena as a playable character. I will give them credit for switching.
Yeah, I do like that a lot, and I do like that SVC Chaos takes place entirely within Hell, and the final boss is a goddess from heaven who kicks you out of Hell if you lose the fight. She kicks you out of Hell, out of heaven, and you fall down to Hell.
And speaking of Hell,
that's really good.
The special boss for Capcom's side, the Red Arimamer. Fucking ghouls and ghosts.
Fucking Firebrand.
That's what they call him?
In the American version, he's known as Firebrand. Not in SVC Chaos, but specifically that's his name. And
there it is.
Ghost in the Marvel 3, he's called Firebrand.
I thought it was like he was a Red Arimer named Firebrand. Like Red Arimer was the type of enemy he was. Because he started out as
Red Arimer. Yeah, Red Arimer is the type of enemy that he is, yes. But he's also... But I also think his name is Firebrand in the English versions, and then it was later just like, yeah, fuck it, his name's Firebrand, fuck it.
It's like Mars people.
Yes.
So, if I remember... It's been a while since I fought this guy. I remember he was cheap as shit, though. Like, he just filled the screen up with a whole bunch of projectiles.
He turns the game into a Ghosts and Goblins level. complete with slowdown.
Yeah, because his level is fucking absurd too, like hell with the classic Dante
hell
version
and-
of hell with people's faces stepping out of the dirt.
Yeah,
and everything.
faces all. Yeah, it's so disturbing. It's so cool.
It's the trippiest fucking
It's
thing.
really cool. Also, super busted as a playable character, like arguably top one.
Well, I don't think you're supposed to be able to play him without a code, though, right?
That depends on which version of the game you're playing. In the arcade version, specifically, you had to input codes for characters, but in the home ports, like even in the PS2 and Xbox ports, you could just play as all of the bosses and sub-bosses. You had to I think you had to hold down R1 or something in the character select screen and go over a specific portrait, and it would just highlight the boss version, the boss character.
No, I wouldn't know that.
Because I remember doing that on my Xbox back when I played this game as a little tween.
I played it the same way most people did. I'm not gonna say any more than that. But yeah,
You bought the game legally for your console of the time, because that's what I did.
oh, of course.
It was actually fun. It's fun. SBC Chaos was my first official SNK game.
It does have its own interesting aesthetic. I do like it, but it does have.
Well,
its
the thing is, I
problems.
just didn't know what it was.
Oh,
And it was cheap. And because I didn't have any arcades where I grew up, I didn't know anything about SNK. I think I just saw the cover, was like, oh, there's Ryu. I remember Street Fighter 2.
right.
And then I was like, what the fuck is this? This is kind of cool and weird.
Who's this other teenage guy standing next to him?
Yeah, I didn't know anything about it. Actually, no, wait. No, I didn't. Because even though I did play CVS 1 at a cousin's house one time before we stopped playing it and went to play Dragon Ball Z Budokai instead, I remember I always picked Ryo because I kept thinking he was Ryu, despite the fact that he looked nothing like Ryu. I was like, and I thought, oh, I guess Ryu got a redesign in between after Street Fighter 2, and this is his new look where he's got the orange gi and the blonde hair. He kind of looks like Ken. Did Ken die or something? Or that's weird. And I just never thought about it, and it just never clicked that hey, this guy is not Ryu. It just never clicked because I just
Completely different.
this is how.
Well, not completely
Because again,
different.
I didn't know anything about SNK.
He still got the fireball, the uppercut, and the advancing kick.
Yeah, he has the moves, so it's Ryu, right?
Well, I think that Ryu just kind of set the boilerplate, the whole Shoto archetype. That kind of set that whole thing up. Good on him for doing
Yeah,
it.
but again, I didn't know anything about that. I just had Street Fighter 2 for my Super Nintendo because everybody did. So it's just not something I thought about. It's like, oh, this game's a fighting game. Oh, this is cool. Oh, this is cool. Look at these characters. I do the move and he goes, and he goes up and I knock him down. It's like, oh, who's this red guy? Oh God, this guy. Why is he flying across the screen? Why does he sound like TV static when he flies across the screen? What is this bullshit? And then I went and played Mortal Kombat 3.
So, where would we put him? I mean, totally.
I hate this guy. I hate fighting this guy. I hate that he turns the fight into a Ghost and Goblins level, which is very accurate. But at the same time,
but it's almost impossible to navigate when you're a large man or woman, as opposed to a tiny little knight with a lance. It's just a whole bunch of projectiles filling the fucking screen.
And on top of that, while you're dealing with all of the bullshit that he summons, the attack where he flies up and dives down like he does in Ghosts and Goblins is completely unblockable.
Oh my god.
So good fucking luck. Yeah, no, he is such a bullshit character, which
Put him in D.
I mean, as an SNK boss, that kind of puts him up there, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like in terms of like bullshit bosses, I would probably like as a boss fight that I hate dealing with that siphons the money out of my wallet like a fucking vacuum. I would put him in S tier, but as And you know what? I'll say that because for all of the faults in SVC's roster, they make some good picks.
Yeah.
They do. A lot of it is Shotos, but you know, whatever. Dimitri's cool as shit. Uh, Firebrand is cool. Mars People.
Earthquake was an interesting
Some of
pick.
yeah. Who'd you say? Tessa?
Earthquake.
Oh, Earthquake. Yeah, Earthquake. Yeah, yeah. Imagine that. Earthquake and not Hamaru or Nakaruru or like any of the other more popular characters. Your Samurai Shodown characters are Genjiro, Earthquake, and Shiki.
And
That's
in King of Fighters, you get Choi, but not Chang.
yeah. You get Choi, and it's a very strange roster, and I love when SNK makes strange rosters. It's part of the reason why I don't like KOF 15 as much as I rightfully should, considering how good of a game it is. But I like when SNK makes really weird picks or freak picks. I like, you know, I'm the kind of guy that popped off when Huajai was announced for KOF 13.
Well, the whole game.
That's me. I'm that guy.
Well, the whole SNK SVC Chaos was kind of experimental. They give kind of experimental vibes.
It's experimental, and it's being my first SNK game. There are so many things that it does that are unique to itself that other SNK games don't do. And I think, that doesn't have to do anything about Firebrand as a boss character, but I like Firebrand as a representation of how weird SVC Chaos is, and I will always vouch for a mid game that's really weird and really cool.
So do you think we'd be better than Goddess Athena though?
Yes. Better than Goddess Athena, yes. Okay. I'm trying to separate myself here. Because if I want to talk about Red Armor as a representation of SVC Chaos as a game, I would put him higher. But as a character I'd have to fight, yeah, fuck that guy. Fuck him. Yeah, fuck him. I will remove my nostalgia goggles and put him in C tier.
Yeah, I would definitely like it because you kind of get some of the same things mechanically with Athena. Like, it's cool they got Goddess Athena instead of regular Athena, but with all the weird supers and all the weird shit she pulls out and the fucking music.
Yeah, but you have to remember that even for its time, Red Armor was such a weird pick. Because even at the time this came out, like 2004, like Capcom weren't even making Ghosts and Goblins anymore. They were rebooting that series with Maximo. Remember Maximo for the PS2?
Oh yeah, vaguely.
Yeah, and this is before Marvel 3 where he was in that game. And even in that game, it's like, oh shit, Firebrand? Holy shit. That's such a weird pick. But you also had Arthur to go with him, so
yeah, so it actually did make sense in that sense.
Yeah, it made sense in that game. In this game, it's like, oh man, SNK making weird freak picks, and I personally love that.
Yeah, but in execution, as an actual, not as a pick or a little like statue on the shelf or something. As actual thing, it's just kind of a lot of bullshit, just a lot of projectiles to deal with.
Yeah, a lot of bullshit that is also accurate to what playing Ghosts and Goblins is like.
Right. But not every.
So he's accurate to his own game.
But having to play that, but using the controls of an SNK fighting game.
Yeah, it's suffering. That's what SNK bosses do.
It's like the platforming levels of Double Dragon 2, using those fucking controls.
Oh yeah. But
so,
what is an SNK boss if not suffering?
There you fucking go. That's why we're here. I noticed I missed one. And I should have fucking thought something when you were talking about Mr. Karate number 2. Ryo Sakazaki. I fucking missed one. Because Ryo was, in fact, the final boss.
Bringing that up? Yeah. I didn't want to say anything, but I did notice he is there in the.
Yeah,
in
he's the special
the
secret
tier
boss of Fatal Fury Spectrum. Like, I think if you get up to and beat Geese without using any continues or losing any rounds or something.
The first ever dream match.
Yeah,
when you fight up against Rio, instead of
impact.
saying like round 1, it says dream match. Like, oh shit, the two forces are colliding. Terry versus Rio. Holy fuck, right?
Yeah, one of the weird things where you
and
actually,
as a boss,
he is crazy powerful. Yeah.
But although the Rio Sakazaki in Fatal Fury Special is not Mr. Karate.
Right.
That's just Rio.
He's Mr. Karate 2, technically.
He's fucked up in that game. And he's fucked up. Wait, are you ranking him now or just discussing it?
Both. I just brought it up now
so
because I forgot to bring him up when I was doing the Fatal Fury characters. But I was thinking I would rank him pretty high because, like, just the impact of not counting King of Fighters, having the Art of Fighting and Fatal Fury universes collide like that was really significant.
This decision directly led into King of Fighters.
Correct.
And me personally speaking, I love it when games make the protagonist the final boss. Like where the protagonist of the last game is the boss of the next game. I love that shit so much.
They did that a lot with Tekken back in the day.
Yeah, they did.
They threw each other into off of a fucking mountain a lot back in the day too. But we don't talk about that.
Yeah, a mountain, and then a volcano.
And then Akuma is there for some fucking reason. That guy gets everywhere. Oh, shit.
Hey, it's easy to get around when you can just teleport.
Hell yeah. So I would definitely put Rio up there, like for the impact that his, and at least he's cool to use too, and it makes sense with the two universes. I definitely put him in A, if not S, just for the impact that he had.
As a boss fight, he's also like way up there. He just does so much damage, and he's so fast.
Yeah.
So even as the classic SNK boss, he should have been called Nightmare Rio.
I'm tempted to put him in S ranks, like just how significant it is, how fucking cool it was. But I would lean toward putting this in S.
Well, I'm trying not to just automatically put him in S because he's Rio, right?
Right, not just because he's Rio. It's because it's
because he's Rio. Because this is technically the beginning of what KOF would become.
Right,
and that is extremely important. Yes, but.
Right.
Again, I'm trying to think how does he function as a character in the game when removed from the context of being holy shit a crossover fight. Right. Like,
well, mechanically he's kind of interesting too, because I mean, you're used to Terry with the ground wave and everything, and you got Rio with the more traditional fireball, uppercut, advance, and kick stuff.
He's more of a regular Shoto, but I meant if he had I don't know, if they somehow found a way to implement his spirit meter from art of fighting into the boss fight, that would shoot him up. But as it is, it's just a normal fight that's just really, really fucking hard.
Right.
But yeah, you can't ignore what it would lead to. So, and the fact that he was never made playable, you can only fight against him. You can never play as him. That's another thing that I kind of like.
No, I didn't know that. Maybe I'm having a fucking Mandela effect. I remember trying to unlock him or something.
Maybe he's unlockable in one of the home ports, but as far as I can tell, in the arcade game, he is not playable.
Yeah, the ports could be different. Like the Art of Fighting 2 port of Super Nintendo port.
Even maybe the Neo Geo CD port or the consoleized Neo Geo port. So it could be one of those, because those were technically different games. at the very least, I mean, he does. At the very least, I say that he should go in A.
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
But I am also trying to not be super biased.
Well, I think maybe as culturally significant as it is to SNK, maybe the thing that would keep him out of S tier is that it does kind of come about of fucking nowhere. Like even though Fatal Fury Special
that was the shock though. That's the kind of thing that starts the rumor. Like, oh, did you know Rio's in Art of Fighting 2? It's like, I mean, in Fighting Fatal Fury 2, it's like, yeah, fuck you, that's bullshit. I don't see him. Where is he, huh? You gotta, you know, pulls out the map textbook. No, see, you gotta beat the whole game without losing a round, and you gotta end all the matches with like super, and you get, and the timer has to be exactly 91 seconds in the second round when you beat Miss, like, it's that kind of shit, right?
And when you throw Geese Howard off a building, you have to do it in the north-facing direction.
Yep.
Into oncoming
yeah, you have
traffic.
to input a secret code as he falls down, but before the next scene shows up, right? All this, you know, the Mortal Kombat rumor, right? That whole shit.
So look to La Luna.
Yeah, look to La Luna. And again, like, it's difficult to discuss this because, like, we're not ranking Rio as a character or as a boss. We're ranking what he represents, what this led to, and that's where the problems. Because, like I said, as a fight, he's just a really tough fight, and really tough fights are the standard, our box standard for SNK. It's actually more of a shock when the boss doesn't kick your teeth out through your asshole.
Right.
So,
plus,
but
Fatal Fury Special is essentially a remake of Fatal Fury 2, and he's something that wasn't in Fatal Fury 2 or 1, so it is also new content.
Fatal Fury 2 Special is a non-canon expansion pack, right? That's basically what it is. It's an expansion pack,
right? They had tongue,
and that brought back the more popular characters in Fatal Fury 1 that weren't there, you know, like Geese. Well, Geese is the important one, but some others that I can't remember. I'm thinking. I might downgrade Rio to B because I'm trying to remember if he was a more difficult boss fight than Mr. in Art of Fighting 1.
Well,
that's where I'm
part of it is how difficult he is. Part of it is how difficult it is to get him. To actually get there.
Yeah, true. You have to earn the right to fight him.
So I would say that would push him over to me.
That's fair.
Now,
that's fair.
We only got a few series left. I wanted to start with Last Blade.
I'm gonna be real. Last Blade is like one of those gaps in my memory. Like Ninja Master 'S is another one. I didn't play too much of Sam Show, so a lot of that stuff was kind of a blank to me.
No problem, man.
You're gonna have to take the lead on these.
Not a problem, man. I just pull that up.
Wait, was Ninja Masters in SNK? Check.
No, I think Ninja Masters was like another company.
Ugh. What the? Let's see.
I gotta pull up the whole fucking playlist.
Okay, let's see. Ninja Master 'S. I have to say that so I don't forget. How ni Pocho. Oh, that is 80K. Alright. Never mind then.
Okay, so Shinosuke Kagame. I said Last Blade 2 is one of my favorite games of all time. Probably my favorite fighting game. The aesthetics are just beautiful.
Last Blade, or Bakumatsu Roman, is such an amazing looking game. It's along with like Mark of the Wolves. It's like one of those games like, oh wow, the Neo Geo is like 10 years old and it's pushing out shit like this.
Yeah. It's just
Like just
absolutely beautiful.
the able to squeeze out every last kilobit of data to make something so breathtaking. And I wish I played it. It's a game that's easy to appreciate.
Yeah, I love this
Even
so
if
much
you
that I went ahead and rebought it when it came out on Steam.
I have it too, so we can play it sometime.
Hell yeah. So basically, as far as are you up on the story of Last Blade?
No.
So basically, like,
All I know is that, well, this is not a story. But all I know is that Kaede and Rock Howard were developed at the same time, so they have a lot of similarities to each other.
right.
To the extent that in Maximum Impact 1, Rock Howard has an unlockable costume that is literally just Kaede from Last Blade.
Yeah, so basically, yeah, they're three kids: Kaede, Mariah, and Yuki. They grew up together. Kaede, he's the pro tag, and Kaede sees Mariah killing their master, I believe. Anyone in the comments want to go ahead and correct me? But so Kaede wants to know why Mariah killed the master. He's chasing him down. And then there's the third sister, Yuki, the ice cold woman. I like using her, but essentially she has a larger role to play in the second game. But they have to find the teacher is dead. Why did they do it? And there's now a whole thing about Hell's Gate. Like there's this dude Shinosuke Kagame. He fucking hates life, and he's trying to open Hell's Gate and begin a new world order. You know, traditional villain. Okay, very kind of European feel to him.
Yeah.
And I think he actually does it. He actually gets like the last stage where he does the thing where the first fight is easy, then the fucking Hell's Gate opens, then you gotta fight him for real. It's classic SNK 2 forms, and although he looks the same both times. And he's kind of a cheap bastard. He does a lot of aerial moves, but they nerf the absolute shit out. Like he's bottom tier when he becomes a normal playable character in Last Blade 2.
The boss when you fight him, the boss when he gets recruited into your party.
Exactly. That is Shinosuke Kagame to a fucking nutshell. Also, turns out in game 2 that he's one of the 4 gods that's supposed to seal the gate. Him, the big grappler guy, the old fish man, and the protagonist are supposed to be... They do that, though. They did with Samurai Showdown 2, where the 4 people who can seal the gate are... Like, Seeger is one of them for some fucking reason.
Yeah, Ninehold Seeger.
Him and the Kabuki guy and Haomaru, I think. But it's a weird... But, yeah, this... He is...
Kyosho? Something like that.
Kyoshiro, I think.
Yeah, Kyoshiro.
But yeah, this guy, kind of the traditional debonair. Not a whole lot to him as a character. Like, and they don't do a whole lot with Last Blade 2, outside of the 2 games.
He looks a little bit like Kain.
He does. He gives us some kind of evil aristocrat type of energy.
Yeah.
But like you said,
I like his look. I think he looks cool.
Yeah, I would put him, as far as his place in the story, I would probably put him like a B. Like, he is important to the story. He does have that final boss look. He does do the 2-2 thing. But there's such a major drop-off in the Last Blade 2, where he's like literally a bottom-tier character. And outside of Last Blade 1 and 2, you don't hear a lot from him. So, I would personally put him in B tier. Because he does have, in 1, he does have his redeeming qualities. And he does make a good boss. But it's just, that's it. Just that one game.
I don't have a lot to say. I like the idea that in the sequel he actually wins. So the second game is about the ramifications of what he did in the first game. That's
Right.
pretty cool. And I do know that one bit of trivia I do know is that there is a character in Let's Play 1 who's like an antagonistic guy that has the he throws around the twin blade saw blade thing, and he canonically dies in the first game. And the second game is his corpse being puppeted by one of the demons.
Yeah, Mukuro.
Yeah,
The guy
that's
with the little
really
hand.
cool.
He's really hard
That's
to fucking
really, I like
use, but he's good if you can get a handle on him.
I don't know anything about the lore. Like, I thought Setsuna was the villain of the boss of
Now,
Last Play 2.
Setsuna's the local badass. Like, he's a demon from hell who he only appears in Last Blade 2. Setsuna, I'll pull him up because he is a fucking badass. But he's
cool.
a regular
He's got
character.
The sword, the was it like the sword he just harassed some blacksmith in the forging for him? It's called like the 10 Years of Suffering. It's this pitch black katana, and he has this owl carry it for him. He's so cool.
He is a fucking and his special
And
in the have you seen his special?
The one where he pulls out your soul,
Yeah,
and smears the blood on the screen.
he just like he traps you in a pane of glass. He fucking grabs your soul, yanks it out, crushes it in his hand. I think that's part of it.
He's so cool.
He's a little hard to use,
so
but
cool.
he is a fucking badass, absolutely.
Yeah, he's really slow, but he just absolutely melts people.
Yeah. You just like that's the weird thing about Last Blade 2. I believe it takes place immediately after Last Blade 1. They defeated Kagame, but they're like, oh shit, we forgot to fucking close Hell's Gate. Oh damn it. Now shit's coming out. Shit's getting through. We gotta get the fuck out. I forget what the fucking I just pulled it up. I forget what his fucking name is, yeah. He's listed under 3 different songs on the soundtrack for you. So this goes.
You have nothing to add.
Well,
I will trust your judgment because I haven't done an arcade run of Last Blade 1 in a long time, and when I played the game online against other people, I never saw Kagami. So,
well, remember how I told
your judgment.
Remember how I told you that Mariah killed his master? This is the master.
Yes.
It was like Guy Size stood up that evil plan, and like this is the guy whose death propagated the events of Last Blade 1, and then he dies against the guard in an attempt to stop him, and then turns out that the third person, the sister, she's the like the gatekeeper, like. They have to sacrifice her in order to close Hell's Gate again, so she sacrifices herself. And basically, the big revelation is that, yeah, this is the essentially, it's a thing where the antagonist is the protagonist's father.
Okay.
He's cheap as fuck. He's like, usually Last Blade 2, you get like 1 or 2 different types of meters. He gets 4. He gets a shit ton more options than any of your characters can. He's powerful as hell. He can switch to them on the fly. It's just annoying as fuck. Plus, I honestly don't know what's up with that outfit of his. I'm sure there's some like cultural significance I'm not getting. Now, don't get me wrong, all of his specials look fucking cool. But he's just got so many of them and he can switch to them like on the fucking fly. He's the very, like, definition of cheap as hell.
Oh, he gets, like, all of the elements.
Yep. And all at once,
fire.
essentially.
That's a cool way to handle the boss's character.
So, yeah, essentially the story is, like, since they're trying to close Hell's Gate...
It's like a spell sword. That's really cool, actually.
Yeah. Since it takes the 4 gods and the 4 elements to close Hell's Gate, you have this guy crawling out. Kind of makes sense. So I would say that this guy, personally, as much as I don't like him and I think his design is kind of weird, as actually the capstone to the two, because we're probably never getting a fucking last Blade 3. Come on. Keep putting Hibiki in the fucking games to give us little crumbs, but we're probably never getting a part 3. Part 2 does end.
I am perfectly fine with having none.
Yeah, part 2 does end pretty definitively. Yuki sacrifices herself to seal the gate. Koryu is defeated. Katie becomes Rock Howard, essentially. And is it for as important as he is to the story, and for all the shit that he does, I would go ahead and put him in B tier with Kagame. Because Kagame is more like your traditional boss, like that arrogant, haughty, Haughty, haughty douchebag type. Koryu,
I mean,
he's
he has
not
firepower, so you can go both ways.
right. Koryu, he has the weird fucking powers. Like, he doesn't look like your traditional boss, but his role in the story is more significant. But as much as I love Last Blade 1 and 2, and as much as important as they are, that you do not even hear about them. Like you're a fucking fighting game expert, and even you weren't sure about who Kagame and Koryu were. So I don't
call myself an expert, but it's more along the lines of like Last Blade 2 has a very passionate competitive scene, but most of the casuals would rather play Samurai Showdown.
Yeah.
So there's not too many casuals at Last Blade.
Yeah.
Maybe that changed when
and I am
Hibiki was
100
added in Sam Show. I don't know for sure, but
I am 100% sure that Koryu would be banned from Let's Play because he is so fucking incredible cheap. So, like, and if they're kind of stuck in there, I couldn't, as much as I like him, couldn't in good faith move him up to A tier. So kind of keep him with the B tier because they do have their redeeming qualities. Kagami is kind of your traditional SNK boss, kind of that template, and Koryu with actual links to the story and the bridge to 1 and 2. Those are my opinions.
okay.
We got 2 series left. I got a fucking story about this one. We'll go ahead. We'll end this night with the King of Fighters, the big one, the one everyone fucking loves.
Yeah, gotta save the most popular.
Make sure I got the right theme.
I can't say the best because I like some of these more than KOF. So
Agitated calm. No, that's in 4. Fuck it. Moment of tranquility. Theme of Amakusa. Yeah, that's 4. Fuck it.
which is the one that has the Indian chanting in it? Dot 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 dot.
I don't remember. Amakusa's in a 4 of them. So for those of y'all who don't know, kind of interesting. The Samurai Showdown characters, a lot of them are based on like real characters or big figures of traditional Japan.
Real people and also Chambara movies.
Right. And Amakusa. Okay, I'll just go ahead and fucking say it. When I was a kid, I thought Amakusa was a woman, and I thought she was hot. I'll fucking say it.
Yeah, so did the OVA apparently.
Oh god, that shit. They made her a woman in that, like, they did that with like one of the Sailor Moon characters too, like one of the Sailor Moon season 1 bosses. But that OVA, that fucking OVA. But basically, Amakusa is based on, I believe, kind of a Christian figure in samurai history. Led a kind of a Christian rebellion. Did not go well. As far as Amakusa as a character, I think Amakusa is fucking badass. Like, it's kind of interesting, different, like the high-pitched cackle and everything, and how he fucking plays it. You think about cheap shit as an SNK boss. Amakusa's got it all. You got the fucking ball you can throw from anywhere. You got the fucking teleport. You just jump in the air, fucking dump air from death from above. You got a whole bunch of ways to fuck you over. Just so much cheap shit you can do.
he, like I said, I haven't played too much Samurai Showdown. I get the feeling that Amakusa is like the Rugal of Samurai Showdown because they keep bringing him back.
Pretty much, yeah. Like he's arguably, he has a little bit of a redemption arc in 4, which is a little weird. Like, it's like splitting his soul in 2 or something. Like, try to explain and make the busted slash system canon. But yeah, Amakusa is a huge fucking name across all of Samurai Showdown. Like, even looking ahead at the other bosses of Sam Show, Amakusa definitely has the most impact of all of them, most important of all of them. Started the whole fucking thing. He keeps making important appearances throughout. The official... This is what I love about the Fighters Generation, by the way. FightersGeneration.com, fucking amazing website. They do write-ups for all these characters, too. And they do research them. So yeah, they do go with who the real Amakusa was, young Christian leader, Red Rebellion. But then they had the whole thing of Ambrosia, which is like the thing from hell. And then they tried to kind of redeem him so by splitting him in half, 2 parts. With good, evil. But I think that leans more into the story from Samurai Showdown 4. And then I'm rubbing my eyes a little sore. Then he goes fights Mizuki Rishoshin. We'll get to her in a minute. But yeah, I fucking love Amakusa. Like, it's a good symbol of what old school SNK bosses were. Big, flashy, showy, tons of cheap shit, tons of annoying shit, tons of unfair shit, but it can't be mad. Too mad. He's such a fucking badass.
I like his red hair. I think it looks cool.
Yeah.
And
Well, he's got a whole, like, if you think about how kind of boring he is, just like the samurai with the black and white with the sword and everything. And by contrast, how fucking flashy and showy and wild Amakusa is.
He's a combat mage.
Absolutely. And that ball can get real fucking annoying depending on what game it is. I would definitely put Amakusa in A tier.
Well, I've had to deal with.
Oops, sorry.
I've had to deal with magic balls in other games. If that's any comparison, but not Viola. I think I can imagine.
You've had to deal with magic farts in other games too. I saw that screen.
Yeah, I did, but none of them were in the form of magic orbs. I don't think, unless that was just a character I didn't fight. I wouldn't put it past them.
I would say Amakusa's A. I would lean towards Amakusa being S. Just looking at the rest of Samurai Showdown's characters, the bosses, and the impact they had, and how Amakusa, as the final boss of the first one, is still relevant throughout the story, and is still relevant throughout the main story. Like, not a lot of crossover appeal, but then Sam Show has kind of been in its own little bubble, except for Haohmaru and Nakamura. But, like, yeah, I would lean, like, solid A, at least, I would lean, for how important he is to Sam Show, I'd lean towards S tier for him.
Let me look at the rest of these characters. Yeah, considering how passionate you were about him and his place as a boss character in Sam Show, and a part of it is like, the Geese Howard, the Rugal, where the first one, you got it right the first time, and every boss after it has to stack up against this guy, and they never quite get there.
Yeah.
You could put him in this.
Because, like, if we're talking about SNK boss syndrome, Amakusa has it all. High power, fucking the ball. I think, like, I don't think, like, in Samurai Showdown, you have to pick up your weapon if you drop it. I think Amakusa doesn't lose his ball. But he's got the teleporting.
Yeah, it's a magic floating ball. Why you don't need to pick up something that you can control with your mind?
There you fucking go. I would definitely say as far as the rest
Yeah,
of the
that's
bosses,
another thing. Like the
exception.
boss just ignores mechanics of the game that everybody else has to abide by. Like
Yeah,
that's
like,
also a really
like they
easy
automatically get infinite meter
way to
and
make a
stuff,
good boss character.
and
Yeah.
like you're just supposed to be. Who's Missouri? Oh, they just must have retranslated it. My bad. Changed the song now.
I know of this character. I recognize characters like the demon shrine maiden thing. I recognize her.
So basically, Mizuki
But mostly
Rochelle.
from 5.
Oh, she comes back in 5 Spectrum. Basically, 5 it. Spoiler alert! It's essentially Nobunaga. 5 Special. 5 was essentially so broken, they made a remake called 5 Special, and they added all the old bosses back in. So
Yeah,
I
they
like
made another one called 5 Perfect.
Yeah.
That got an official re-release. And I know a little bit about Samurai Showdown 6, which is the Marvel 2 of Samurai Showdown.
Right.
I know that. And it had it kept the control scheme of every game, and you could pick any character, any move,
It had
basically.
every single character in the history of the series from 1 to 6, and a few new cool
And it
ones.
had Andrew Jackson, President Andrew Jackson,
And
with a giant bayonet.
And a giant robot that was like literally a stage. Like if you did a grapple super, it turned into a stage and it beat the crap out of you like a little paper fan, and everything was adorable. And then there's just a dude who likes fireworks, and he just shoots fireworks everywhere.
Yeah, the guy that reused Genshiro's sprite. Yeah, that guy.
And
He
then
had like a giant hammer, right?
oh no, it was a different guy. I forget his name. I'll pull it up quickly. It was like, I don't think you saw any of the 6 regulars again.
Nah.
Was it him? No, that's just an
None of the Sin regulars either, which hurts me personally, because I think most of the new characters in the game were really solid. But the game was bad, so who cares? They're never showing up again. Dude, Samsho Sin added a Kim Kapon's ancestor.
Oh, here,
He's like this monk.
Oh yeah, I remember. 7. The main thing I remember about 7 was like, I know it's not canonically 7.
Samsho 7 is the new one.
Yeah, the 3D one
Sin.
wasn't canon. My bad.
Yeah, the shitty Soul Calibur guy.
All I remember was it had a sub boss named Draco who had a shotgun and he could juggle you to fucking death from the other side of the screen.
Yep.
But yeah, here's the guy
remember
with the explosive cannon, and it's essentially a giant stage robot where the grapple. See if they got here's the grapple.
Oh.
It grabs you on a stage, and then just beats the crap out of you with a fan. It's one of those chain grapples where you got to keep inputting stuff like Clark's rolling thing, and the more you do, the more attacks they do. It's fucking crazy.
That reminds me of one of the bosses of Tenchu 3 that has like this as a automaton just like that, but like on his back, and he controls it.
President Andrew Jackson for some fucking reason.
President Andrew Jackson.
And his stage is the White House under construction with the fucking Star Spangled Banner as his theme. And of course, remember, this is the game that gave us Iroha. The Booba made.
Right, I keep thinking Iroha came from 5. Yeah, no, she's from 6.
She's from 6.
Yeah.
And she's like the only reason anyone remembers 6. Like, essentially, the final boss of 6 is Demon Gal, the demon version of the guy from 5.
I would argue that nobody remembers 6.
Yeah.
She's like, it's like just like Shiki. Who the fuck remembers Samurai Showdown 64?
Well, they do try to cram her
Shiki.
into other games. Like, I think she was in SVC Chaos, and they put her in the newest
she was in
show.
SVC. Yeah, she's in the new Sam show. She's in SVC Chaos. She's in Neo Geo Battle Coliseum. Actually, her and Ashura, both of the originals from 64, are in Neo Geo Battle Coliseum. And Ashura is fucking cool.
Yeah.
He has his heavy specials. He transforms into a full demon to do them, and they're like, and he gets like white hair and stuff. He's so cool in that game.
I believe
He's animated spectacularly well.
I believe some of that is accurate to Sam Show 64, or I think he was 64 too.
Yeah, he was.
But yeah, you met
no character from the other Samurai Shodown, it's like Warrior's Rage, PS1 game.
Oh yeah, that was an
which is an entirely different game that just has the same name for some fucking reason.
Yeah, it's so fucking hard to keep track of some of them, especially when a lot of them are locked like one system.
It's middling. It has Halmaru as an old man. That's pretty correct. It has a guy that has a gun in the hilt of his sword. He's cool.
Yeah, that's kind of badass. Unless it's like Kingdom, or what was it? Not Kingdom, Final Fantasy VIII. They did that. The gun blades. And I didn't play that.
Into the hilt of his sword.
Oh,
like he goes into like the sheath stance, like he's gonna draw the blade, and it just shoots you. And he has one where he like shoots the ground, and he's like, "Oh, dance!" And he shoots the ground, and like he slashes you. Like he's a fun character.
There.
I don't know if he's good, but he's fun.
Well, sometimes that's all you need. I think that's what Max Dude said.
Exactly.
You want cool dudes doing cool shit.
Yeah, exactly. Cool dudes doing cool shit.
Okay, so Mizuki, basically like Shinto priestess. There's a deal with the ancient evil Ambrosia. They fucking sacrifice people, and Mizuki becomes the evil entity. Has a hatred towards humanity. Fucking, she's basically like the catalyst. Like I think Sam Show 2 is like takes place chronologically after the rest of them, but like before 7. So she's like a priestess possessed by Ambrosia. And I like it because you'll notice this is the only female character on this list.
That is true, yeah.
I thought she was like she's got the long nails. Like traditionally, you look at the Shinto priestess, you think like a heroine, like the Miko and everything.
Yeah.
But you know she's the final boss. But there are tinges of evil in her design as well, like with the razor sharp claw and the giant fucking murder dog she can use, like jump up, and it's like the tiger that Heihachi's baby mama uses in 7.
Kazami.
Yeah, it's pretty much that, except you also use it for the low crouching as well. I like Mizuki. She's important to the story, though. Like she's kind of like the last main antagonist of the Neo going chronologically. I think 2 chronologically is supposed to be the last one, because after that they seal her away and Ambrosia away with the 4 protagonists. Interesting to use too. You got the sweeping claws. You got she does the teleport shit too. And she grabs you and teleports you. The ball, she could summon a ball too, make it bounce around the screen. I believe she was actually mentioned in like Sam Show had a team for KOF 15, and she was mentioned at the end. So it's not like she was forgotten by the company. I do really like her.
SNK loves to pay lip service to their old stuff, which even in modern games, which I do enjoy that a lot.
Even though I feel like their target audience today is people who aren't old enough to remember the old games. The fact that they do the classic nods, oh shit, I forgot about that. You got a fucking crazy boss stage. There's the fetus of Ambrosia just fucking chilling. But yeah, Akuma got 1 ball, she got 2 balls. So she must be twice as good. I do love Mizuki. I do think she's...
Is one of the...
Oops, sorry.
I thought the purple one was the same one that Amakusa was using. For a second. Like, did she steal her fucking magic ball?
Sure, I'll take a look at the bio. May have. Nah, it doesn't mention them. Oh, yeah. She was awakened by Amakusa's dark powers, plots to destroy the world, invoked Ambrosia's immortal resurrection, and she also had a band of henchmen to follow her, although one of them, like, turned on her. Because, like, fuck you, lady. Genjuro just, like, he got fucking bored and left. And upon her defeat, Mizuki and Ambrosia were sealed in Makai. So, I do like her. I will fully admit she does not have nearly as much of an impact as... Hey, welcome back, Malone. She's kind of... Yeah. I will admit she does not have nearly the kind of impact in the story or the series that Amakusa does. But she's a fucking cool design in her own right. She's kind of supposed to be the big bad of the series. And like I said, it's the only female character we have in this entire list. I would at least, my own personal, I would at least put her in A tier. Like, I'm leaning B, A tier. But the fact that, like, she's the only female character and her importance to the whole overarching story, I would put her personally in A tier.
Well, the way you're talking about her, she at least seems... and somewhat on this... Well, not as much, but, like...
Well, she was important enough that when they brought back everyone for 5 special, she's the final boss. Like, you have to beat Gao with a fatality to fight Zankuro. Fight Zankuro with a fatality to get Amakusa. Beat Amakusa with a fatality to fight Mizuki. And Mizuki is just the final boss, period. So they do recognize her as important as well. Like I said, she even showed up in the Sam show ending. I would put her in a solid A.
I won't argue that. She seems to be a better successor than Bowser was. In terms of, like, following up the first boss that everybody likes.
Yeah, and so the next one, I forget the guy's fucking name. That's how much of a drop off there is.
I think it's Zankuro.
Yeah, Zankuro.
Zankuro, big guy, big hair, big sword. I don't know his lore, but he looks fucking cool.
I look up Zankuro SS3 theme, and it gives me Dragon Ball Z Super Saiyan 3 theme US. OBS disconnected for a moment. It shouldn't go.
Okay,
there we go, and we're connected again. We're back.
Okay.
It does that, like, every stream. And not just me, it does it for other people, too. Like, it'll disconnect for, like, 5 seconds. It's fucking weird. I don't know if it's OBS or my connection or what. Because I got a Wi-Fi, but it's a really fucking strong Wi-Fi. Like, I got 25 to 30 Mbps average upload. So, Zankuro. I don't know about this fucking guy. So, Zankuro, the final boss,
cool, and that's all I got.
Basically, he's a huge warrior. Travel Japan, just fucking kills the shit out of everyone. And then, except one child. Turns out that this child is his daughter. Zenku had forgotten about killing intent. Shuei runs into Hamaru. Shenko is a little boy who has a demon inside of him. So basically, Zankuro's just a big scary demon running around fucking killing everyone. Except for one girl. And then that one girl asks Hayamaru to fucking kill him. Oh, he does look kind of cool. He's just kind of a just big fucking guy who hits really fucking hard. Kind of cheap. I'm not a huge fan of his, but he does fit the series. He does fit the series, and he does kind of fit the story. Although I think 3 is supposed to be kind of self-contained. He's cool, but I don't know if I'd put his design on the level of, like, Amakusa and Mizuki. It's just a big dude. He's got a big sword. He does big hurt. And he's got that... What's the name of that fucking ribbon that all these characters have? Like I've seen it in other cultures too. Like the big floating ribbon around.
Yeah, like the... I don't know what it is, but I know exactly what it's on. There is a spot in my brain reserved for characters that are just big bodies that are not grapplers. Where I just have this one move that obliterates you. And that's all I got. There's a definite soft spot in my
And of course, as a final boss, pretty much anything can obliterate you. Just a big fucking dude with a big fuck. And if I remember right, the game he's in, Samurai Showdown 3, there's not a lot of life anyway, so he can really, like, whittle away at it. So I wouldn't say he's as cool as Mizuki or as important to the story as Mizuki. I do think he's interesting in his own right, kind of a time capsule of what 3 is. I would go ahead and put him in B tier, personally.
He's just cool.
Yeah, he's just...
And sometimes that's all you want.
Right. There's not a whole lot to him, but what is to him, it is cool. Now, oh, sorry.
B is fair. I'm not arguing that.
Now, 4 is a little weird, how they did 4. 4 is timed.
Isn't that the one?
Yeah, it's like, depending on... And they actually do a little bit of a service, kind of balancing out, where 4... depending on who your character is, who you pick, you have a different amount of time to get to the final boss stage. And it's not just... Like, the timer stops when you get to the temple. So it's not beating the final boss, it's getting to the final boss stage in that amount of time. If you get there in time, you fight Amakusa, then you fight Zenkuro, then you fight your rival. If you don't get there in time, you just fight your rival. You get a bad ending. So I do think it's kind of interesting that they had to switch it up. But then you gotta play super fast. Like, I don't think... load up the next one. I don't think the timer was super tough. But if you ended up continuing more than a few times, the timer is going to run out.
Oh, okay.
And either way, though,
that's
pretty neat.
Like making time attack part of the arcade ladder. That's really neat.
Plus, I believe there are like a couple different paths you can choose. Plus, they did the slash and the bus system, where it's essentially 2 different movesets for each of them. And I thought that was neat.
Yeah,
also.
Do you want speed or power?
Right.
The thing that Last Blade also does that.
Right, but Last Blade, it's the same moveset, but just the meter, you can either get a special combo, or you can get the super moves. With Sam Show, they actually have different moves where they slash and bust. And now we'll wrap up Sam Show by talking about...
Yeah, and I think...
Yeah, he's...
Yeah, isn't it like Slasher Bust Nakaruru is where Rara comes from?
Correct.
Because there was that whole thing about Purple Nakaruru who slowly became her own character over time.
So, essentially what they did was... in 3 and 4, they did the slash and the bust. In 5, they didn't want to do slash or bust anymore. But they recognized that some characters had cool slash moves and cool bust moves. So they just split some of them in half. Like, that's how you get Haomaru and Resetsu Maru. One of them's bust Haomaru, one of them slash Haomaru.
Yeah, Resetsu Maru.
And that's how you get Reira and Nakaruru. One of them is slash Nakaruru, one of them is bust Nakaruru. Although narratively they did more to differentiate the two. But, like, that's how you get,
Oh, yeah, and, that's how you get Inja.
Yeah, that's also how you get,
The guy, voiced by Nobuyuki Hiyama. The guy with the fire, the fire cuffs and just explosions and teleports.
Oh no, the fire guy, yeah, the fire guy, and then there's a godvert. Well, the fire guy and the water guy were 2 different characters in 4. In 5, the fire guy has a fire god, and the water guy has a water god, and that's them doing the slash bust thing again. And I think that's
Okay.
also how they did with the bosses, where you were talking about the guy with the gun. That's the slash bust of Genjiro. And then there's the other sexually ambiguous one. That's the slash bust of Ukyo. I don't know why I remember all this shit. You ever just find yourself talking about something you're passionate and you love, and you all of a sudden you realize, I don't know why I remember all this shit?
All the time, but I don't stream them normally. I just do that whenever I'm by myself reading something and I was remembering, oh yeah, why is it that what- okay, yeah, it's really weird that Mitsuko no Nomura from Bloody Roar 1 just kind of fell off face of the earth despite the entire reason of the uh the entire reason that she was in Bloody Roar 2 is a reversal of her story from Bloody Roar 1, where she goes to rescue her daughter, uh, Uriko, and then in Bloody Roar 2, Uriko rescues her, and then she just kind of disappears, and gave her moveset to stun. It's like, that's strange.
Yeah. Bring back Hans for Bloody Roar 5. Femboy, homicidal murder, that's all I'm fucking saying. So Samurai Showdown 5. Yeah, it's Nobunaga. It's fucking Nobunaga. Gao is here. He's fighting war, sets aside on the Shogun. Loyal general to the Tokugawa clan. Previous known to Yoshitora, protag of 6. He's rebelling against the Lord with an army of powerful warriors. He's Nobunaga, essentially. Although he does, like,
That's fine.
his super is interesting. It's like just a pillar of flame around him. It's got like no horizontal reach, but vertically it's really nasty. So he's like Geese. You don't jump in on this guy. Other than that, he's Nobunaga. That's pretty much it.
The final boss being just a guy is also really good.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Plus, if you're gonna be a historical
Just
figure,
the toughest, strongest guy.
if you're gonna be a historical figure, you know, you could do with less popular people than or less well-known people than Nobunaga. I don't remember him having a ton of impact outside of Samsho, but like we're already at 5 and 5 special. Like when 5 special came out, he was still technically the final boss. But they kind of downgraded him by having the ability to fight Sankuro and Mizuki and Amakusa as well. And this is not going to count, but because this wasn't on the Neo Geo, but I'll go ahead and show you the final boss of 6, Evil Gal. So Nobunaga, but in hell. It's Nobunaga, but he's super, absolutely fucking cheap. Like, cheap to being unfun. Because, like, he will throw, like, a giant horse at you for one of his supers. But yeah, as far as Gao goes, 5, I don't really be, like, somewhat important to the story, but, like, we've seen Nobunaga before. Like, I understand Samsho. There are a lot of characters that are based on historical figures, and it is very important to the series, but we've seen Nobunaga before. Like, at least with Zankuro,
Having the final boss be Nobunaga feels like something that should have been in the first game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right. Although, as far as, like
that kind of decision, right?
Yeah, although as far as that goes, Amakusa with the Christian rebellion and everything was culturally important as well. But I believe Gao, I think 5 is chronologically supposed to take place first. Like, so technically it is Samurai Showdown 0.
Oh, okay, that makes a bit of sense.
So,
at least if we're following this pretend time. Yeah.
So I personally I'd put him on B with Zankuro. Because, you know, it is Nobunaga. It's interesting to have Nobunaga in Sam's show, but they don't do a whole lot more with it past that.
Yeah, but him coming back as the boss again, but stronger because he's demon, that's pretty cool. But yeah,
Yeah.
that
But six,
the way you're talking about it, there wasn't a build up to that. It's just like, oh, here's something that happened. We brought back
Right.
this guy. But now
because 6 wasn't canonical. And
Right.
and I think 6 was like the Thomas wave, like 5 special. I believe 5 special was
Right,
actually
okay,
the last one, the last game.
yeah, it
period
was the
put out
last Neo Geo game.
for Neo Geo.
That is correct. Yes. Okay.
Okay, let me getting a little groggy, man. Me too. Don't worry. We got one series left, and it's the fucking big one, baby.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. 'Cause part of it's like, yeah, it's just Nobunaga, but at the same time, it's Nobunaga. It's the guy.
Right.
So yeah, B is perfectly adequate for him. Yeah.
Yeah, the fact that he's there is cool, but it's also like they don't do a whole lot more with it. And I know you're very
Sometimes it doesn't have to be special. It's just like I want to see how this series would handle
yeah.
this character, because it's historical fantasy, right? It's like like imagine an American historical game, right? Abe Lincoln. I don't really care how they handle Abe Lincoln. I just care that he's in the game.
Yeah.
It's like one of those kinds of things, you know?
Yeah, I totally get you. So, as an expert in these, in the field of fighting games and everything, I know there's a lot of these things that you understand. There's one thing, though, I feel you need to understand. Understand the concept of love! It would have been cooler if I was able to sync that with the actual fucking video playing. But okay, we gotta... I feel like this conversation is gonna end up being a lot shorter than it needs to be. But we're in King of Fighters, and we gotta talk about Rugal. The person I'm cosplaying as. Yeah. Fucking Rugal, man. An arms dealer. He's just fucking evil for evil's sake. A dude from Germany, an arms dealer. He fucking gouged out his eye for power. His hobbies include gun running, turning people into statues, and exploding himself.
And having a Black Panther as a pet.
And having his own fucking aircraft carrier for the Panther to hang out on. And having hot secretaries like Vice and Mature. Although, they have their own fucking thing. I think...
And
like...
And his... which one was it? His aircraft is like just a fucking H.R. Geiger portrait.
Yeah.
Basically.
Like in 98, it's just like... I believe it was 98 is supposed to be like the one from 94 destroyed at the bottom of the ocean. But yeah, man.
It's the same one, but it's destroyed because it's the aftermath of 94.
Because he blew himself the fuck up.
So it's like it's a ruined lab.
Yeah.
He resurrected himself to have one last fight, lose, and blow himself up again.
And then he comes back in 98, which is non-canonical. 02, which is non-canonical. 02 UM. He's all over the fucking place. I am lumping Orochi or Omega Rugal and Rugal together as one character just for the sake of brevity. But goddamn.
Okay, but like show off 95 Omega Rugal.
Let's see. Yeah, I think he does give them.
It's the one no one cares about, but it's the one I like the most.
That's fine.
It's the shirtless one.
Yeah, I believe Omega Rugal has
the one where he's shirtless and he has the giant. And he has a giant. No. He has a giant tattoo of an Omega symbol on his back, and he has the robot hand.
Is this it? No, that's him blowing himself up.
No, the one further up. That works too. Yeah, that's my Omega Rugal.
Let's see if we got it maybe lower up. I know there's a lot of art. this fucking guy, because he fucking deserves it. Oh, here's more Omega Root. Yes,
He's
please.
the guy.
I think we both knew this guy was gonna be S tier, but just any excuse he can
no
have
doubt
to
about it.
fucking fangirl. Oh, look at him! Fucking look at him, man. You fucking get his eye
Yeah, there
out
it
for
is.
power. Fucking hand out more pictures, please. Yes, please. And even I don't feel his outfit as much at 15, but with the whole Ness saga and everything, I can understand.
Well, the thing about his outfit at 15 is that it's supposed to be the cloak he wears in the intro of 98 before he takes it off.
Oh.
Because like it's part of it is like, yeah, he's got the coat, the coat, the overcoat from 94, but over the overcoat he has like all this mechanical armor over it that he sheds to get ready for the fight, and that it's supposed to be that because you can see like the wires hanging off of him and stuff. Because this whole thing is
I was
like,
wondering about the fucking wire.
Yeah, because a lot of his, especially in 95 onward, his whole thing became like using technology to make himself stronger, and it goes into like body horror and stuff. Like
Yeah.
just injecting himself with a bunch of fucking whatever just to make himself stronger, right? The old thing of like power earned versus power given,
Yeah.
right? So he has all this borrowed power that's not his, and it ultimately leads to his downfall. So a bit of trivia about Rugal,
Yeah.
who may or may not was supposed to be originally named Luger. We don't know. You know, Romanji, it does that sometimes.
Well, he is German.
Originally, yeah, that's what I think. I think his name was supposed to be Luger, and then just, you know, L's and R's
Right.
happens. So, originally, the original concept for Rugal was that when you fought him in 94, he would be able to copy any special move that you do against him and perform and just do it perfect. He's one of those I can just perfectly copy any move I've seen.
Oh yeah, I remember reading
But you know,
about
considering how insane that would be to program and animate, they what they decided to do is have it be so that no, Rugal actually kicked the shit out of Geese and Krauser and stole their moves, which is why he has the Reppuken and the Kaiser Wave.
And this guy just does not give no fucks. He will hit one of his specials is he just grabs you by the neck and throws you into the fucking
press.
wall. He just slides
Just
across
slams
the
you
floor.
against the wall.
Bam!
The God Press.
Oh shit! No, there are more animations. I clicked the wrong link. Just
And
fucking.
we can't. Hold on, let me. Hold
Oh,
on.
there it is. The wire things, but that's okay. And of course,
Yeah,
the,
and
the,
there's
the
some
fucking.
games where like,
Oops, sorry. Go.
no, there are some games where when he does level 2 versions of his moves, like he gets like these tubes that grow out of him. That I think it's like there's like one where he does Kaiser Wave level 2, and these tubes grow out of him and plant him on the ground to prevent to ground him as he powers up the Kaiser Wave.
Oh yeah,
These
yeah, the
turbines in his
chargeable
back
one.
and shit. It's so cool.
I think that's the one from 02, although he might do it in 98.
I also love how
Here it is. I don't think.
Go ahead.
With plugs
Yeah,
coming out of
you
his
see
back.
the like these turbines growing out of his back. It's so sick, and I love how Rugal looks when he does the Kaiser Wave. Like the super exaggerated lean backwards as he's charging that shit up. It's so much cooler than Krauser when he does it.
Plus, Krauser in Fatal Fury 2, if you want to dodge it, you can just like step to the other plane. You don't have that option with this guy. You just gotta like either super jump over it or knock him
Or
out of
spot
it. I hope he doesn't like shoot it off.
Spot dodge, roll through it.
Right. Yeah, you do get a lot more defensive options. I forget.
But yeah, but you know, we're talking about Rugal, and you know, if we're talking about Rugal, you there's always one thing that you have to bring up.
Yeah, I can't say the name of it, but it is the fucking coolest anti-air in the world. Second word is cutter.
You can say it.
I'll say it like he says it. Joe Soy. There, I think I mangled it enough that.
Cutter.
Yeah. I think I mangled it enough that it. What the fuck is this?
Oh, did you get it?
Yeah.
Did you get that thing I sent you?
Yeah, I minimized it because of. Oh, yeah. It's like the hitboxes.
It's mostly. I double checked it. It should be all safe stuff. Yeah.
Well, either way, I'll open it
The
in the second when I
genocide
got the audio window. It's not that one's not.
Well, let me double check. I'm going through all of them now.
Well, I've got two
Yeah,
brave. I've got two brave windows going. One with the soundtrack, so like my YouTube preferences and stuff I picked up. But yeah, fucking the iconic kick, man. Josai Kata. It's fucking.
Well, I was hoping that you'd show it up or whatever.
Sorry.
That move is so iconic to Rugal that the move in and of itself became a meme. One of my favorite things about Japanese pop culture is that they will take just certain things and just turn them into memes, and one of them is the genocide cutter. it is the move. It's so cool. I pop off every time I see someone that's not Rugal doing it in another game. It's like, yeah, that's the thing, yeah. Because there are some moves that become so iconic that they get reused, removed from their original context, right? It's like Bison's slide kick, where he slides along the ground. Like that's just a move you see sometimes in other games because it's the Bison slide, right? Genocide Cutter is definitely one of those moves. Beast Cannon that Galen does, where he tackles and then changes directions. That's one of those moves. Like you just see it all the time in all these other games that reference this thing because it's just that cool.
Yeah, and the Shingoku Satsu.
Yeah, the Shungoku Satsu is just one of the things. There is an entire tag in the Borus for Genocide Cutter.
The hitboxes in this picture are a little fucked up though. Like if those were the real hitboxes, it wouldn't be nearly as dangerous.
I mean, it might be the hitboxes in 15 or 2K2. Like, it's not 94.
Definitely.
It's definitely not 94.
But yeah, this is just a formality. This is just us fucking fangirling. Rugal is S tier, no question about it. So
no question about it.
Move on to 90s. He's also the boss of 95, so pull up the boss for 96.
Yeah.
I probably should have. I spelled Gainit slightly wrong, and yeah, I spelled it wrong with one, and now it's bringing up Gradius for some fucking reason. Here, I'll do the 2002 one. Just.
I mean, you could go. You should be able to control F. When you use fire generation.
That makes sense. Although, like, I went through all. You'll notice that the links for the most of the characters are highlighted. I did that and went ahead and opened up previously, so the links will be highlighted, be a little easier to find when I'm scrolling through. You see, there's Gainitz right here. 96, Leopold Gainitz. I got a soft spot in my heart for the fucking manic preacher, man. He's a tough act to follow.
Leopold is not actually.
Oh, sorry, you're saying Leopold is not.
Oh yeah, Rugal is tough act to follow. Yeah. Didn't 96 also introduce the Orochi CYS?
No, CYS was 97.
No. Yeah, that was 97, right?
Yeah, 96 was Shizuru, then Gainitz. 97 was Orochi Leona or Orochi Iori, then Orochi CYS, then Orochi.
And then Orochi. Yeah. So, bit of trivia, you called them Leopold Gainitz. So nobody knows where it came from, but that is not actually his name. the name Leopold never shows up in any official SNK media, and nobody knows where it came from.
Holy crap! I did not know that. I don't see it anywhere on this page either.
What's it? Oh god, what's his name? Like SNK, like basically an SNK historian, huge Blue Mary fan. Hangs out with James Chen a lot. He has a channel, like synchronized. What's his name? The synchronized guy. He ran it like an hour talking about like where did this Leopold shit come from, and nobody knows. Like, I think it was sourced from like one of the unofficial KOF manhwas, the Chinese ones. But even then, we're not entirely knowing. Is quite sure.
Well, considering SNK's history,
it's gonna.
It could just have been like a blurb in an instruction manual or something.
No, he checked that. Didn't see it.
Ooh.
This guy does his oh fuck, I almost have it. It's gonna bug me until I find it. Olaf Redlin. That's the guy. Basically an SNK historian. Like he was the guy that's like broke down the KOF timeline and is like, well, hey, hold up, wait a minute. This actually doesn't make any sense because they changed the age of Rio in Bariki 1. And then that retroactively makes art of fighting not make any sense. Because he would be too young for art of fighting to actually take place during when it's supposed to.
Or maybe Bariki wants its own time. Although the characters do appear in a lot of it. Or maybe Kyo has a brother, or Rio has a brother.
Hold up, what? Okay, I'm gonna sit. Hold up.
What's up?
Wait a goddamn minute. Hold up. Does so apparently Mary's model. Oh, in one of the City of the Wolves endings, we get Mary's has a game model. Like we just see her model. Oh, okay. I didn't get that far. I was so busy doing episodes of Southtown, I just didn't see it. It's not what I wanted, but it's really good. It's really solid. So I'll just leave it at that.
No, it makes sense. She is an important character.
Okay, so Genetz. I mean, I'm sure. I mean, I could. All I have to say is, Coco desu ka?
Yeah,
and then
the cheap fucking wind pillars, man. I hate fighting them. I love using them.
Coco desu ka?
You fucking button reading. He's got the pillars that hit the 4 distances, hit you wherever you are, and he's not forgotten. Like they show clips of him in SVC Chaos and other.
He's really good in that game too.
He just fucking, and he just looks like a douchebag. He's just standing there with one hand, reading a book, kicking your ass with fucking wind.
Yeah, kicked Kyo's ass so hard that he changed changed character archetypes. That legitimately happened. Kyo back in those days was a regular show though. Genetz kicked his ass so hard, Kyo's like, nah, fuck you. Fuck this fireball shit. I'm going in and swinging.
He's kind of
like literally changed his moveset to beat up Genetz.
And interesting and important to the story too, because they got the 8-person Hakushi, and then within the Hakushi there's the Heavenly Kings, which is him and CYS.
Yeah, and like basically every bad thing that happens in KOF is basically his fault. He's like the ultimate mastermind behind everything.
Because he's the guy who stabbed Rugal in the eye and gave him the Orochi power, and he's like, hey. And then there's like overpowered, like fucking blow himself up again. And then Genetz like, hey, Leona, your dad is not paying his fucking HOA dues, I'm gonna make you snap and kill your fucking parents, and then have issues with it for like the rest of your fucking life. So he's responsible for Leona as well. So fuck him for that. I mean, he's awesome, but fuck him for that. It's. I don't know if I'd put him on S tier with Rugal, but he is real fucking important. Real fucking interesting design. Total badass.
I would put him up there with Rugal, honestly.
Hell yeah, thank you. I just wanted to get your approval. Fuck yeah, cause it's just so. Like I said, Rugal's a hard act to follow, but he's different enough, and he's fucking cheap as hell. Don't get me wrong, but he's cheap in a different way. It's such a.
He's a hard act. Yeah, Rugal was hard to follow, and they fucking did it.
Yeah.
You know, it's such a good design, and he's so aggravating and like in like the right way. Because when you fight, when he shows up after the final KOF finals, his stage is the ruins of the finals, and a bunch of shit is just blowing in the it's like the eye of a hurricane. Everything around you is just being blown away, except the arena where you're fighting him.
Because it's literally the eye of the hurricane, man. It's fucking awesome. I'd
literally the eye of the hurricane.
Okay, so after him,
and he's such a smug asshole. It's a design that makes you want to beat him up. He's such a good asshole douchebag design. It's so good.
He's so bored kicking your ass.
That smug grin off his fucking face.
He's just standing there reading a fucking book while he kicks your ass. He does not give a shit. And it just keeps fucking throwing pillars where you are because the whole input rating thing. A lot of bosses did it, but when you had the pillars
with a command grab, he is an evil design. He is a zoner with a command grab super.
It just like slides right across the floor to grab you too. Although he does have one weakness, and that is old drunken men laying on the floor.
Yeah, the chin cheese.
Oh, you gotta do what you gotta do to beat them. Although my cheese for beating him was spamming Galactica Phantom once my health got low. Now
that works too, yeah.
And we
the real man's punch.
And that's all leads up to Orochi. The messenger, I don't know, I believe it's supposed to be a messenger of God, the ancient spirit himself. The ancient clans, the treasures and everything. The CYS doing the KYS. All leads up to the revival of this dude with the fucking white pants.
Yeah, I don't like the design, but it's better than the fucking snake orgy from the live action movie.
Oh god, but you had to ruin this great fucking collab by bringing
yes,
up
I did.
Live
yes, I did.
By bringing up,
and I'll do it again.
Fucking Darth Maul is Rugal for no fucking reason.
The most infuriating thing is that Ray Park would be a spot on for Billy Kane. Spot on. Bow staff training, Englishman. He's got like that punchable like face that Billy Kane has. Like he would have been perfect for Billy Kane. And you get him to play not only Rugal, but Rugal in that movie is like an amalgamation of other SNK boss characters. Sometimes he's Rugal, sometimes he is Billy Kane, sometimes he's Geese. There's that scene where he's fighting against Kyo in the dojo and he's dressed up as Geese.
Sometimes he's a fucking hockey player.
Yeah, sometimes he's a hockey player. Sometimes he's Casey. Sometimes he's Casey Jones. Like I
didn't see the whole.
We should do a watch along. Splats. We have to do a watch along with that movie.
No, we fucking don't.
Yes, we do.
No, we
imagine the content.
No, we fucking don't, man. Dude, like I'll
do it then. I'll do it by my own damn self.
Oh, hold on, man. Friends don't let friends watch that fucking movie. Well, I don't know, man. Like, I'd like to do a watch along sometime, but logistically, they're just a little weird to do. Like,
Okay,
I
listen.
tried to do.
All right, listen. Pick your poison, okay? It's either the KOF movie, the Tekken 2 movie, or uh, or the Legend of Chun Li. You have to pick one.
Did you say Legend of Chun?
We have to watch a bad fighting game movie.
Did you suggest we watch the Legend of Chun Li?
Yes.
Well,
And even I would not subject.
Thank you for coming out, Choco. It's been a great time. I am your faithful Amanda Splatts, and this has been the Amanda Splatts Project.
All right, cool. I'm gonna go to bed.
No, I'm fucking with you. I wouldn't leave without having an opportunity to shit on the fucking Nest Cartel designs. But yeah. Well, I'll tell you, I'm going on somewhat of a hiatus after April. That's why I'm doing so many fucking streams this week. I plan on streaming occasionally in May, but I don't plan on having a schedule. There's just too much going on right now. But if you get a date and time, and you, like logistically, yeah, let me know. We can send like I said,
if I can pin down a time block, I will let you know.
Like I honestly don't. I
later.
honestly don't know what May is gonna look like. I don't know what June is gonna look like. But let me know if you do go ahead and get something set up. I would be happy to do what I can. Not that fucking Chun-Li shit though. No, fuck no.
That's fair because picking that would have been the wrong choice. At least the KOF movie and the Tekken movies are like the fun kind of bad. Well, really just the KOF movie. The Tekken one is I say that's the middle ground. It's not as offensive as the Chun-Li movie, but it's like not as funny in how bad it is. It's just a mess all around.
I'm trying to think, was there ever a legitimately good fighting game movie? Now, like, the first Mortal Kombat movie was pretty good.
I would argue against that. It's very... It was... I would argue that people's standards were so low for video game movies at the time that the fact that the Mortal Kombat movie somewhat stayed true to what the story of what the original games was so unheard of that people gave it more credit than it deserved. And also the music kicked ass, I'll give it that. The music was great, the fight scenes were pretty great, but
they made Goro look pretty damn.
People over.
Sorry. I'd say they made Goro look pretty damn.
Oh, Scorpion. Oh, Goro. Yeah, the Goro animatronic is excellent. I will give it that. The animatronic is excellent, but I genuinely think that people give that Mortal Kombat movie more praise than it deserves. It is not a good movie.
Well, what are your feelings on the
but it's
Street
like
Fighter movie then? The original one.
Okay. I would put the Street Fighter 2 live action movie on the same level as the Mario Brothers movie, where it is just this weird, campy thing that makes no fucking sense, but is such a surreal trip to watch that it ends up being a good movie, but a excessively terrible adaptation of what it's adapting.
I 100% agree with that, man. Like as it is on
also
its own,
carried entirely.
Yeah, Raul Julia.
Carried entirely by Raul Julia.
Yeah, R.I.P. He turned that role on its fucking head and made the whole movie, man. Like, yeah, it's schlocky, it's fucking campy, but it's like when I do.
It's camp.
Yeah, it's like when I do WebP and I do the voices and everything. Camp? Yeah, you lean into the camp. You don't be afraid, and it can actually be really fucking entertaining. KOF, I think that
I'll say this: it is an entertaining movie, but not a good movie.
Right.
That's where I put it.
Those two circles do overlap on the Venn diagram. Like, a movie doesn't have to be good to be entertaining.
Well, here's the thing: a bad movie can be enjoyable if the person that is making it believes that it's good.
Right.
That's how you get magic like Samurai, the first Samurai Cop movie, which is objectively terrible, but because the director thought he was making the best movie of all time, you can feel that when you watch it and you get absorbed into just the fun nonsense of what it is. Whereas Samurai Cop 2 is a bad movie and everybody knew it was bad, so there was no effort to try and make it fun. It's just a shitty movie.
Yeah, it's like Who Killed Captain Alex? I did a watch along of that on my channel. It's low budget.
Did you see the Wakali-Wood Mortal Kombat movie?
No, I missed that one. I've seen New Friend Captain Alex.
It's where that.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I've seen Wakali. I've seen New Friend Captain Alex, Bad Black, and Crazy World. Those are the only ones I've seen.
Yeah, I say Wakali-Wood, but I think it's like Kahana or something. It's where that scene of Shao Kahn where it's that scene. It's where that that one of Shao Kahn says, "I don't want peace.
Oh yeah,
I want problems always."
Yeah, I've seen that meme.
Yeah, it's where that comes from. And the fight scenes are fucking insane because they incorporate the Mortal Kombat 3 dialogue combos into the fight scenes. So you get this one of Jax just swinging his arms like he does in Mortal Kombat 3. It's so fucking good. It's so good. Well, it's entertaining. It's not good, but it's entertaining. It's
yeah. You can tell movies like that, like they may not be quality, but they're made with love. And if you do that,
it's got a lot of heart.
Yeah, absolutely.
I will take a movie made on the budget of $20 but has a lot of heart over this overproduced CGI slop.
Oh, Jesus Christ, yes.
I would write a check to the producing team Who Killed Captain Alex for like $1,000 just to see what they do with it. Make a movie with $1,000. This is your budget. What can you make?
There you fucking go. So, back to Orochi now. So yeah, he is important to the story. Like, he is the god. Like, he is the climax of the 97 story. But
yeah,
is it maybe
just
overwhelmed?
White pants.
Yeah. It's essentially Chris aged up. Chris is an adult.
Yeah, that's the part. That part's cool. Like, oh, the Orochi was like Chris was Orochi the whole time, or at least Orochi was hosting and was nesting inside Chris's body. Like the reveal of that's pretty good.
Yeah, Chris was the vessel for Orochi.
Yeah, the vessel. But at the end of the day, it's a guy in white pants and some admittedly really cool looking tattoos.
Yeah, he does have a cool couple moves though, like the moves where he sucks you in and grabs your soul.
He has a genocide cutter. He has like a grounded genocide cutter. But also, I like how in his idol, I like how like his sprite animates and that it's warping and leaves after images. Like you watching the screen cannot physically process what he's doing. So he's like really weird and shit.
Yeah, like here you can see
the way he's animated is spectacular. Is really good. Also, I'm gonna spoil a bit of thing here. So you see that color edit. You see, there's some of these sprites of Orochi where he's like really pale and blue. That is actually Mizuchi, one of the bosses of Neo Geo Battle Coliseum, right, who is not Orochi, because the entire point is, well, one, Mizuchi is more like a warder. He has like a water and ice things going on because he's a warder, but also it's a stab at SNK made at people bootlegging their own games.
Yeah,
it's literally
the whole Neo Geo Battle.
It's literally that's not Orochi. That's my original character Mizuchi, who has ice powers and not fire power. Like literally taking the piss out of SNK's own bootleggers. Because the Neo Geo arcade games were very infamously easy to hack.
Yeah, all of Neo Geo Battle. There's that fucking kick. All of Neo Geo Battle Coliseum was kind of a dig on the emulation community, down to the point where it's called the Wares Cartel.
Yeah, the Wares Cartel. Oh man, it's so fucking peaked. It's so good.
It's a good game, but it's more of a oops. It's a good game, but it's more of a baller statement. But yeah,
Yeah.
and he's like the weakest one. Like, I believe the boss you determine.
Yeah, he's the level 1 boss.
It's determined by I think how many tag moves you do. Like you need
I
to
think
do
it's
like
determined by.
I forget who. Or it's
I believe it's like speed, how fast you clear the arcade ladder, how many super KOs you get, and yeah, I think like team synergy is another one. Like how many times you swap between characters and stuff. But generally, like yeah, the better you perform in the arcade ladder, the more powerful the boss you fight. And the final one is Goodman, but the lowest one is Mizuchi. I don't remember. I don't remember the. I think it's like Mizuchi and then
it's
King Lion, then Neo Dio, then Goodman.
correct.
I think that's the
Bottom
order.
is
Okay.
Mizuchi. And one step up is King Leo, not Lion. One step up is Neo Dio. And then at the top is Purple Monkey Man with a flame one. Why did they get him moved into this one? So,
Because one of his alternate colors has in '98 has blue jeans.
that makes sense. 98
He's
UM.
playable in that game.
So. Oh yeah. Like he's
well,
not
definitely in UM.
He's not a 98 vanilla. It because 98 UM adds him, Gainitz, AG,
Oh yeah, the boss team.
Kasumi, and the 96 boss team.
All right.
And yeah.
Okay. Right.
So
okay. I misread because I got for some reason I got UM confused with vanilla, confused with FE because there's so many versions of KOF 98.
well, I think FE is UM, but like with netcode.
FE is a balance patch for UM basically.
But the same characters and everything.
But I keep thinking that FE added like a character or something, and it didn't. I think it added like balance changes and like added like colors or something.
Right, it was purely a technical upgrade. Like Capcom did a fuck ton of those in Street Fighter 2 back in the day.
Yeah, because that's how you made money back in the day. You could do that when the turnover of your game is like. Wait, for balance patch? That's like what? You could do that in like what, 6 months.
There you go.
And it's like something that you put out while working on other more important games, and you could also use that to incorporate feedback of what the community thinks, right?
Right.
You know, back in the day, if you put out a game, oh, there's this massive bug. Well, what do? You could, patch it, but you'd have to physically go to the arcades and replace it. Or you could just say, all right, we take that into consideration, we will fix that in the next game. Because balance patches like that back in the day were expensive, so a lot of them just didn't do it. It's like, we'll take our money and then we'll just fix that in the next game.
Right. And it's just so much easier these days to just patch them. Of all the crazy and shady shit that game companies do these days, I will give them a thumbs up for it's so easy to patch and easy to fix shit these days. I do give them that.
Patches are overall a good thing, but I would be lying if I said I didn't miss expansion packs, especially when a patch completely revamps what the game is. I like having this little I like having a definitive end to a game, even if and then the next one being like, okay, so we changed all of these other things, but it's exclusive to this update here that does not fuck with the old version of the update. It's a Street Fighter 4 model, right? Super Street Fighter 4 added so many things and changed so many things from the original Street Fighter 4 that it is justifiable to me that they are separate games, that they are considered separate games. Like Super Street Fighter 4, original Street Fighter 4 didn't even have widescreen. It was that game was in 4x3. Super Street Fighter 4 added widescreen. Like just even things like that. Like yeah, this is an entirely different game, but it is an update, but it's a different game, right?
That makes sense. Like you were able to easily switch.
It makes more sense. In Ultra, there's the addition selected Ultra mode, but like yeah, I could just swap between like oh hey, I want to, like I here's an example. I cannot go back and play like Street Fighter 5 like season version season pass 2, because that had a different, that's a different build game. Like every major update to the game was generally like every huge season pass was generally also like a big update to the game, and I can't go back and play those updates. I have to look up videos or read forums of like what people thought those games were, but I cannot experience it for myself.
Right.
And I don't like that. That's like saying, I mean, people nowadays wouldn't care, but it's like, oh, imagine if there was just never any physical copy of New Generation or Second Impact, and we only got Third Strike. You never got to see how the game changed over time.
Right. You never
And
see how to get it.
Yeah.
That's why it's important when you get the compilations that does have the different versions.
Or
of the
even like,
different
oh hey,
variations of it.
imagine if every, well, this is what we're talking about SNK. Imagine if every KOF game just outright removed the last one. You want to play 98? Too bad. 99 exists. You can't play that no more. There is no 98. There is no 2002 because it just keeps going, and the previous one just doesn't exist anymore. It's like that.
Right.
Or here's one. Guilty Gear actually. Guilty Gear plus R has basically has been built is technically an updated port of Guilty Gear X, the one that was ported to the fucking Dreamcast, the Naomi game. It's been building off the same code for so long that in plus R, you can fuck around and like get unlock Slash. And like the original version of Axie Core, you can unlock. I mean, this one you have to actually get into the files, but you can like unlock like Guilty Gear X Slash or like the original Sharp Reload in that game if you fuck around with the files, because it's all there. It's just been updated so much over time that it's still building off of the same code. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm digressing. I do that a lot. I'm also tired, which also helps me do that a lot. Okay, Orochi. So,
well, I just listen because you talk with so much fucking passion, man. That's why that's why I like doing this. Absolutely, that's why I picked you to do this with me this time around. Orochi,
yeah, it's fun. I don't get to talk about this a lot.
Yeah, I'm happy to give you the opportunity, man. So I don't know if I put Orochi in S because Rugal's fucking iconic. Gainitz is iconic. Orochi's important, but from a design standpoint, it's just like a dude with white pants.
I will be completely honest. I do not like Orochi at all. He is important for what he represents, right? And especially
right. He is the capstone for the Orochi
and story. How he canonically gets defeated in 97, which directly leads into 99. And like that whole thing, and what he represents, the end of the CY, the end of the Orochi saga, the end of the Orochi saga, back when the Orochi saga was actually going to be the canonical end to KOF, which is why 98 was a non-canon game.
Right.
Because that was supposed to be the end of KOF.
That's like, 98's like the Battle of the Network Stars type of thing. They just put everyone together.
Yeah. There was never originally going to be a 99. But okay, so what he represents is extremely important, both in and out of universe. But I don't like his design. I don't like his moveset. He has that one cool super where he just like
pulls out your a lot of his stuff is stuff that
Setsuna does it better.
Yeah, and the kick, Rugal does it better, and Gainitz does the pillars better. Like, he's kind of the mishmash of other bosses.
Yeah, but that's kind of the point, is that all of that stuff from those guys comes from him.
Right.
Those pillars, that's actually him, that's Gainitz borrowing Orochi's power. The Genocide Cutter, that is Rugal borrowing Orochi's power. He exists as the origin point for all of these other things. And again, it's using him to like kind of build, all of it is like building up. All of it was building up to Orochi, right?
Right.
And that's really cool.
So I'd say for that, I'd say for that, I'd kind of for the same reason that we put Rio in A tier of how significant it was, how important it was, even if it is just Rio. I would venture to put Orochi in A tier. Because like
I will
standalone, he's not much, but he is important for what he represents and what he does.
I would put Orochi at the top of A. Like
Yeah.
I would put him above Krauser.
Yeah, just pushing aside how we feel about him, he is important. So that is the Orochi saga, and we move on. Unfortunately, to my least favorite saga, the fucking Ness saga, and men in rubber suits. Lots of rubber suits for some reason.
Say what you will about the original characters of Nest Saga, but I think the redesigns of the classic characters, like the Orochi Saga, are like some of the best they've ever been. And we'll get to one of them pretty soon.
Yeah. I think we'll get to one of them now, although we do start with Chrysalid. What the fuck is up with this design? He
is a Kyo. He is the 9. He is one of a Kyo clone that believes that was the original Kyo, but he isn't. Like he like
well, isn't he supposed to be a clone of a clone?
The way, if I remember correctly, he was basically like the perfected form of what K-Dash was supposed to be. That was the idea behind him. And then it turns out Zero's like, actually, I lied to you the whole time as a joke. Go kick rocks. And then Chrysalid dies as his lab explodes.
Yeah, it's fucking sad. Almost as
and
sad
like,
as this.
The face, his face has become, and his face as the lab crumbles around him and he dies became a meme in Japan. Okay,
See if I can find that.
His theme is fucking badass.
Yeah,
like you fight him in like this like
weird
this holographic chain. Yeah, the secret glowy lab, and the way the music and the way like the round one theme is pretty fine. It's pretty cool, right? But it's like, but then he takes off the coat, you know, like Rugal,
and he puts on the fucking bondage gear.
Well, he wears that under the coat. He takes off the coat, and then the music, Dear Falling Angel, the music kicks in, and the lab lights up, and it's so cool. I want to bump him up a tier just for that alone. Like how the game handles his round 2 transition. It's so fucking good.
Right, but it's also something we saw with Rugal, where he initially in 94.
But I think it was performed better in 99. I think it is a better version of what 94 was.
Yeah, the big surprise.
I think Rugal is a better character, but in terms of like the execution of, oh yeah, I'm holding you back during the first fight, and then I get serious in the second fight, and I think that version, like that specific element of the boss design, was handled better. And also the music fucking slaps.
I just remember.
Are you playing it? Play Dear Falling Angel. It's so good.
I am. I 99 OST boss with like the machine sounds and everything.
Yeah.
Looks like the internet's going a little bit slow though, but it looks like it's okay on my end. Or maybe it's just the website going slow because we're doing so fucking many loadings. I don't know. Or maybe just no one goes to the Quizlet page anymore. No, it might just be that one page. Oh no, is it down? We're so good we crashed the fucking fighter generation site. Holy shit. Hold on, let me experiment with this a little bit. Right window.
So I understand not liking the general aesthetic of rubber suits and like the metal and the rubber suits and all that. The general aesthetic of
It's
the
all
saga.
it's the weird fucking belts that he wears. Like I don't know what they fucking are.
That yeah, the harness. Yeah, I get that. But like the general like black leather and the dark techno of the soundtrack of that era of KOF, I think it's a really cool aesthetic that separated it from other fighting games at the time. Like I feel like Nest Saga was extremely important for defining how KOF would look and sound for years to come. Even and I think its influence can be felt even in modern games, the modern KOF games. Um, but yeah, the general like design aesthetic, the leather, the belts, the dark skin, white hair, the super like the long cloaks and stuff, the metal. I think it only works for a few specific characters. I think K Dash rocks it well. I think Cooler rocks it well.
Yeah.
Um,
But with the
Grizzled,
with the whole fucking Nest Cartel storyline, you saw a lot of the similar stuff, like you saw with. We'll get to Ignis in a bit, but just a lot of similar looking stuff. Like not even.
well, yeah, because it's like a whole group. It's not like a because there was no coherence, even though like the Hakeshu, you know, Eugenets, CYS, and all that stuff, they're all a group, but there was no coherency to that group.
Right.
Like if you didn't know that they work together, you just wouldn't know. Whereas Nest, there is a very specific look to them. It looked like they look not like uniform, but there is a uniformity to it, so that you all know that it's all part of the organization. And I think that part's cool because it's not just oh this guy then this guy. Like no, it's a whole organization you have to take them, and they all have a similar look with similar powers because they're all like these. It's a clone army, right? And you know, clone armies was definitely a thing during the 2000s, and I think KOF's handling of it is somewhat interesting.
Oh my god, did Chrysalid break the fucking set?
Maybe.
I think Chrysalid might have broken the fucking site. Let's try Original Zero or Clone Zero. See if that. I don't know, man. Dude might have broken the Fighters generation. There's so much love for fucking Chrysalid. Clone Zero.
Maybe this was the most attention Chrysalis gotten since the site opened up and he just didn't know how to handle it. It's like, oh, Chrysalis, wow, ooh.
I don't see Clone Zero listed.
I think Clone Zero.
Oh no, I think Fighters Generation just might be down.
Let me check. It could be Wi-Fi too. That happens sometimes. Let's see.
That's weird. Because we're still live. I can see on my phone. We're still live.
I will check on my own. Let's see. So, oh. I can't. Site cannot be reached. Ooh.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's being spotty for me too.
Well, we got a good look at Chrysalid, and I do understand what you're saying about him. I do understand your passion about the guy, but I don't know. I just did not like fighting him because he did have the cheat. Like, what's the thing where he stuck out his foot and grabbed you, and did a grapple by just putting his foot on your shoulder or something? That shit. And then he just kicked a giant.
I mostly remember yeah, the whirlwind is what I think of when I think of Chrysalis.
That was annoying as fuck. Yeah, my internet connection must be still going because I can still hear that music playing and everything. Oh, it just might be this. We overpowered the fighters. Y'all might want to get off the website to let us finish because this podcast or whatever it's called so fucking popular. It broke Fighters Generation. I'm sorry, Frank. Like, not really, but I'm sorry, Frank. But yeah, the thing about Chrysalid, though, like, he doesn't really factor into much of the rest of the story, though. Because, like, they killed, like, I don't know if the Chrysalid you see in 01 as, like, Original Zero's guy is, like, the original Chrysalid, or not. Do they explain that, or is he a clone, too?
'Cause I mostly remember the yeah, the whirlwind is what I think of when I think of Chrysalis. I mostly remember the yeah, the whirlwind is what I think of when I think of Chrysalis.
That's weird.
Chrysalis. I don't remember. I think he is a clone.
They're just pooping out all sorts of clones over there at the clone factory.
And that's the entire thing, right? The clone army.
Right. So I do understand, like, he does make an interesting first impression in this new saga, in the Nest saga. But I don't know, man. I'm kind of not feeling the design, kind of with the weird fucking puffy, spiky shoulders and everything. I get what you're saying, but I don't know, man. I do like the cope. It's like it's kind of a what's it this isn't about fashion.
To be fair, I like him better. I like him better with the coat. Like in terms of his design, I like him better with the coat.
Right.
But the way it builds up him taking off the coat, I like so much. So,
right. So
I'll admit my bias
there. There's actually a little bit of theater there, a little bit of drama. So what would you say? Would you say he's like maybe
I'll be real. I don't remember much of his story. I just remember how cool it was to fight him.
He doesn't have a ton of story. It's just like he's a clone of Cape Prime.
That is true, but it's like,
and
I remember like a lot of like random elements about him, but they don't really formulate into like, oh yeah, he's such a good like boss, right?
He was cheap as he had a lot of full screen shit. Like he had the dash, where it just ran across the screen and then just did the fucking fire wing shit. Then he did the kick with the wind circle kick, and then there was the grapple where he just put his foot on your shoulder and threw you somehow. It was a lot of cheap shit, and then he dies at the end of '99. I do. He's like the first impression of the Nest Cartel, the Nest Saga, but then it's over.
He serves as the introduction, and then the next game we get the rival team with like Kula, right?
Right.
And the third one is like, oh, you gotta beat the boss gauntlet, right?
Right.
So I get it. That's the KO formula. It established the KO, the formula of how the KO sagas work, right? So,
and if you're gonna change course so dramatically after the Orochi saga and do something more technical,
yeah, you go from slaying gods to like, you go from magic to technology, right? And well, hard sci-fi, right?
Right.
And I do appreciate the aesthetic of the Nest saga the further we get away from it, because it's so unlike every other fighting game at the time. Like this super hard sci-fi look, and all the characters are not like, they don't look like fighters. They're like they look like models. Like the way their proportions are, the way the poses and stuff. They look like models. Like they posing for cover shoots and stuff.
You can definitely tell
that element of how. Yeah. And even like those elements there, like the super extreme like posing, that's something that SNK kept. The way the models are, the way the models look is something kept. Because if you look at any character in a modern KOF game that is from Nests, they look like they're from Nests. They're like super lean and like kind of lanky, right? Like K-Dash like looks like super lanky in that game, because that's just what he always looked like that. I do appreciate the look and the feel and the sound of the Nest games, but I will admit that there are some characters that I highlight, but that's pretty much it. A lot of my the big things like about Nest Saga is like how experimental it was in terms of the roster, and how how character movesets would just change on the fly from game to game. I know a lot of people find that annoying, but I love that. New game, new moveset. Let's go. How does Galactica Phantom work in this game? We don't know. Figure it out. Like things about that I do really just kind of like. And like I said, I think that the redesigns, like I think the redesigns for Clark and Ralph in this game are like, I think they have never looked cooler. I have a soft spot for how they look in 13, but I like how they look in this game. I love how K-Dash look. K-Dash should be the stupidest looking motherfucker in any video game, but he somehow pulls it off. The leather on top of leather, the leather on top of leather on top of leather with a red glove, and a beast of prey written on the back of his jacket. It is
I didn't know about that.
Dumb, chuny. What?
It
is
the thing written on the back of the jacket, beast of prey.
No, that's what it says. A beast of prey.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it is like such edgy, chuny garbage that should not work, but it does. It is a masterclass of dumb, cool design, and a lot of Nest's characters are like that. And it is such a anomaly in its own series that I can't help but like it. Because even the Ash Saga doesn't get as weird as the Nest Saga is. You don't get a scene where Southtown gets blown up by an orbital laser cannon, right? You don't get shit like that. So again, I'm like using Chrysalis as like a conduit for how I feel about Nest Saga as a whole.
Yeah, but we gotta kind of separate that because we do have a couple other Nest characters on this list as well.
Yeah, exactly. And so we should start speeding this shit up because I think you got like an hour left before you gotta go. So
yeah, I have a stream at 5 actually.
Yeah, so you better hurry this shit up. Chrysalid.
Chrysalid as a standalone, as a standalone. His importance to the series, I don't know about his importance. To like, he is the opening
characters
gambit.
Did rank on of importance, so I feel like it's kind of hypocritical to do that. But even in his own lore, he's not really that important. I guess he's kind of important. Like, oh, he sets up the Nest Saga, but then again, like Zero and Ignis, so and yeah, there was that whole thing like his connection to K-Dash, but yeah, whatever. I would put Chrysalid, as much as I like elements of him, I more or so like what he represents as an introduction to the entirety of the Nest Saga. But him by himself, standalone, I would put him in C.
Yeah, it's like it's an interesting introduction, but what he's really just like a clone of it. He's the concept. He's the type of super soldier they're trying to build. But later on, you get more defined. You get bigger numbers. I'm trying to think of the word. He's proof of concept, essentially, is what he is.
He is the tone setter.
Right. Now, something that I found fucking weird looking. I forgot that Kyo and Iori were initially special bosses in KOF 99.
Yes, because the end of KOF 97, they teamed together with Chizu to defeat Orochi. But the way that it ends makes it ambiguous as to whether or not they would be alive at the end of it. Like, it's implied that they actually might have died. And again, that sets up so beautifully. Neither Kyo and Ori are time-locked characters. They are the last characters that you unlock in the machine. But you get there's Kyo, and there's another Kyo. What the fuck?
Yeah,
there's
the clone.
Two
Kyo 1 and Kyo 2.
And Kyo 1 and Kyo 2, and it's like, wait, there's a clone army? Like, what the fuck? Where's the real Kyo? Wait, is he dead? Huh? Did they use the remains of the Orochi fight to clone Kyo? The fuck? Right? And then solo entry. Kyo Kusanagi showing up with the asshole white jacket. It's so fucking good. Kyo looks like a fucking douche, and it's so perfect. The white jacket. It's the best look he's ever had to this day. And other games try to copy it. It never got as good as this. It's such a good look for him. And solo entry shows up burning the headband that he wore in the Orochi Saga. Tears starts playing. Tears starts rolling down my fucking face. Tears is so good. And Ah, solo entry, the look, it's so good.
I,
As the boss, it's whatever, right? But like that moment where Kyo shows up, the real Kyo shows up, it's so good.
As far as Kyo and Iori being the bosses in '99, I kind of don't like what they were doing with them, because initially I believe they said they weren't going to have them in '99 at all, and anyone who knew them as the protagonists of the '94 through '98, Kyo and Iori, then suddenly they're not in '99 anymore. And like they did that to try to force people to like K Prime or K Dash rather, and Maxima and all of them. And no, Benimaru's there, but not Kyo. And no,
yeah, Benimaru's there. He gets his own team. He's the leader of his own team.
I think
Inner Shade is so good.
Yeah, it is. Inner Shade's a fucking banger. Yeah. And then Vanessa and Seth are there on different teams.
Yeah, the agent team. Yeah.
But and then then the time
it's a huge shakeup, and I like it's like I said, it's like again, I'm using it as a representative, as a conduit to talk about Destiny. Just how experimental it is, and that's one of my favorite things about that era of fighting games. How just insanely experimental everything was, that you don't really get anymore. But that nostalgia, whatever.
Well, as far as Kyo and Iori, it just feels like they were. And I guess you see this more these days. Locking away things, locking away features that were originally parts of the fabric of the game itself. Like, oh, you want Kyo and Iori? You remember them, the protagonist and the anti-protagonist, whatever. It's late. My brain's not fucking working. Yeah, locked them behind performance. Like, you get a certain amount of battle points. Like, when old fans like, oh, what the fuck are battle points? We never had battle points before. What is this shit? And then, like, I don't think they're even playable.
Well, a lot of it was also just time. Most things were just time. Like, just keep the arcade operating for a certain amount of time. That was a pretty common thing to keep interest in the game high. I was like, characters would be unlocked depending on how long the arcade machine was being operated. Right? Tekken is pretty infamous. Well, famous for. Excuse me, it's famous for that. But the entire game, I felt like, of KOF 99 was building up to the moment of seeing Kyo Iori. Because of, like, oh shit, it's them. They're alive, and they're doing their own thing in this new setting and trying to figure out what's going on by themselves.
Yeah, but then there's also the question of, if you're gonna lock them away for that, this ability to try to push the new storyline, the characters and everything, then it feels kind of cheap to just pull them back again then. Like, and to have them be that, like you have to fight to get them, to get the certain score to fight them. If you're locking them away, if you're not even having the original version, then just let the original story and the new characters stand on their own. Then just having them bringing them back fucking anyways, it almost feels kind of cheap.
That is fair, but part of the problem is that no one would care about the new characters if Kyo and Iori were just there from default. It's the Street Fighter 3 problem. Who the fuck are these characters? Where's Guile? Who the fuck is Sean? Who the fuck is where's Chun-Li? Huh? What? But it's so hard to get people to care about new characters in a long-running series when the old favorites are there.
But KOF 99 at least did it right. Like, they had
KOF
the classic
99
three
is such
characters.
a hard swerve. It's such a hard swerve from what 97 was, that it feels like a new game.
Yeah, but like, I mean, talking about how they had the 4-person teams, how they had 3-person, the classic
the strikers,
teams, and then they'd add a 4th new character, like, you know who Ralph, Clark, and Leona are. Here's Wit. You know who Athena, Shin, and Kensu are. Here's Bao. You know who Kim, Chang, and Choi are. Here's Jun. Like, they just integrated the new characters to fill out with the 4 slots. But then just Kyo and Iori are just here out of fucking nowhere. Seemingly apropos of nothing. Until you look closer to the actual clone storyline. But you don't know a lot of that at the time.
True. I perfectly understand where you're coming from. And I do have those same complaints when it comes to other games like, Tekken 5. Hey, Hachimishima is dead. Really?
And they did that shit again in 8.
Yeah, they did it again in 8, but it's so much fun. It's so much funnier 5 because it makes this whole big hullabaloo about him being dead, and he's the final unlock. Not only is he the final unlock, but some characters even fight him as a normal fight in the arcade ladder, like Kazuya. You just fight him. He's like, "What the fuck? You're dead? No, thought I was dead. You fucking idiot." It just comes off as comedic in that. But no, I get it. But I think that the way it was handled in '99 was effective for me personally. But it also might due to the fact that I had to go through all this stuff secondhand. Like I didn't go through it when it was happening in real time. So maybe it's just part of like my person. I am being a bit nostalgic there. It is probably just due to my personal journey with KOF for games. So
yeah, I just personally like I kind of fail to see the reasoning behind making them that hidden bosses, because like if you want the new characters to stand out on their own, then they didn't need to come back at all or wait to bring them back till next year. And if you really did want to integrate them into the story, just have Kyo Benamaru on a team with a couple of the new characters, or have Iori with like 3 of the new characters, because he murders the shit out of his partners anyways, or tries to at least. But it just felt like it was a weird decision out of the pocket to have him be like I do like Kyo's the design, the white jacket design, but I just felt the way that they did it, I just don't understand their reasoning.
I mean, a bit of context. This was the time where SNK was going through their first bankruptcy, so there was a chance that this could have been like 99 and 2000 really could have been the final KOF games. So I feel like you said earlier that there was an interview that, oh yeah, Kyo and Iori were going to be here, but the fact that KOF was going through the hard times by now, they thought, well, if this is going to be the final KOF game, Kyo and Iori have to. Like, so it also could have been that before ALF just started designing the KOF games. But like I said, I perfectly understand. And if I had to remove my own personal biases of how effective I thought the reveals of Iori and Kyo were in that game, I would put them at D, because they're really just normal fights.
I'm sorry, where would you put them?
I would put them at D, honestly. If I had to remove my own personal biases and nostalgia of the reveals, and just rank them as boss fights, I would put them in D.
They are 2 iconic characters, and I do like the redesigns, but it just feels really weird how they did it and what. Like we're not looking at Ryo Sakazaki as a character. We're looking at him as a boss in Fatal Fury Special with the significance of the crossover and everything. If we're just looking at Kyo and Iori solely as bosses in '99, it just kind of felt like they didn't fulfill whatever they might have been trying to do.
Well, for Kyo specifically, he was going in hiding, trying to figure out what was going on, because he knew about the clones. Like, what the fuck is this shit? I need to investigate. So at least there's some prevalent some reason why Kyo isn't showing up as a team. He's like, no, I'm going in solo. He's going in underground incognito.
Right.
Because they're all clones of him, basically. So he's going out destroying clones and trying to figure out what's going on. I forget what Iori was doing.
As far as the storyline goes, I would be willing to bump Kyo up to a C, because at least with that, it has something to do with the storyline, with the clones and everything. But Iori, I'm sure he's literally just there because Kyo is there and he wants to kick him in the dick a couple more times.
I think by this point in the lore, Orochi, because Orochi was defeated, there's less of a hold on him. He has less of a hold on him. So he is still antagonistic toward Kyo, but it's not like, oh, the fucking blood curse, I need to fucking kill you.
Well, they're still
Orochi gets it there.
antagonistic as a 15, like the Sacred Treasure team.
Yeah,
ending.
but it's less of like Iori succumbing to his blood curse and be like, yeah, fuck you, you're an asshole. I'll kick you in the dick a couple of times. It's more of like I just don't like you, and not like I'm preordained by fate to hate you because of our bloodlines. It's just like, you're an asshole, fuck you.
Yeah, it's just
Like it's a lot more mellow.
I can at least see a line in the story being drawn between Kyo and what the cartel is doing. I just don't see that for Iori.
Because even in like,
See if the site is working again.
That's fair.
Did we get it working? Might just be the internet. I heard like the audio's getting a little choppy here and there.
Well, no, even when I tried to browse TFG, it didn't work. So it was definitely something going on the server end. Or it could just be both of them compatible with each other. That happens too. Something.
Well, it looks like it's up now. Oh shit! I forgot to turn on the music. No, there's Clone Zero. Is Clone Zero listed? I don't think Clone Zero is listed.
I think Clone Zero just shows up as 0, right?
Oh, maybe. Because we didn't know he was a fucking clone by then. Oh, I gotta play this. I gotta play the fucking song. I'm a professional. You can check my stats. So, 2000. We got 0. He is all that is touched by none. Fucking weird fucking guy with a cape with spikes on it. And he whips around the cape and fucking the guy farts on you. Dude will just take a big fart and stinker on you. Right there. No, that's not it. So, the story is, like, this cartel is... There it is. It's him farting on you. It's like the Harley Quinn fucking comic. But, yeah, he's weird. It's... 2000, they're starting to coalesce the Nest storyline. And all of a sudden, like, oh, he's some kind of military guy helping Hidaren out. Oh, no, except he's not. He's fucking a member of the cartel wearing a big rubber suit and a spiky cape.
And he blows up Southtown with an orbital beam cannon.
But it's fine.
That Takuma deflects, by the way, with his house cooking.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Just that fucking good.
And then somehow he knows King is a little bit triggers. But yeah, this is another guy. I don't think they... Like, it's like Chrysalid. They just kind of threw this guy out randomly. Like, we don't get a lot about him. Other like he's a master of disguise. Just posing.
This is kind of where my exposure to the Nest Saga kind of falls apart, because I know more about Zero from KOF Mugen edits than this actual source game.
Yeah, I remember there was a couple of female ones that were kind of interesting. Yeah, it's just basically he's
Zero Co.
He's the guy who kills Chrysalid, and then he gets murdered by fucking Kula Diamond shooting the laser on him. He basically he's the henchman who turns on the organization for power. That's his trope. And he does it by disguising himself as a general, working with Hidaren, and then he's gonna fire a fucking laser in Southtown. And I believe canonically, Kula and her outfit they either disable the laser. No, they turn it on him. They turn it on him and fucking nuke him. That's what they do. I don't know. This guy was a bitch to fight. Because he would guard break you immediately. Because that fucking cape of his is not just for show. It's got a shit ton of, like, spikes on it. And, like, each of those spikes is its own hit. So it'll fucking guard crush you almost immediately. And then he can use it as an anti-air, and then he has the fucking fist that's a black hole, it'll suck you in and hit you multiple times. He is all sorts of fucking cheap. All sorts of cheap. I don't know what it is about.
I do remember getting guard broken on that fighting him. It's like I'm trying to dig the recesses of my mind back to like 2000, like 9, when I did learn how to use Fightcade offline. It's been so long since I properly went through the Nests games.
It's a cheap fucking bastard. Like, and it's another one of the cases where you don't really learn about him. He wasn't here before, other than he's the guy that killed Chrysalid. And you don't find that out until 2000. And basically he gets hoisted by his own petard and he fucking dies in 2000. He's another guy that they just kind of... Basically, he's a jobber to the stars for Kula. Like, Kula and her group are like the real villains of 2000. He's just there to be a cheap fucking bastard. I would honestly put him in C. I would put him with Chrysalid.
I'm not gonna fight that.
I wouldn't put him. Normally I'd put him in D, but he's got so much overwhelming, cheap, absolute bullshit that at least he does have. He does have the SNK boss syndrome in spades.
Yes, he does. Okay. Yeah.
But you want to talk about cheap fucking bastards? I'm gonna play
lovable Ignis.
I'm gonna play his theme because I like that one better. Save the universe.
And save the universe.
Ignis, the capstone of the Nest saga. Fucking pretty boy, cheap fucking bastard. The first infinite I ever learned was O2UM Ignis. If you use,
it's gonna be the same one.
If you use this fucking whip, like the light version of his
whip.
6A.
The easiest infinite in the fucking world. It's like this long whip that does like 7 hits, and it juggles into itself. Just do it for free. Who cares?
I got like half of the achievements just doing that shit. Like, if I could choose anyone during the mission mode or whatever, I just pick Ignis. I keep spamming that shit. I think I lost a friend doing that in competitive play once, where he was showing off. He was being an asshole.
Yeah, that would do it.
And he's the cheapest fucking bastard too. He does the thing where it's like a grapple where he dashes forward, and then he hits you with the balls and escape, and then it just fucks you over so bad. He's like SNK, even more so than Zero. I would say he's SNK boss syndrome personified.
I would say he is the ultimate SNK boss, because at least with Rugal, you could argue that was still relatively early. That they just kind of Rugal just does a lot of damage, whatever. The level of bullshit that Ignis does comes off as actively malicious to the player.
Yeah, it's just just that smug, arrogant.
We need this money. We are going bankrupt. We need your fucking money.
And you have to find Original Zero before him. Original Zero with the 3 fucking strikers he can throw out as many times as he wants. There's that extra step to get into this fucking douchebag. Look at the size of his shoulder pads. He must be the original. Fuck is up with these people and their fucking shoulder pads? I don't know. But yeah, he was a cheap. As storyline goes, he is the leader of Nexts. He's obsessed with beauty, the fucking pretty boy. He's finally defeated by K Prime. Oh, it's like a custom game. K, Yori, Kyo, and they don't say who the fourth is. It's probably cool. And then it's become a fucking trope at this point. Everyone did it. All of them fucking did it. He tries to and hero to kill the heroes. Because Rugal did it blowing up the Black Noya. Then fucking Chrysalid did it trying to bring down the lab. Then Clone Zero did it, hitting the fucking laser to try to blow up Southtown. And then he just fucking crashes. Feels like an astronaut in the ocean, I guess. Fucking cheap, pretty boy bastard, but I tell you, he does get right when I feel like, from like a design standpoint, kind of, I feel like he gets right what Chrysalid and Clone Zero get wrong. Like his whole design, he still does the weird cape shit. I don't fucking understand, like, why it's part of the outfit. Like, I don't know.
I think the level of smugness that Ignis has makes it work. He looks a little bit more flamboyant, which fits for how he dresses and how exaggerated he moves. So I think it works better for him.
Yeah, he does. He is the head of NASCAR too, so he is like king shit.
Yeah, he's the big boss man.
I would definitely put him like a solid B. I would definitely put him above Chrysalid and Clone Zero. I don't know, like, I was not a fan of, like, the Nests on the whole, so I don't know if I'd put him up into A with guys like Krauser or Orochi. But I would say, as the capstone for the Nest saga and just the sheer, overwhelming, absolute bullshit they're able to cram into one character, I would at least put him at B.
I think that for what Ignis represents as like the ultimate SNK boss, because I feel like no other SNK boss ever got as bad as Ignis. Like SNK learned their lesson. Like, we can't go this far ever. We can get close. We can get close. We can get Magaki in 2003, but we can't ever reach this exact level of bullshit ever again.
Yeah.
I would at least consider putting. So if we're ranking him as so as a boss, or rather as the boss, because Dilly, I would argue putting him in A, honestly, because of what he represents as a boss for SNK specifically. Because like when he overtook Rugal 94 as the most bullshit boss SNK ever made, and that has to mean something.
I totally understand that. It's like,
like to the extent that it ruined his appeal. Because for as bullshit as Rugal was, he was always like really cool.
Yeah.
And Ignis is also really cool, but he was so bullshit that it made people turn against him as a character. He had like legitimate, I hate this fucking character. Right? Not I hate fighting him like Rugal. Because Rugal is still cool even if you're getting your shit kicked, getting your shit Jinosai over him 1.5 million times. He still comes off as like a cool guy, and you're excited to see him. Nobody likes Ignis.
He's just a smug fucking
Consider this. KOF-15 is doing this whole big thing of like, oh yeah, we're bringing back like the bosses of KOF games, and having this thing like, oh yeah, Rugal's back, go fight him. Guinness is back, go fight him. Where's Ignis? Ignis doesn't show up.
None of the Nest guys show up.
Yeah, but like I feel like that says something. Like he was so bullshit that we can't even entertain the idea of bringing him.
Yeah.
Like as a nostalgia, like, oh, remember when we used to make bullshit bosses? Yeah, but not this one though. that one was too much, right?
Yeah, it's like with Rugal and Gainitz, they got like the perfect amount of spice. With Ignis, they just dumped the whole fucking pepper shaker in this. and then
Yeah, it's
and then put the fucking
like
pepper
there's
cream
no
in there.
flavor anymore. It's just heat.
Yeah, it just like the just pure fucking cheap douchebaggery for douchebaggery's sake, and that is definitely worth something.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Although, no, maybe my opinion will change if I go through KOF 2001 again, because I feel like I would like Ignis more now than I did when I first played him, because, you know, emotion, e- emotionally unstable teenager going through, fighting for his fucking life for 5 hours. Yeah, it does things to you, you know? But,
I would be interested in seeing if you can beat 01 without using the continued service. Just how fucking cheap
I
this
will-
douchebag is.
I will put it on the list. Yeah, I think A is fair. I think Ignis is an extremely important character for SNK, and they took a lot of lessons of Ignis to heart. But as a character in and of himself, as a boss fight in and of himself, like I'm really putting an A for what he represents, for what he represents more than what he is.
Right. Not
So
just the design is part of it too. Like the design and
the design
the
and his animations are
moves.
really cool. Like they managed to make their own version. Well, no. Well, yeah, a little bit of Gil, because he has the whole the screen nuke super, right? Like Gil does with Seraphic Wing.
Right.
And I feel like in some kind of ways he is like SNK's version of Gil. But but in good conscience, I cannot place him. I I don't think I can argue him higher. I do not think I could argue him into S.
Yeah. It's just
Yeah.
he's not likable, but he's so fucking unlikable that he deserves his own that
He
A.
was so unlikable that it poisoned the well
Yeah.
for boss characters.
They had to undo that. And now this is a weird place to end, but like I said, we were just going to do the Neo Geo ones just to save time. I say
So we're at 2000.
as we hit 1 a.m. I love this.
Yes,
I fucking love, like, I don't mind going late though. Like, I'm off for work for the next 2 days. You know, worst comes to worst, I'll push Grimstone back to after the Mollington interview. I don't give a fuck. This is definitely worth it. And I do thanks for taking this ride with me, man. So,
Hey, remember when you were worried that this would be too few characters for the tier list? Remember that? Remember when you said that?
You knew I was a fucking idiot when you agreed to do this, man. You knew I was a fucking idiot.
I did.
So 2003.
We can be idiots together. So 2K3, yes, we got
that technically
Azelhyde, Bernstein.
Now this is the reason why we had a little kind of discussion on do we do final bosses or quote unquote true final boss, because Adelhyde technically is the final boss.
Yeah,
of
Adelhyde
03.
is the final boss, but Mukai is the secret boss.
Canonically, Mukai is the final boss, but and for some reason I remember this one. You gotta use the leader SDM to finish off the Kusanagi clone. That's how you lock yourself into fighting Shizuru and Maki, and then Mukai instead of just Adelhyde. It's Rugel's kid. Rugel, I don't like Adelhyde, man. He's just what if Rugel and Ignis fucked? That's his whole design theory. I like Rose better than Adelhyde. At least she's something different.
I like that Rose plays the background music as you fight Adelhyde. She plays the piano.
Yeah, that is
That
cool.
goes into the boss theme. That's really good. Adelhyde. I like Adelhyde, even though he is just Diet Rugel.
It's like,
And part of that is, okay, Rugel's dead. This is a game canon to the story, and Rugel is like the most popular boss of this series. How do we bring him back? We can't. He has kids. He has kids now. And you know, you can feel that Adelheid is kind of trapped into. There is no way that Adelheid would have ever been anything but Diet Rugal.
Yeah.
So, and that's really unfortunate. Because this entire thing is like, yeah, he's just a holdover until we get to the non-canon games so we can actually bring back Rugal.
Yeah, it's like.
But I do like that
they realize.
Adelheid,
I was gonna say, yeah, they realize.
I do like that. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, sure.
So I was gonna say, they realize, hey, we can't bring him back to life. He's dead, so let's have his son fight, and we'll have a Rugal type. And then KOF 14 and 15 called it like, no, we're bringing back all the dead fucking characters. And now he almost has no place.
And that is extremely unfortunate because Adelheid did actually have a lot of plot significance that I cannot remember because it's been so long. But he was a very plot important character.
He was
in that disguise. Yeah.
I believe he actually like worked with Hidare. Like he's one of those guys.
Yeah, and he's actually like a good guy.
Stuff. Yeah, he's eschewing his father's legacy. And it actually,
he's a good guy.
And that kind of doesn't feel right.
He's the Rock Howard of KOF.
He even looks like Rock fucking Howard.
Yeah, the red eyes, yeah. I said that as a joke. That's actually really true. Yeah.
The short, yellowish, blondish hair.
Yeah, the blonde hair,
and
the red
having
eyes,
and having
his father's
moves,
legacy being
and having moves that mirror Rugal's, but like his replicant is a kick.
Yeah, it's a big kick. He puts his own spin on Rugal's moves, some of which I do like. And I do like how his kit comes together. Because it's not, he does not, even though he has Rugal's moves, he doesn't play like, and I think that's an important thing. But again, if we're ranking him as a character in and of it, as a fight in and of itself, he is just kind of like a normal fight.
Yeah, it really is just like
kind of the point. He's a precursor to the true final boss.
Yeah, he is essentially like Rugal, but like. If Rugal was like, and just I don't know.
Like imagine if Rock
bring back
was
like
the
a
final boss.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that?
I was like yeah. Imagine if Rock Howard was the boss of Mark of the Wolves. Like before you got to Kind, you had to fight Rock. It's kind of like that.
No spoilers for saying
Mark of the Wolves, right?
Yeah.
You fight Grant.
Oh, Mark of the.
Imagine you had to fight Rock. Yeah, not City.
Oh, you're talking about Mark of the Wolves. Yeah. It'd be crazy if Rock was the final battle boss of Mark of the Wolves. That would be insane. Yeah.
No, like the print. Oh, yeah, something like that, right? It's. I kind of get it, and he's not. He doesn't hold the candle to Rugal, and he never was, and he never could be, so he was never designed to be. SNK was at least smart enough to not try to push him as, yeah, no, this is the Rugal replacement, because they knew that they couldn't replace him. So him, but it doesn't change the fact that, like, he is kind of meant to be, like, a little bit to be, like, yeah, Rugal light. It's a very unfortunate character, right? Because there was no way that he ever could have lived up to what Rugal was. But they tried, and I at least respect SNK for making an attempt. But they didn't try enough, partially because I feel like they didn't try enough to make him go over because they knew that they couldn't. It's unfortunate.
Right, and eventually they did the shit with verse and reverse, where they just bring back anyone they want to anyways.
Yeah. I do like Adelheid as a compliment to Rugal, because like I say, when it comes to his gameplay, he does not play like Rugal does. So at least when you get to play him yourself, he doesn't have that whole like, oh yeah, it's just Rugal in every way but worse, because it's not the good version from 98. But and I like, and like as a character in the plot, I like him. But as a fight, he's just whatever.
Yeah, it basically
Like-
it's kind of a mistake if you end up fighting him because you didn't achieve the real boss. It's not like in '99 where you have to go out of your way to fight Kyo and Iori, and Chrysalis is still the real boss. Now Adelheid is kind of like a consolation prize, and that's not his fault, obviously. But you ask people who the boss of O3 is, they say Mukai.
Yeah, I would put him in. And I kind of feel bad about it, but yeah, it's unfortunate, but that's where he goes.
Yeah,
that's where I
and
put
C?
D.
D.
Oh, C. I keep getting the ranking confused, yeah.
Yeah, I would
D.
put him in C, because, like, I understand what they were trying to do. They're trying to give us, they're trying to give us, like, Coca-Cola, but we got fucking RC Cola instead. And now, for the real fun, because if you fight him, you've had to get through Shizuru and Makikagura. Mukai. Get the song going before we do this fucking thing. Oh, there's a range variant. Yeah, let's do that shit. Mukai, the fucking man of stones and rocks. It's a chaotic fucking theme. I forgot about it. There he is. I'm glad I clicked all these links beforehand, so it'd be that much easier to find them. Botan. Oh yeah, the lady with the fucking strings, who never actually became a playable character.
Yeah, a lot of this saga and a little bit of the next saga was like about building up these from the past, like Botan and like all these characters that you never actually fight because SNK went under, so that thing had to get hastily bandaged over with 13 and 12 and all that stuff. But okay, Mukai. He looks cool. He animates well.
He does have some interesting
moves,
like with the stone pillars and everything.
Yeah, he summons he stomps down and makes pillars, or like one drops down on you. I like how he has a little bit of Orochi where he moves, he creates when he moves his arms, it like leaves an after image. That part's cool. When he does his attacks, his whole body glows with the tattoos and stuff. Like when he attacks, because normally he doesn't have the white lines. They only show up in Flash when he starts attacking, and that part's really cool.
Right. He definitely is something different from like everything before, and is very interesting. I do think this is the cool way of including the Shizuru and Mike fight beforehand to usher in those from the past storyline. That this may mirror some of the Orochi stuff and mimic some of that, but it is its own thing, its own interesting thing. And I do love the guys.
Because when you fight him, there's the giant snake in the background.
Right.
But it's not Orochi. And like I said, I think he's super cool.
Yeah.
And he's also like, as a boss fight, he's actually kind of shockingly normal, because remember this came out after 2011.
Yeah.
Not 11.
That's
2001.
That's the one thing I remember about this guy also, is that I didn't have too much of I had more of a problem getting to him, getting the leader move on Kusanagi to finish him off, than I did actually fighting him. Like, it was harder to fight Shizuru and Maki than it was him.
Yeah, like, Mukai is like kind of an overcorrection from Ignis. Like, he's not difficult enough for the payoff to get him beat. Because, it's a big boss. You want to have, you want it to be a real fight. And it's like, he's just kind of, like, he's just kind of normal. And he has good moves, but they're like, he's just shockingly kind of normal for how he looks, how he animates, and, like, it's kind of underwhelming, honestly.
Plus, this is the first, and I don't, this is a whole rant for another fucking time, but I didn't like the whole tag era where they're trying to be Marvel versus
Yeah, the active
Capcom
tagging.
2, yeah. So you're essentially fighting him with all three characters at once, which kind of nerfs him as well.
I think active tagging is cool. I understand why it was dropped later because it opens up a massive can of worms for especially for like Neo Geo. There were so many fucking glitches because it was just not made to handle that kind of system. So I understand why it was removed later, but I think much like 11, it is just a really neat experiment in terms of its gameplay. Kai is kind of hard to rank because like he is so cool,
Yeah,
but he
the design
is so
fun.
underwhelming. His design, his moves, his theme, his stage, it's so cool. And then fighting was like, oh, that's it?
Everything is cool except the actual fight itself.
Yeah, everything cool except the fight. Yeah.
But he's also just supposed to be like a precursor to those from the past, and the reason we're not doing 11, 12, etc. is because we're just focusing on the Neo Geo ones. So much like
but most of that whole things from the past thing just kind of went out with a wet fart because SNK ran out of money and got bought out. It's unfortunate. He's a build up to a climax that never really happened. So there's always just like, oh, what if, you know, when you fight
standalone on his own, I think he's cool, but there could have been so much more, like especially, and I know they were tooling around with a lot of different playability functions and the actual mechanics, considering they were doing the tag thing.
Every saga of SNK changes the core mechanics of how it's tagging works, right? You know, you had the regular three elimination style in Orochi Saga. Next Saga had the strikers, right? Where you know, you could have up to 3 different strikers depending on how your team lay out. It's like, yeah, having assists in a KOF game, oh, that's crazy. And then Ash Saga is like, oh, you active tagging. It's like Marvel. Like, that's crazy. That's a crazy new thing to introduce with formula. And, you know, part of the reason why I don't like KOF 2002, because it doesn't have the strikers, which was such a defining part of what the NES Saga was. To have it not be there is just really weird to me.
Yeah, but again, that was, I think 2001 was such a shock to the system that they spent 2002 course correcting that.
True, but it also could have been a crunch for time, because I think 2002 was developed by Eolith, who kind of took over KOF for a while after SNK was going through its bankruptcy, and Mr. Aichi was buying all the right after Aichi formed Playmore and was buying all the rights to the old SNK properties. So it could have just been a time crunch, honestly, because after 2K3 they stopped making KOF annual. It was like, we can't do this anymore.
And to be honest, it was just it was probably the best choice. Like, it was easier back in the day when you're only adding like 3 or 4 characters. But as the games became more complicated, as video games do, more complicated and more ambitious, it just could not keep up that pace. So next year it was XI.
Yeah, and especially, it's not like you do that now with like the whole patch culture. Although I would kind of like, yeah, it's I'm gonna say it. If SNK went full Madden and just made a KOF every year and just slightly updated the roster, I would buy it every year. I'm that far into the deep end. I would totally go. I would do it. No complaints from me. Yeah. I love the idea of like KOF being an event that you go to every year. Like, there's something special about a fighting game having an annual release. That, yeah, it's unfeasible in a modern context, but I feel like having like a returning KOF to like the like kind of low budget mid range project that SNK does while working on other things in the background. To me, that is always what KOF was. Even after it became the big expensive export, to me, the solo KOF is like, yeah, it's this thing that we do every year to kind of like build up or showcase other things that we're working on in the background. Like just like a safe way to get some revenue. But you know, I that's my nostalgia speaking, honestly.
Yeah, it's just
It was like, oh yeah, it's every year you have a new KOF to look forward to. You know?
yeah, it would be nut, but then
Because
you
even,
remember
cause,
you remember
'cause
2000 and 2001, and you just having the product there and having to rush it out just to get it there in time. It just, I would rather they let it go, especially these days where games are supposed to last for 4 or 5 years, and that's why they
yeah,
do
and that's
the
kind of the problem. I don't like every fighting game lasting like 5 fucking years. I like just having, here is the thing, it's done. We'll see you for the next game. Right?
right.
But again, and it's not like it's kind of ended with 2003 because 2004 was Maximum Impact, and then the year after that, Maximum Impact Maniacs, which was an expansion of Maximum Impact 1, was released, and the year after that was KOF Maximum Impact 2, aka KOF 2006. In outside of Japan, it was actually branded as KOF 2006, and it did pretty well actually. And the year after that was Regulation A. So KOF was still annual for a time, and I think the year, I don't remember when 11 came out. I think that was also 2006? Question mark. Because the thing was like, the Maximum Impact series was supposed to be like the like kind of low budget spin-off that we just get while we're working on the other KO, the other true 2D KOF in the background. But then it also got its own separate fan base. And it's like, oh, this did surprisingly well. Let's go all in and make both at the same time, and then that just fucking crashed. Yeah, unfortunate, but you know. Hey, what can you do?
Right.
I long for Maximum Impact 3. It's never happening, but yeah. Okay, when did KOF 11 come out?
It would be cool to see him,
Fuck.
but now that they're actually doing like the 3D, like it's not a 3D fighting game, but doing the 3D models with 14 and 15, that it almost feels unnecessary. It feels like they could get the rights to those characters and put them in 15.
I don't know what's going on with the Maximum Impact. I don't think Falcone owns them. I think those are still owned by SNK. So I don't know what's going on with that. But maybe it's just like it burned, like it burned so bright and faded so fast that honestly, adding in the Maximum Impact characters would honestly be a waste of a slot. Especially if we're going for like modern KOF where we have to get all of the big fan favorites. None of the Maximum Impact characters are large enough fan favorites that people outside of me and like maybe I will be kind of say maybe 500 other people across the globe would actually.
Right.
I would love to see the return of Alba and Soiree and Lian and shit, but like, how many people would honestly be willing to pay for it?
Right, not a lot of people have been waiting with bated breath for the end of that story. Even though it did end up with an
cliffhanger. It would be a waste of money to add them. But it's a very smart business decision, but it is one that hurts me all the same.
With how much more and how longer it's taken, and now it looks like also they're changing the promotion model too, like with how much promotion they're put behind City of the Wolves. That's just not going to be feasible to do that every single year.
I do not. I mean, I get it. The City of the Wolves, SNK is trying to get an audience that aren't 40 to 50-year-old men that played Fatal Fury when they were in high school. I get that. They're trying to AstroTurf a new audience, but I'm playing the game. I don't think the game is. I don't think it's gonna work. I think it's gonna end up being a whole waste of money for an audience trying to capture an audience that honestly, okay. yeah, let's pretend I'm like 15 years old. What possible reason would I have to play City of the Wolves when I could play Street Fighter 6? Can you name one? I can't.
Salvatore Ganacci.
I don't know if Salvatore Ganacci was super popular. I'm old. I don't know. I don't listen to modern music.
Well, I guess that's why they're promoting it and having people from HoloLive playing in it.
Well, yeah.
Well, I'm just
trying to.
Yeah, we'll just see where it lays. So just hopefully, it.
I think it will do well, but it will go far below the expectations of how much it cost them. Which is unfortunate because that's how a lot of fighting games are. Because like if you're not Street Fighter or Tekken or Mortal Kombat or Guilty Gear Strive apparently, you're just not gonna have those high numbers. And even Tekken is struggling right now because of what they did with the season 2 patch. Like
yeah,
even the numbers for Tekken are going down. That's insane. So yeah, who knows, man. I think that City of the Wolves is gonna be like one of those background sleeper hits. Like it's gonna have a pretty, like, relatively lower but consistent player base, and like slowly build up over time, like Melty Blood did. So hopefully it does see success, because I would like that Art of Fighting game to not be a waste of money. I want to see what that is. So I don't know. I hope it does well.
Me too.
I hope it does well enough to justify its existence, even if it doesn't. I mean,
and then revisiting the other IPs that they've had that have touched for a while, and giving them this type of treatment, like Last Blade or Art of Fighting or things like that.
Yeah, I just hope that less money gets spent on developing it, because City of the Wolves looks immaculate. And it's like, yeah, that's great, but that should not be the standard for SNK games going forward, because it will take even longer to make, which would require even more money for the games to break even. Like, I kind of hope that SNK starts churning out some like smaller, like single A games. You know, like a little bit of filler every now and then. Like, oh yeah, you had the main meal, which is like your City of the Wolves, but hey, what about KOF Sky Stage 2? Yeah. You know, you're like a little something on the side. Like,
so not something that's not serious, so like a spin-off game or something.
Yeah, and that was the thing. KOF was supposed to be the spin-off game, and then it became the main game. So SNK no longer has a spin-off game to really just kind of put out there and test the waters with, you know? Right, so Mukai,
B tier. He's got a lot of interesting stuff, a lot of interesting design stuff about him, but it's all sizzle, no steak. But there is an episode, I would at least put him in B.
Yeah, we're basically just putting him because of how cool he is.
That needs a precursor to the whole those from the past storyline that we can't get into because none of the rest of the installments run near it yet.
And that is true.
There we go.
All sizzle, but like,
We're just pulling up the stick.
I can eat a burnt steak. I might not enjoy it, but I can do it. You know.
There you go. We'll go ahead and snap you a picture, send it to you over that.
It's not burnt; it's blackened. All right.
It's Cajun style. So there we go. KOF boss run tier list fucking done. D level Kyo or Iori 99 Alfred Airhawk. C level Jin Brothers Weiler Jiazu Goddess Athena Red Reamer Chrysalid Kyo 99 Clone Zero Adelhyde. And changing the song to for the outro. While I go over everything, I probably should have fucking planned this better. B tier, Mr. Karate, King Leo, Kagami, the bosses of 1 and 2 last played, Zenkuro, Gao, Makai, A tier, Krauser, Kine, Mr. Big, Leo, Mizuki Rishaugen, Orochi, Ignis, S tier, Geese, Shinakuma, Amakusa, Rugal, and Gainitz. That's pretty fair assessment.
Yeah. There are some spots I'm disappointed in, but I'm not doing no takebacks. So I'd say this is I'm overall satisfied with this.
Probably would have been clear to do if we had like more tiers. But honestly, I think like when you do something like this, all you need is like 5. There's the S ones and the super.
No, adding more tiers is like when you have a review score that's just adding decimals. Like, you know, fuck you. Just pick something and stick to it. Right? I don't like half steps. Oh, we're doing full steps. Yeah, no half stepping.
Right. Because like you got the S tier, which are the super iconic ones. You got the B tier, which are okay. The D tier, which are crap. The A tier, which are good. The C tier, which are meh. You got
you can
5
argue
steps.
that Ignis is iconic for. You can argue that Ignis is iconic for all the wrong reasons.
Well, are there any of these that you feel strongly about that you probably want to put on a different tier?
No, I'm gonna commit to my choices.
Fair enough. Man of his convictions. Baba Nico, so you're technically a woman of your convictions, but whatever. I don't fucking know. Do what you want. Just
I don't do that. I don't play that shit.
Okay. What we do play is SNK, Neo Geo. Fucking great games, great music, great legacy. Fucking douchebag bosses, but that's part of the fun. Choco, thank you for doing this with me tonight. It's been great fucking talking to you. You got anything you want to plug, man?
Been a pleasure to be here. I'm fried, dude. I can't think of nothing.
Alright, get out of here. See who's fucking stop by tonight. Darren Moon, thank you for stopping by. Carl Malone, thank you for stopping by. Lurkers, live watchers, second screen sync, so thank you for being here. You have an outro? Before we do,
at some point.
Before we do that, just gonna let you, I'm gonna go ahead and push UFO 50 Grimstone back to 7 o'clock. We were 4 hours. I should probably be fine.
Okay. What was it? All right. Time. Remember, everyone. Time is the only currency that you cannot refund. So to anybody that spent your time here, a minute, an hour, a second, thank you very much. Don't cash out too early, okay? I'll see you all later.
Alright, that's Amanda Splatts. See you next time.